All right, HTC week 6. Here we go. Time is flying, isn't it? It just feels like moments ago, or even a few days ago. It feels like we were just starting. Everyone was coming on in fresh, fresh, bright-eyed faces. Now everyone's here, sparring in the dojo, practicing, earning their stripes, and earning that true title of a high-ticket closer. Now, not an easy title to get, but one that's earned through hard work, dedication, and really just aiming for mastery. Always aiming to be better, always aiming to improve. And what better place to practice than with Sifu Dan Lok himself and in his dojo that he provides with us on Discord. Now, I want to do a quick little mic check, make sure everyone can hear me in the Zoom call. Just drop a yes below if you guys can hear me. By the way, my name is Vikas Kapil. I'm your community manager for Team Dan Lok. Just making sure everyone is here. We're live. We're good to go. Perfect. Love it. Okay, so week 6 rolling in. I want to do a quick check. Make sure everyone has been doing their assignments. Yes? All right, I'm going to see who's been doing their assignments. Okay, Lewis has. Dennis has. Andreas has. Perfect. Yes. Andrew, you as well. Demetrius. Boom! There we go. So everyone's been doing their assignments. They've been earning their stripes in Discord. They've been working extremely hard day in and day out. Now, week 6 is a little bit interesting. This is where Desmond shines. And speaking of Desmond, the Sarge, do we have him on live right now?
I am on live. Yes. Vikas, how are you? It is good to connect and welcome back. We are at week 6. Where has the time flown? It was only just yesterday that I remember everyone coming into week 1. So type in the chat, have you implemented? Has your life changed? Type in the chat and say yes. If you truly feel that everything that you've been learning, absorbing, feeling as if it's a fire hose in your mouth has been changing your life. Good. We're seeing a lot of yeses. Great. So I know that everyone's participating, everyone's awake, everyone's typing in the chat. Now, I'm going to challenge you. Type in the chat, what result, something very specific, something very exact. What result have you already experienced or received from the implementations over the past few weeks? All right, I'm seeing making more money. Be specific. How much more money? More prospects to close. How many more prospects? Okay, feeling grateful. Okay, be a little bit more specific. Self-esteem. Oh, I see one there. He closed a $10,000 deal, $30,000 deal. Wow. 5 more clients. Confidence. Okay.
Better
Anyone
communication with my daughter as well.
Yes, I saw that too as well. Good. Do you appreciate or look at money differently now? Close a $21,000 deal. Wow, congratulations. Same mentor, same Sifu, same course. How come some of you are getting results? Someone says 2 opportunities worth $1,400 a month for 36 months in payout. Well done. Taking action, more open to correction, implementation. Be more specific. What do you mean by implementation? What have you implemented? So tonight, this is going to be a big one. You can already see how things are ramping up. You don't have much more time. You want to get this. You want to pay attention. Tonight is one of those classes. This is one of those ones where you will most likely fill up an entire notebook, and I'm going to highly recommend you go back and listen to multiple role plays, multiple examples, different scenarios. This is going to be one of those big ones where it is life-changing. This is going to empower you. My promise to you is this: if you apply what we're about to teach you tonight, you may not be perfect. You may even get some rejection. But I can guarantee you this: if you apply what we're about to teach tonight and you stay true to the HTC way of practicing, continuing, sharpening, perfecting the basics, you will eventually go from not getting it to getting it And we love to see when you get it, when you post your first booms, when you post your first wins, when you actually start to wear the cape of being a high ticket closer. So who is excited to have Sifu come on and share these secrets? Now, we are also joined this evening. I'm very, very proud to introduce, as well as a co-instructor on tonight's call. He's already waiting the sidelines before we bring Sifu on. None other than Joel Go. Joel, are you there?
Hey, Sarge Desmond. I am here.
Yes.
HTC. So great to see everyone.
How many of you in the audience know who Joel is? Okay, so maybe let me rephrase the question. How many of you do not know who Joel is? So, as you can tell, Joel has been a superstar mentee. He has gone through. He was where you were not too long ago. Joel, what season did you start with?
Season 5.
And how long did it take you before you got your first boom?
It took me 2 weeks into season 5.
2 weeks into season 5.
That's correct.
So not too long ago. And you know, so I want you to pay attention here. It's not very long ago. He just implemented faster. So the key here, if you notice, the phrase is about implementation and implementing the right things. Now, Joel's not perfect. He makes a lot of mistakes, you know, just like all of us. He's open to being coached, and he has risen into a very strong leadership position as well. He now coaches and leads a lot of all the closers. That's a very, very heavy responsibility. So do you think maybe he has some information, some skills, some tips to pass on to each and every one of you to maybe help you implement faster? Yes? All right. So let's get the class started tonight. We will also be bringing on a few more other brothers and sisters, those who have implemented and gotten results, so that you can see that it is doable and possible. In your HTC style, do it with safety. If you're driving, pull over to the side of the road. If you are at home, hopefully you're dressed up in your suit, in your best dress, or your HTC shirt. Get on your feet and raise your voices as loud as you can. Help us bring to the stage our Sifu, your Sifu, our mentor, Dan Locke.
HTC week 6. Question number 1. Who would like to, really want to know how money is actually made by leveraging your new high income skills? Put in the chat. Have you been role playing? Now, today, we are going to talk about how to attract those high paying closing gigs. How do you turn your skill into money? Now, before Sifu gets into it, a couple of warnings. Number 1, you will be overwhelmed tonight. In fact, you will be more overwhelmed than any other previous class that we've done. Remember, even last week when we were doing role play, how many of you have listened to the role play more than once between me and Joe? Could you see it's simple, but it's not easy. It's very, very skillful. So, and also, Sifu mentioned something very important. That is that in spite of how overwhelmed you felt, it's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of what I know. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny percentage. So tonight, I'm going to give you just a little bit more, about what we do and how we do it. Also, I'm going to take you behind the scenes of how many of you want to see a glimpse of how Sifu runs the closing team, how Joe and Desmond, how they do their closing, right? How we now have, including closers in training, over 120 closers within the organization working with us on our team, how that actually works. A world-class closing organization, how that works. Number 2, we'll talk about not just how to do inbound tonight. We're also going to share with you, because I saw the questions, a little bit about how do you do outbound. How to do outbound the HTC way. Not the green monster way, but how to do outbound the HTC way. And also, where do you get those gigs? How do you close those gigs? We're going to do some role play with Desmond. So knowing you will be overwhelmed, and don't worry about trying to get it perfect. Remember, we're not perfectionists, we are progressionists. So just here and there, just inch by inch, focus inch by inch and progressing and improving bit by bit. That's it. That's it. Otherwise, you will get discouraged because it feels like there's so much. Take your time. Take your time. So we're going to talk about how to turn your skill into money. So having a skill set is good, but at the end of the day, how do we turn that skill set into money? Is it possible to have a skill set that people spend years learning and yet they're not able to generate high income utilizing that skill set? Yes or no? Are there skill sets that are not high income skills? In fact, are most skills high income or low income that are being taught out there in the society? That's right, low income. It's not high income. It is designed to make people to be mediocre. It's designed to keep you in your comfort zone. It's designed for you to think and operate within a box. So let me share a quick boom with you. Andy.
All right, boom alert. I'd like to tell you about someone who has embraced everything it is to be a top closer on a seafood business account for London Real. I would like to congratulate Sean, not only for his recent closing performance, but for providing much value through continuous feedback and coming up with some excellent ideas and suggestions. 3 booms today, 8 booms in less than a week, a $29.97 program. Great to have you on the team, Sean.
Now, how many of you would love to be so good at closing you get 3 booms a day? How about 8 booms in less than a week? So think about, let's say each day you take that 7, 8 call, you're closing every couple call. So you're talking, you're closing a prospect, boom. You talk to another one, maybe. The one after, boom, another one. That's how many of you would say that's a pretty good day? It's not super expensive. It's a $3,000 program. So question is, why did you join HTC? Is it because you wanted a new high income skill so you can make more money? Is it because you want to get better at closing, at sales, at persuasion? Is it because you want to develop more confidence? Financial confidence? Is it because you want to be part of something greater, be part of a community of elite players? Is it because you want a mentor? Is it because you're sick and tired of trying to figure things out on your own and knowing how expensive that is and how costly it is in terms of money and also in terms of time? So why are you in HTC? Is it because you are sick and tired of living a life of maintenance instead of a life of adventure? Is it because you want to be able to get to a place to put yourself in a position that finally you could take care of your family, to be the role model for your son, for your daughter, to be able to give back, to be able to live life on your own terms? With HTC, with this new high income skill, there are many ways you could use it. And Sifu is going to share with you some of the different ways that you could use it. Number one, you can apply to if you have a career, you have a job right now, and you don't necessarily dislike it. In fact, you're okay with it, but you would like to apply HTC to what you do now. How many of you fall into kind of that category? What about maybe you want to master this skill so that you actually want to transition out of what you do and become a full-time closer, so you would be able to work from home, that you don't need to commute. That this is not just something that you try, this is something that you do, this is going to be your career, this is who you are, and you're wearing that cape. Or number 3, that you actually have a business and you want to do better with the business, you want to grow and scale the business, and you know in order to do that, you need to be able to close. You need to be able to bring in more customers, more high-paying customers. And if you fall into this category, now you're also, how many recognize if you fall into that category, as you grow, that you will not be able to close all those sales yourself? You might need some closers. But is it useful to know how it actually works? So when you build a little closing team, then you might have 2, 3, 4, 5 closers on your team. I wonder if you want to scale your business, I wonder where would you find some closers? I think I know a couple. Just a couple solid closers that I've trained that might be able to help you to scale. So if you actually run your own business, how many recognize you are in the right community? If you want to scale, maybe not to like what Stephen's degree with like 120 closers, but maybe 2 or 3, maybe just 1. So you could focus on what you do best. So you could close, that's fine. But then also having someone close for you, and then a second or third or fourth closers, and then you could focus on the more critical, the more important task within a business. And tonight I'm going to share some of that structure with you as well, so you get an idea what that looks like. And it's a structure that most people have no clue. It's a quite sophisticated approach in terms of scale. So I'm going to teach you that as well. So doesn't matter which category that you fall into, you will get multiple. Here's my prediction: multiple aha moments, one after another, after another, after another. You will write down so many notes, your hand would hurt. Your head will spin after the class. You will not, if it's evening, you will not be able to sleep. That's my prediction. You ready? Are you ready? Come on, give me some enthusiasm. All right, let's do this. Secret number 1, low-hanging fruit versus generating high income. Low-hanging fruit versus generating high income. Write this down. We've got a lot of secrets. And tonight is not just like one secret. You will see as Sifu goes on, it's a secret. And then within there are multiple steps and there are multiple secrets within just one secret. So it's like secrets within a secret. Example, steps, strategies, structure, framework. You get all of those things. Okay, all of those things. So low-hanging fruit versus generating high income. So first of all, let's talk about the difference between a lone wolf versus teamwork. Lone wolf versus teamwork. In the beginning, within the HTC history, we've always been teaching my students, going out there, here you go, now you have a high income skill. Go out there and make it happen. And what we teach for many, many, many seasons was teaching all my students, you go out there, you go find an influencer or high ticket partner. And I'm going to explain all that, what it means. For now, just write this down. That's the beginner level. And that's what we've been teaching for many, 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 many seasons. And we've had tremendous success. By tremendous success, I mean our students went out there utilizing the skill, added value, closing sales that would not have been closed, producing billions, what's the word? Billions of dollars for influencers, accumulatively. Not millions, billions. With some very well-known, some of the most famous influencers in the world. Now, let's define what is an influencer. An influencer is someone who already has a high-ticket offer or multiple high-ticket offers with a loyal following. Write this down. An influencer is someone who already has a high-ticket offer or multiple high-ticket offers with a loyal following. So I'm going to test you a bit, see if you're paying attention here. So let's say there's someone out there that they are selling multiple products, maybe a dozen products. They are less than $100. With this definition, are they an influencer? No. Now, they could be an influencer in social media sense, just within our community, right? That is not an account. That's not someone, a client that we want to work with. Does that make sense? What if someone who does have a following, let's say they have even hundreds of thousands or even millions of followers on social media, but they contact you and say, hey, I've got this massive following. I've got 1 million people follow me on Instagram, and I've got and hundreds of thousands of people on YouTube, and I think I could offer something there. I think I could offer some kind of product, some kind of program. I don't know what it looks like, but I thought that's what you do. You're high ticket closers. Can you help me out? Is that who you want to take on? No. It's a bit too early. Maybe three months, 6 months later, after they've got the marketing in place, after they've got the funnel in place, they're driving traffic to it, then perhaps, yes. But at the moment, when they approach you or you approach them, the timing is not right. The timing is not right. So we define an influencer as someone who already has a high ticket offer, ideally proven, or multiple high ticket offers with a loyal following. You with me so far? Okay. Now, what makes the high ticket closing model so powerful? So powerful. Because unlike most business models, let's say you want to be a digital marketer. Okay, you want to provide digital marketing service for businesses. That's good. But then, since you're selling that, would the business that you want to work with, would they require you to have certain credentials, credibility, right? Testimonials. So it would require you to have quite a few things in place, maybe even a few years of track record. What have you done? Because that's what business would ask. What have you done? So that model, it's great, but that model doesn't apply to most people who are getting started. Instead, the XTC model, what it's designed to do is you are leveraging, what's the word? Leveraging your high ticket partners, the influencers, reputation, their list, their following, their offers. You're creating money out of thin air. Understand that when it comes to the XTC model, write it down, it's not about you. It is not about you. Almost most business models out there, it is about you. But this is not about you because it's not your product. It's not your program. It is not your service. It's not your reputation. All we do as a high-ticket closer is we are simply the facilitator. What's the word? The facilitator of transaction. We're talking to prospects who have already demonstrated interest, that they are interested in in this particular product to solve this particular problem. And with the facilitators, we get on the phone, we help them overcome some lower self issues, we help them see the vision, we paint the picture in their minds, we dig deep, find the pain, right? And we help them make a decision that they already want to make. That's our job. Who likes that? Who likes to be able to do that and earn a great income at the same time? That's what we do. So it's not about us. So with the HTC model, how many of you have tried other business models in the past, but it didn't work for you? Maybe it's drop shipping, maybe it's e-commerce, right? Maybe it's affiliate marketing. What have you tried that didn't work for you? Maybe it's network marketing. Maybe it's whatever it might be. Maybe it's cryptocurrency. Forex, yes. Because those businesses, they say e-com, nothing wrong with e-com. E-com is fine. But it requires you to buy inventory. It requires you to have the products, the proven products, and then you drive traffic. Like you're doing a lot of things. And it goes back to the wealth triangle. That's good if you want to build a scalable business. But before the scalable business, what do we need? That's right. We need high income skills. We need skill that pays the bills first. Get income coming in. Write this down. Income is king. Almost everybody else talks about don't drink that latte in the morning. Don't drink that Starbucks. Cut back. Invest for the long term. That's fine. You should invest for the long term as a bare minimum plan. But income is king. Every single year, if you're my student, you should set a goal. Every single year, you need to be increasing the amount of income that you make. But yet, that's not how we were taught now, is it? When we're growing up. It's like nice, steady, play safe, don't take risk. How many have heard some of those things from your parents? They're not teaching you to strive for more. And what makes HTC, this business model, so powerful is there's no initial investment. Except investment, you invest in learning your skill set. That's it. You need to buy inventory. There's no overhead. Well, that's not entirely accurate. You do need to invest a few dollars in Zoom. How many of you can handle that? Skype. You do need that. Or your what, a $50 headset. Yeah, that's right. You do. There's a huge amount of investment required to do this. There's no inventory because you're offering a skill set to a business or to an influencer. In exchange of money. There's no fulfillment. There's no customer service. Meaning, after you close a deal, you're not the one that's doing the work. Let's say you are a coach, okay? And you're in coaching. You need to be the one that's driving the appointments. You need to be the ones that are doing the coaching, and you need to be the one that's closing the coaching. There's no credibility needed. Why is there no credibility needed? Tell me. That's right, because it's not about you. It is not about you. So if let's say you're closing for Sifu, and you're talking to someone who's interested in HTC, do you think the prospect, the potential student, would ask you, well, tell me, how long have you been in business? Tell me a little bit about if you have a degree. Because I can't let you close me if you don't have the degree. Right? In fact, tell me about your age. Because I can't really buy from you because if you're not over 30 years old, I can't let you close me, man. They don't care. These objections don't come up because it's not about you. It's not about your credibility. It's about who you're closing for. There's no need for you to create a product or service. And there's no limit to how much you can earn. And I'll demonstrate why. This is not about that. This is not the like a lot of opportunities, which I don't you see. I never refer HTC as an opportunity. It's a skill set. I'm training you. I'm giving you. I'm transferring a skill set to you that you could use for the rest of your life. And it's a skill set. The more you use, the better you get. And the better you get, the more return you get. The more money, the higher income. The more income that you can earn. Does that make sense? It's unlimited. It's unlimited. The proof is unlimited because from closing back in the days, a few $100 deal where seafood came from to thousands of dollars to tens of thousands of dollars to hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars. That's the same skill. I am more skilled today, of course, but it is the same skill set, just like a karate instructor, a karate master, starting as it's still karate, but starting as a white belt, right? And then eventually moving up to a black belt. Same thing in martial art. It's the same idea. So let's talk about low-hanging fruit. The fastest way to money is to sell your own products and services. Like I said, it doesn't matter what category you fall into, but for those, if you're my student and you have a business, the fastest way for you to make money, to put your high income skill to use, is to sell your own products and services. Doesn't mean that's all you do, but I'm just saying as the fastest step. Doesn't matter what you do, even temporarily, even though you don't see yourself doing what you're doing now for the long term, that's okay. You can still utilize the skill that you're learning to earn more now. Take the money, that's okay. Put the money in your pocket first. Even you're in transition. You could use HTC to get promoted. Can you use HTC to get promoted? Even maybe you don't like the job, but can you use HTC to get promoted? Yes or no? Could you use HTC to communicate better with your coworkers so you could lead better, to present better, to articulate your ideas better? If you're selling anything at all, could you use HTC to get more clients or get the same amount of clients, but now you charge more money? So do not, write this down, do not think, oh, if I'm not closing for an influencer, then I'm not using HTC. If that's what you're thinking, you're not getting it yet. You do not have to close for an influencer in order to use HTC. If you're improving your communication, your relationship with your kids, tell me, are you using HTC? Yeah. If you are now suddenly communicating better with your spouse, so you have less conflict and you have, now you understand him, you understand her better. Are you using HTC? So it is a way of life. Do not, because I do see students where they misunderstood. Oh, see, if I'm not closing an influencer, I'm not using HTC. Then you don't understand what HTC is. because that's not what it is. I'm teaching you a skill set, but really I'm teaching you. It's a way of thinking, it's a way of life. If you truly understand what I'm teaching you, it's not a sales skill, it's a life skill. And life, the beautiful thing about life skill is it applies in all areas of life. It just happens to be that we utilize some of these techniques to close for premium products and services. But really, it is a life skill. And it's the only way you'll see why you hear the success stories that we have within the community, why most stories are actually not just about earning more. That's a given. But you hear some of the most profound and heartwarming stories because of that. Because if it is only purely a sales skill, guess what? All you would hear is sales success story, right? But is that the only story that you see within HTC? That, oh, I use this ABC technique and I close more. You know, it's okay. But that's not what it is. That's not what it's about. So the question is not what can I sell? How many of you, be honest, you're a little bit worried? For those who don't have products and services, you're not closing for yourself, right? You're not starting off with the low-hanging fruit. You're just starting from scratch. Oh, Steve, what can I sell? I don't know. What can I sell, right? Is that coming from your lower self or is that coming from your higher self? Is it coming from lower self or higher self? So let's reframe that. It's not, what can I sell? What can't you sell? Say with me. What can't you sell? Get a pen. Write this down. Here we go. Roller coaster. You can sell coaching programs. You can sell real estate. You can sell mortgage. You can sell insurance. Every single thing I've mentioned, by the way, we have my closers, my students, very successful selling as we speak right now. Back of the room meeting and a seminar, back of the room sales, online courses, certification program, licensing program, fitness program, membership program, construction project, interior design, custom home, right? Solar panels. One of my strong students, Joe, a different Joe, selling solar panels. Desmond, how much is Joe making right now?
Yeah, he sells roofs and solar panels. Averages around about 250,000 to 300,000 in commissions. Well over $1 million in sales.
I guess there's some money in that, huh?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit, huh? Timeshare, software, done for you services, copywriting services, digital marketing services, Facebook advertising services, website design services, funnel building services, lead generation services, PR service, branding service. We're not done. Nonprofit. Could you close for nonprofit? Could you get so good and you're now making so much money? So then even when you're closing for nonprofit, something that you believe in, you're saying to them, you know what? I don't even need to charge you. I don't want a commission for you. I don't want a commission from you. I just want to help you close so we could raise more money, so we could help more people. Imagine you could do that. You could utilize your skill that way. What about joint venture brokering? Oh, how does that work, Sifu? Maybe I should do another course on that. It's way beyond the conversation we have. You take a business A, you take a business B. Let's say business A has a product. Business B has the audience. They have the customers. What you do is you put the two together. Simply close, being a matchmaker for two businesses. and you get paid a commission for putting the deals together. In fact, Desmond, that's what your wife does.
Yeah, pretty much.
Actually, explain a little bit what Sue does, because I think that's valuable.
So she started off with the food industry, right? The restaurants, and then after that, they went into manufacturing their own food. Over the years, I introduced her to some government officials. Then she started to obviously to come and live with us over here. She couldn't do, the work in Japan, so then she started to broker the deals. So the government introduced, say, manufacturers, very large protein shake manufacturers, health food manufacturers, some of the largest in North America. And of course, they want to enter into the Japanese market or Korean market. You got Olympics that's happening. So recently, she just closed two very big deals in which she helps these manufacturers to tie up with the local manufacturers in Japan to manufacture the protein shakes, the bottles, the printing, the labeling, everything to fit the Japanese market for the Olympics.
So can you see you could use it at a kindergarten level. You can use it at negotiating, being a joint venture broker for major companies, major companies. You can even negotiate for countries, as far as I'm concerned, which is what Danny Lean does. So you're only limited by your imagination. The problem is most of us, we were taught since childhood to play small. How many of you have been taught playing small your whole life? Play small. And you think, closing a $2, $3, $5, $6, $10,000 deal, that's a high ticket, that's a big fucking deal. It's not a big fucking deal. That's where we are starting you. That's what we're starting you. Like it's like teaching you A, B, C, D, E. Yeah, that's where we start. That's not where you end up. Investments, stocks, raising capital. There are closers out there. They get a percentage. Let's say a company needs money. They go out there and they would pitch on behalf of the company who needs money to venture capital, to private equity. And if they could raise 2, 3, 5, 10, 20, $30 million, they get 1 or 2% of that for pitching. Not their product, not their company. Yacht. I wonder how many of those you need to sell. Private jet. We have students. You can see sell closes for private jets company using HTC. Literally, they're closing for private jet. Antiques. Selling to the affluent. Jewelry. Clothing. Business brokering. More fancy term, merger and acquisition. Yeah, brokering business. Business want to sell, you help them sell, you get a cut. Even partnerships. You could close as partnership. You get so good with the high income skills, people want to make you a partner because you could produce revenue. You are the rainmaker. So let me ask you the question again. Is the question, what can I sell? I don't know. What can you sell? And this is a small list. There's so I can feel the slides with so many different categories and so many industries. My recommendation is pick one. So just pick one. Just whatever resonates with you, just pick one. So can you see when Sifu says that the XTC, this is a blue ocean? I don't mean a small little fucking lake. I mean a fucking blue ocean. Like an ocean so big and so wide, you don't see an end. So the question is, so do you have to worry about, If seafood trains too many closers, oh, well, we have too much competition. Will we have to compete with our brothers and sisters?
And Sifu, maybe also explain, I think some people may not understand the terminology of blue ocean or red ocean. Um, do you guys know, like, is there anyone that does not know the meaning of the word blue ocean, red
Explain
ocean?
it. I think it's good to explain it. Go ahead.
And I think it just comes down to a simple analogy. Think of a red ocean, you got a lot of sharks, right? When you have blood in the water, there's a lot of sharks. Everyone's fighting, right? For this a small piece of fish that's in the water, and all the sharks all fighting for it. So a lot of competition. But blue ocean, it's wide open. There's a lot of abundance, so just think of it from that simple analogy.
It's a huge market with very little competition. Not in my lifetime. Seafood would not be able to train enough students and closers to handle not even a fraction of the demand. Not in my lifetime. Forget it. It's huge. It is huge. And think about all these different types of products and services and categories and industries. So let me ask you this question. Any of these categories, do you think there are a lot of well-trained, sophisticated, educated closers in these industries? Or do you think these industries are full of green monsters? Think about your day-to-day life. Think about the salespeople you encounter. Your entire life, how many of them you would consider HTC quality good? Just think about it. Maybe a shopping mall, right? Maybe in a computer store. Maybe when you buy the car. Just think about all the encounter that you have. How many of them are good? Forget like this good. I'm talking about just like okay. Can you see the potential? Can you see the unfair advantage that Seafood's given you when you go out there? You don't need to be that good. You don't need to be that. You could get 3-5% of what I have. You will never have to worry about money again. That's my promise. Money would not be a concern anymore. You would outclose everybody else. Because everybody else sucks. It's not hard. Like, you don't need to be a 10. You could be a 3. They're all -5. They're -8. Like, you could be reasonably bad. You could be a 2. You still outclose them. You could stutter. You could be asking not 100% the right questions. You set the agenda wrong. You forgot to qualify one of the needs. It still works. It still works. Isn't that the good news? You don't need to get all perfect and from beginning of the call to the end of the call, it has to be like precise and 100% no mistakes. And no, you can fuck up a lot and you would still be surprised at the end. You get the sale like, okay, you sure? You're like, you don't believe it, but
See,
you're like, okay.
that was my first close, Sifu. Funny. It was so funny. I remember that on that call, I was reading off a sales script that the influencer gave me. And at the end, the prospect said, you know what, let's do it. And I was still reading off the script. I was still asking her like a bunch of questions. And I was like, wait, sorry. What do you think? She said, well, stop talking. Let's do it. I'm like, really? Yeah, it was the funniest thing ever.
That's right. So did I just close the sale? Yes, you did. Yes, it did. It can't be that simple. I didn't talk that much. I asked some questions and I shut the hell up and they say, let's do it. What kind of voodoo magic is this? It is voodoo magic when it comes to communication. You don't even know what happened. The prospect doesn't know what happened. You are not even, as a closer, you don't even know what happened. But the deal is closed. Now, it doesn't mean we don't try to get better. We don't strive to be a better closer and learn more skills. Of course, what Sifu is saying is you do not need to be that good to make a great income, because the people you're competing with, they're just very, 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 very bad. They're just very, very bad. So no competition. It's great. It is a blue ocean. Example. I'll give an example. If today, Sifu is not teaching, not doing what I do, I go out there, I could pick any of these categories, any one of them. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm with my high income skill and high tech closing skill. I could go out there. Within, if it's a company, if it's industry, with the company, if it's a company, within 1 year, I'll be the number one person. How many of you would have no doubt Sifu would be the number one closer for that company within 1 year? And how many of you would have no doubt within 3 years, I would be the number one closer in the whole fucking industry? Doesn't matter. Insurance, mortgage, stocks. I'll be the number one earner. So is it because of my name? Take out my name. Not using my name, not using my fame, I'm not using any of those things. Influence, I'm simply talking about skill. And isn't that what financial confidence really is? That you could go anywhere, go into any industry, close anything, and you know you will be the top person and you will be able to generate money. Isn't that what high income skills are all about? Isn't that true confidence? I don't need anything. Give me a phone. Just give me a phone. I don't need anything. As long as my lips can move, you can hear my voice, I can make money. I don't need anything else. Flapping my lips. I don't need anything at all. So this skill doesn't matter what happens with the economy and it's a depression, it's a recession, or in fact, do you think as a closer, do you think your skill is more valuable when the economy is booming, or do you think our skill is more valuable when there's a recession? Do you think companies need more sales when times is good or when times is bad, when time is tough? Which one? Which one were more valuable? Do you think they're willing to pay more when the time is tough? Do you think they're willing to pay a higher percentage when time is tough because they need sales and they need sales desperately? So as you watch news, and instead of like most people, the poor and the middle class, all terrified about recession, all terrified about, oh, what happens to the stock market, all this stuff. If you truly have a high income skill, you're high tech closer, you're like, this is fucking awesome. This is great. This is awesome. You hope there's a crash. You hope there's a downturn. You hope like something like locally good, because are we just closing locally? Hello? Or are we serving a global market? If you're closing locally, what Sifu's recommendation is you do both. Let's say you're a real estate agent. You're my student. You're applying this to your real estate business. They're selling properties. Cool. You have a license, that is cool. But be prepared. So you do both. Maybe 80% of your time closing your real estate deals, that's cool. 20% of your time closing for somebody else. Listen to me, this is critical. I'm giving you something very valuable. Why? Because if there's something happens to your local market, suddenly the real estate market is not so hot anymore locally, then you are well prepared. Now you can transition to, okay, I'll spend 80% of my time closing for other people, and then 20% of the time for my real estate business, because when the market is slow, it doesn't matter what you do, the market is slow. So you can, instead of surviving, and for some people, they're actually dying in terms of business, you're thriving. Does that make sense? Always serve a global market. This is why I serve a global market. This is why I have students from over the world. My business is all global. I don't want to serve a local market because it doesn't matter what country, ups and downs. So I know, okay, if this country, the economy is shrinking, well, it doesn't really affect me because I just sell to other countries. I'm selling to all the countries anyway. That's being smart. That's another way you will look at financial confidence. Selling to a blue ocean, serving a blue ocean, global market, not a local market. Makes sense? So Sifu wants you to be protected. Protect your family. Don't, even times are good locally, that's good. But don't devote 100% of your time. Think of this as like an insurance policy. Because then if you devote 100% of your time to a local market, when things change, now you want to switch, it takes time to ramp up. Does that make sense? Better, you're doing 20%, even though you don't need the money, you're doing very well locally, you don't need the money, that's cool. But 20% of the time, closing for someone else. So then when something happens, and it will happen, you can make the switch very quickly. All you need to do is just allocate more time. Nothing changes. Before it's 80-20, now it's 40-60, it's 50-50. You can do that in a week. But if you're doing 100% local, 0 global, when you need to switch, it takes you a few months and you will panic. And you get desperate. Does that make sense? Because I really want you to get this. Yeah, you got it? Okay, good. So beginner level, you find an influencer, you close for high ticket partner. For advanced level, then you find a business owners and work as a team. As a what? As a team. Okay, as a team. Secret number 2. You want to maintain a high ticket closer posture. Write this down. You want to maintain a high ticket closer posture. Now it has to do with wearing the cape. When I say a high ticket closer posture, does that mean you are cocky? Does that mean you are arrogant? Does that mean you know it all? Does that mean you put down people? No. No. Just confident. Just confident, because I do see this. New graduates now know a thing or two. Learn a thing or two. Gets cocky. Gets cocky. Talking to business owners like they're fucking idiots. Like they don't know what the hell they're doing. And maybe they don't know what the hell they're doing. But you can't talk to them like that. Because at the end of the day, we're providing a skill set to add value to the business. We get paid as a result of that. So ego is not your amigo. Ego, say it with me, ego is not my amigo. Nothing kills your HTC career faster than having a big ego. Nothing. Nothing kills your progress faster than having a big ego. So we're talking about confidence. We're talking about being firm. Now, at the same time, does that mean we're being a pushback? Does that mean people can roll us over? Does that mean that we'll be a little bitch? No. It's the fine line. It's the fine line. And I'm going to teach you on that. All right. You need to find that balance. Yin and yang. One extreme, no good. The other extreme, not good either. Not good either. So you talk to your potential influencer or business owner with more business acumen than you do to a prospect. I'll say this one more time. When you are talking to when you're closing, that's good. When you're talking to a business owner, sometimes you're talking to a CEO for some. You need more business acumen. And for some, my new young students, you got no fucking business acumen. Zero. Negative. And the business owner knows the minute you open your mouth. Because you sound like what the fuck. And the business owner knows. Okay? And please, that's not the moment you brought up Sifu's name. You're embarrassing me. Okay? That's not the time you do that. That's called bad leverage. Okay? Not the time you brought up my name, please. If you're gonna bring up Sifu's name, represent the brand well. Represent the community well. It's not just, oh yeah, I'm trained by Dan Locke. So fucking what?
Oh yeah, and Steve, I see a lot of people laughing in the comments. Trust me, this is very real. We cover this a little bit more later on, but we get messages, emails almost daily, once a day. I mean, it's softened up a bit now, but some of the previous seasons, a lot of the members, every season we teach it, and someone or a bunch of you, a handful of you, will always ruin it for the rest of the members. You show up late to calls. You say very colloquial slang like things on a business acumen call, and it just doesn't reflect very well. And then you claim that, oh yeah, I'm trained, I graduated from HTC, I'm one of Dan Locke's closers, and you don't show up for the calls on time, you don't take the calls, you miss things. So please don't do that.
And we'll take this very, very seriously, because then it's our reputation.
And then, Sifu, we've always said as well too. I mean, if you notice another brother or sister doing something that's out of business acumen, have a talk with them. Don't lecture them. You're not their coach. Don't lecture them, but just speak to them as a family member. Point it out to them. Let them know. Give them a chance to change. And if you notice that they continue with a pattern, you can always, if the screenshots or something like that, you can always submit that in. It's not that you're a tattletale or you're a whistleblower, but you're protecting the community. You're letting the support team members know, and community members will reach out to that member and maybe give them some coaching.
And keep in mind that right now, because it's very easy to overlook and underestimate. And some of you may not be doing that, but for most, that you are in a course and Sifu is teaching you. And it's because it's through the power of technology. For most, you actually don't have an idea how big we are. Like the concept, because it feels like, oh yeah, I know it's a big community. Well, it's not just a big community; it's big. When we have students in over 151 countries, right? When we now have thousands and thousands and thousands of students that I've trained. Like when you come to Closers in Black, you'll see, it gives you an idea how big we are. We are big, right? And by the way, when we are big, we also get attacked because people like to attack whoever is the tallest. You will have people who are what I call predators that they would talk. I have people, you don't know this. Can I just share like a little bit with you? Just so you can protect yourself. Do you know Seafood has almost on a day-to-day basis on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram, people setting up fake account under my name to spam people? We have to shut that down. I have a whole division just to shut that down every day. So people would set up a Twitter under my name and then telling people to buy a certain stock. People would spam, like set up Instagram and then DM people and say, I'm Dan Lok, pretend to be me using my photo, and then try to sell people shit. And that's the price of fame. This is not like once in a blue moon. I'm talking about every day. Because you think about it, when our brand reaches, and it's not just Seafood's brand, it's our brand. My brand is your brand. We reach tens of millions of people on a monthly basis. A good month, 80, slow month, maybe 50, 60 million people on a monthly basis. That's a lot of people. That's like a country. I run XTC more like a country than a course. Like it's big. It's just a lot of people, right? And then you have people who specifically they would take advantage of HTC graduates. So by the time you graduate, you will have someone who might contact you on LinkedIn or contact you on social media and say, hey, I know you just graduate. I'm an influencer, or I've got a deal, or I've got whatever. And they try to bait and, how many know bait and switch? And then they try to sell you this shit. Has nothing to do with you just because Sifu's name is so big. Just by association, you become a target. Because they know my students are good. I have some of the best students in the world. How many would agree? I have some of the best students in the world, right? And they know, right? And then they would say, oh, yeah, XCC is not that good. You should come over here and join my whatever sales fucking program, whatever shit, right? You get a taste of what I experience on a day-to-day basis. That's what happens. Like, we are so big that we have people just want the little bit of the breadcrumbs left over through my fingers. Like, or copycat or wannabe, right? And some, unfortunately, I do have some graduates where it's actually done into, like, they're the traders within the community, that people that are trained. Again, these problems come with success. Success comes with these problems. So Sifu wants to give you like a little heads up. Okay, and when you get these type of messages, just forward to support. Let us know. We'll shut them down. Just ignore them.
Yeah, take a screenshot, grab any link that they might send with you as well. Screenshot that it shows the name of the person.
Oh, by the way, another thing, and just because you HTC, you also sometimes you will get outside of HTC, we will probably have 5 to 10 times more people who pretend to be HTC. Actually, they've never been to HTC at all.
Yeah.
I have hundreds of thousands of people out there pretending to be HTC.
Yep.
They say, oh, I'm trained by Dan, I'm this and that. I don't know them. They've never been through the program. They're not even in the program.
We check the database. We
A
don't
lot. They just put a HTC logo on the Facebook and all that and say, this is what's ruining for a lot of our community, because people know the value of my name. And then what? It comes back to me and bite me in the ass. Because people, then I get a call from the influencer. Hey, Dan, I'm using one of your closers, and he said he's trained by you, but he's not that good. I said, really? Let me look into it. What's his name? I type, that's not my student. He said, what do you mean? He said he's trained by you. Yeah, he's got your logo. It's not my student. Can you see that's sometimes the power of the internet, that anyone can pretend to be anything, right? Anyone can say anything about anybody. There's no consequences. But that's the era that we live in right now. So use your common sense, right? Use your intelligence. And I believe you're smart enough. How many of us are smart enough to recognize, you know what? They're a little bit fishy here. They're kind of pretending to be. We have people who pretend to be XTC and then try to connect with you, XTC, we XTC students, and try to role play. They say, well, because they don't have access to Discord. So they say, well, can I just role play with you? They want to extract information from you. They want to extract the knowledge from you. And they say, oh, yeah, I just want to role play. And then you're like, out of the pearl, out of the goodness. And you're like, oh, yeah, that seems nice. I want to role play. You don't know. They're fucking pretenders. Fakers. Yeah, it's pretty much trust no one outside the family. That's my recommendation. If they say this, and that, you go on the Facebook, you can't search the name. Chances are, most of the time, it's fake. It is that crazy. Like Sifu wants you to know, this is not a small thing. We are a global community. You understand? You're part of a global movement. This is not a small little class. This is major. We are major. So give you a sense, especially for those you've never experienced anything like this. I'm teaching. You can see I'm teaching you a lesson. So don't be careful. Be careful. Right? There are people, the bad people out there. We have a whole list. That's right. Thank you. We have a whole list of people that watch lists. That we need to create a watch list. The people you need to be careful and stay away from. So question is, can people count on you to protect the family? Can people count on you to protect the brand? Can people count on you to protect each other and protect yourself? So when you see some of these suspicious activities, most of the time ignore it. If there's something you want to report or support. Just be careful. Because when we get so big, personally, even my team, we can't monitor everybody. And that's not what I want to do. We can't monitor everybody. I want to spend my time helping you grow and become a better version of yourself. I want to put a fence around our family. But if you see like, oh, there's someone trying to get in the fence, let us know. Let us know. Just be careful. We've seen it. Like I've seen it enough. And it hurts me, especially if they're my students. Someone that I trained. Someone who I changed their lives. And it's happened so many times already that they stab my back. Like I have the most heartfelt email from that same person. And that's the person that stabbed my back. That's the person who spread rumors about me. That's the person who tried to take advantage of our community. Sometimes people are funny. And sometimes money does change people. It does. When that person's struggling and I help that person out, it's one thing, but once he starts making some money, gets into his head. But that doesn't, for most people, it might discourage some. And Sifu is human too. I can tell you there are moments. There are moments that I thought about, oh, fuck it. I don't want to teach anymore. Yeah, there are those moments where like, why the fuck? Why do I get so much hate? What have I done? Right? I'm better off. I just mind my own business. I don't have to teach. But then I look at my students, the good ones, you, the fans on social media, the good ones, the 95% that are good, their appreciation, their respect, just their support. So I'm like, should we let the few bad apples bother me, even if it happens again and again, or should I focus on the bigger mission, the bigger cause? Then in some way, then I would be very selfish if I just care about my own personal feeling and not focusing on the mission. Does that make sense? So why would I not live my purpose because I feel bad about because of this and that? I'm like, no, you know what? Fuck those guys. I'll kill them with success. Right? Like why? Like I love what I do. Why do I let that bother me? But it's human. I see it's human too. Right? So it did bother me. But I thought about it. No. I'm just going to kill them with success. And you know, whatever they say, I'm going to deliver more value than ever. I'm going to help more people than ever. I'm just going to create so many success stories that eventually there's nothing they can say. So you never act and talk and behave like a typical slimy salesperson, especially when you are talking to an entrepreneur, talking to a business owner. Okay. Remember this graph? Ooh, how many of you are watching this at night? Ouch. Wow. Right? Okay. Don't want to be like that. You do not want to be like this when you are closing. Okay. Don't be desperate. Because I do see sometimes where you're closing a certain way, but when you're talking to an influencer, when you're talking to an entrepreneur, suddenly, because that's the account that you'll be closing for, how many of you would get a little bit nervous? Because this is not just a sale, this is getting the account so you could get a lot of sales. So there's a lot on the line, right? So always remember that you are the rainmaker. Who are you? You are the rainmaker. We make it rain. They need us more than we need them. So when you're talking to them, I want you to be a doctor. That's where the business acumen comes in. And you develop that over time. So we're the rainmaker. So I want you to imagine when you're talking to an entrepreneur, paint this picture in your mind. You go up to them and you are bringing them a suitcase of cash that they would not have made if it wasn't for you. So if your goal is to make $10,000 a month, you're gonna, let's say, help them generate $100,000 in additional revenue they would not have had. So you're bringing them so you work with them for a year. Imagine you showed up and you're bringing them a suitcase of money, $1.2 million a year, cash in a suitcase. When you work with them, and if you're good, that's what you're bringing to the table. 1.2 million bucks. In exchange, all you want is a little bit something in exchange when you produce the results. Little 10%, hypothetically. Let's say 10%. So you see how you're not begging? You're not saying, "Oh, please hire me." This is what see, like so many amateurs. Oh, please hire me. Like, no. Like, would if you're bringing a 1.2 million bucks to somebody, would you be begging them? Hello? Would you be like all needy and desperate? No, that's the frame. Now, not cocky. You're simply saying, you're stating a fact. This is what I got. This is what I can do. You want it? Good. You don't want it? That's fine. My time is a limited resource. I only close one or two people for one or two people. That's it. Probably one. If it's not you, it's somebody else. That is the positioning you need to have. You understand? So you'll see, I'll teach you in just about probably 30, 40 minutes or so. You interview them as much as they interview you. You interview them, write it down, as much as they interview you. And then you talk to them like, and here's the thing, not only you bring the cash, you're saying, if it doesn't work, it's not on you, it's on me. Not your fault. Only pay me when it works. Because we as a high-tech closers, we get paid based on results. I'm not asking you to take one tiny bit of risk, try me out. If it doesn't work, you are still at a loss. No, if I don't make you money, I don't fucking make money. Hello? It is my best interest to help you to generate as much money as possible because I get paid based on commissions. And I want my commissions. Don't you want your commissions? How many want to get paid? Yeah, we all want to get paid. So like, it's like, hey, I don't want to waste my time. If you're not serious, you're not ready, then you're not ready. Then you move on. Next. Crazy. So do you see the value that you have? And you got to keep sharpening that axe, the value that you have. Don't underestimate your own value. Write this down. I don't underestimate my own value. Write this in your notebook. I don't underestimate my own value. People around you don't believe your value. Your parents don't believe in your value. Your friends don't believe in your value. That's why they ask you to work for the minimum wage job. How many had your parents told you? Just go get the minimum wage job. It's good enough for now. Something. Go make that 12, 13, 14, 15, whatever the fuck it is. They don't believe in your value. See who believes in your value. Don't underestimate your own value. Value yourself. Value your time. Value your skill. You don't value yourself, no one will value you. I want you to have a higher standard for yourself that it is not okay to make the minimum wage. It's not okay to make that 10, 12, 13 bucks an hour. It's an insult. You're capable of more. You deserve more. It's not okay. It's not okay. And definitely not okay if you're my student. So you won't hear that from me at all. I'm not going to tell you, oh, it's okay. No, it's not fucking okay. What the fuck is wrong with you? Wake up. What is wrong? Something is wrong. Hone your skill. You deserve more. Boom.
$19,679 collected revenue in September for an influencer. I was trying to figure out what did I change in my closing calls. These are the three things that I realized. Consistency with follow-up. I'm talking real consistency. Patience, caring about prospects, which probably affected my tonality and energy that they feel.
Does this look very complicated to you? Does this seem like a very complicated formula to generate that $19,679? But Sifu, it can't be that simple. It cannot be that simple. This is why we are so fucked up. The education system taught us. How many of you recognize the education system, or I call that the miseducational system, make things way more complicated than it needs to be? Like some very simple thing. Why do they need to make it so complicated? Why a simple thing they need to take 3 months, 6 months to teach us something very, very simple? Why can't they just shorten all these materials and narrow that down and boil down to the essentials and give it to us? Well, because they can't sell the 4 years for that. If they do that, they can't sell for that much money. The university needs the complexity to sell for that kind of money. Because then how are they going to get you into student loan and student debt? Because then you go, oh, this is pretty simple. I can get this in a month. Oh, fuck, how are they going to charge you the hundreds of thousands of dollars? Oh, it takes you 4 years. You want an MBA 6 years. Oh, 6 years. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, see, 6 years, 40,000 a year. That's 100, 120, 150, 160K for 4 years. Oh, that's okay. That makes sense. Oh, you can't afford it? No worry. You can pay us back. We'll finance, right? Then you spend the fucking 10 years paying this shit off. How many of you have graduated for some time now? You're still trying to pay off that fucking student loan. Put in the chat. How many years you've been trying to pay that shit off? Give Steve a year. You graduated.
6 years.
6 years.
36.
8 years.
8 years, yeah.
6 years.
20 years. Ouch.
20 years. 5 years. So you wasted 4, 5, 6 years in a university learning this shit. Then it takes you 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years to pay off that shit. By the way, before you paid it off, here's my question. During that time, are you getting a return, a positive return, ROI, return on investment from that little piece of paper? So there you go.
Lots of nopes, a lot of no's.
There you go. Even the ones who are using it, let's say your doctor, your engineer, your accountant, you actually need that certificate. And I was to sit down with most of my students, they still say, not a very good investment, because even though they're using it in their profession in order to get that job, it still took them years. I mean, years to pay it off. Years. So it is in their best interest to make it complicated. It is not their best interest to make it simple. Can you imagine all the university or the college, whatever course you want to take, whatever you want to major, and they tell you, okay, you want to do this? Yeah, it only takes 3 months. All the courses, not 4 years, 3 months, they will all go bankrupt. There's not enough money in there. There's no business. The lifetime value of that student is too low if it's 3 months. So they make sure, let's give them a 4-year thing. Give them a lot to do. Give them lots of assignments in 4 years, which 99% they'll never use. But now we have a high ticket thing that we could sell. Don't be so impressed with the whole university thing, please. It is 100% for profit organization. It is a multi-billion dollar industry. Why do you think the campus is so beautiful? Why do you think all those grass is all mowed lawn so nicely? Why do you think they give you the gym? It's a business. It's a good business. Damn, it's a good business. It's like, think about it. And they did such a good job of brainwashing the masses. It's unbelievable. It truly is. They did such a good job that people don't question the authenticity and even the rationality of university. Some people now, more people are kind of being aware, but for so many years, tiny percentage are more aware. Most people are they're still in the fucking matrix. Because okay, can I do a pitch? You want to see what do a pitch? I'm gonna do a pitch right now. Okay, so here's the university pitch. Okay, here's the pitch. It's awesome. I am university. Why don't you come to me and spend, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I'm gonna teach you stuff that you won't use for the rest of your life, subject that you don't even like, but with no guarantee of a job at all or in any industry, and no guarantee of happiness or success. And if you don't have the money, you can get into debt. So then I am actually loaning you the money, kind of like a loan shark, but you would study all these courses that's really boring, very useless, no meaning, not practical, can't use this shit at all, but your family and friends will think highly of you when you get this fucking piece of paper in 4 years or 6 years. And this is perfectly normal. That's the way to go. That's how it should be. Now, let's talk about HTC. Take a 7-week course once a week, some assignments in between. By the end of 7 weeks, you'll have a skill. You could go out there and make money and get a return. If you're good, you can get that return even during the course or right after course within a few months. For only a few $1,000, $10,000. Oh, that's a scam. It is a total scam. It sounds too good to be true, you know. That's how society thinks. That's how society thinks. Shorter course, more practical, more result. I would fucking bet my fucking life on it. I would go toe to toe, head like eyes to eyes, compare the students who graduate from university, their success rate compared to my students who graduate from my landlord university. Let's compare the success rate. Mine is not 100%. It's not even 80%, but god damn, I'm sure it's higher than university. I would take on that challenge any day of the week. So my DLU, I think, is pretty good. How many would agree? Landlord University, that's pretty good. That's but that's the world that we live in, unfortunately. Social conditioning, social norm. But people are waking up. People are paying attention. They are getting smarter. Because after enough years of this, like, fuck, right? It didn't work for my parents, even though they said that's what I should do. But now looking at me, I'm like, maybe that wouldn't work for me. Definitely, I don't want to recommend it to my son or daughter. Right? It is crazy. It is crazy. But again, university, but you need to have your degree. I don't have a degree. Or you're not supposed to be a teacher if you don't have a degree, you know? You're not supposed to be an educator if you don't have an MBA, you know? I don't have a degree. I don't have a diploma. No MBA. No PhD. I'm just a teacher. Teacher of skill, teacher of life, that's it. No academic credentials. None. But I've used what I'm teaching quite successfully in my own life. That's it. That's it. I'm not comparing with other professors. I'm sure some of them are very, very smart. Some of them are have very valuable things to say. And I know some of them. Just it's different. I teach what I want to learn, how I want to learn. Make it fun, make it interesting. Who says education has to be boring? Why does education have to be boring? Why can't we make it fun? Why can't we make it interesting? Right? If I don't make it interesting, how am I going to hold my students' attention for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours? How many of you can't even focus back in university day for like half an hour, dozing off, right? Like, why do we have to make it so boring for students? Why do we make it so boring for people? Why can't we have fun, joke around, and enjoy the process and practice what we learn? And yes, so from time to time, Sifu uses profanity, but who the fuck cares? Who says an educator can't use profanity? What has that to do with my content? What has that to do with anything? Does that mean I don't use profanity, that I'm a phenomenal teacher? Does that mean I use profanity, then I'm less of a teacher? No, right? So we're gonna do a role play with let's say have Desmond be doing what he does, because now this is the moment you want to pay very close attention. This is gonna be so good. Okay. So what if we could have Desmond do role play of what he does on a day-to-day basis, how he actually closes business account and influencer? Would that be valuable to you? These are insider secrets. These are not just closing a product. This is actually closing for a business account. Do you think there will be distinctions? Do you think it will be valuable for you? Seeing that business acumen in action. Now, again, warning, by listening to this, you would know, you would know, you will recognize there's a gap. Okay, it's a pretty big gap actually. But it's okay. You could go back, we listen to it. I'm not asking you to try to mimic it word for word. I just want to show you what it sounds like. Now, Joe, I want you to be a prospect.
Awesome.
Let's give you a scenario. Let's say you are Desmond. Who do you want the prospect to be?
Joel, if you've got your HubSpot open, you can actually even take a look at Charlie Franklin. If you want to look at Charlie Franklin, that could be one example. But while you're pulling it up, I'll give a verbal as well. So
Yeah.
Charlie Franklin is actually the marketing director working with a pretty well-known influencer.
Okay.
Influencer's name is, just for the sake of protecting his name, I would just call him Sam. Okay, so he's working for Sam. So Sam educates a lot of students, and especially people that want to go overseas, like foreign students that want to get into universities, and he's got different packages. So he's got a $2,000 package, a $1,997 package. He's got a $4,997 package, and they've got a $6,000 package or a $5,800 package. Charlie was trained by a pretty well-known internet marketer that teaches coaches and internet marketers, digital marketers, how to scale their business. And Charlie has actually paired up with Sam, because Sam is more of the influencer who does the courses, kind of like Sifu, is more of the front facing, and Charlie's more of the technical, the back end, the strategy. So they've been able to generate quite a few leads, and they
How
stumbled
much
upon.
revenue they are doing?
They're doing actually about 1.2 million right now.
Okay.
They were averaging about 100,000 a month.
Actually,
And-
don't go into all the detail because I want you to use
Sure.
to get it out of them through the closing call in a way.
Sure.
So Joe, you'll play Charlie, right?
Yeah, I'll type some information for Joel.
I've
So
got
you
the-
And it doesn't have to be all fully accurate because the numbers is a role play, right? It's okay.
I've
So
got
if you
everything
want to create your own scenario, you could. Okay. So this is basically now this. So Charlie wants they're looking for closers. Okay. And then Desmond does what what he'll usually do, what he always does. Okay. So here we go. Go for it. And okay, I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask this season. Okay. Do you guys want to see a glimpse of the role play, or do you want to see the full role play? All right. All right. Okay. Full role play then. Here we go.
All right. So Des, I'm gonna call you as Charlie, okay?
Yes. Yeah, you're
Okay,
gonna be
ring,
Charlie.
ring, ring.
You be Charlie. I'll be Desmond.
Yep. Ring, ring, ring.
Hello, Desmond speaking.
Hey, Desmond. Yes, we have this appointment scheduled for a consult to learn about how your closers can help our business.
That's correct, Charlie. Yeah, it's good. It's good to connect with you, Charlie. How you doing?
Doing great. How about yourself?
I'm doing good, thank you. So, Charlie, I know that our team had connected with you. Apparently, you had stumbled upon our closers.com site. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Very curious to know what you guys do, actually.
Okay, so we'll cover some of that as well. I also noticed that.
Pause for a second. Joe, can you speak just a little bit louder, closer to the mic?
Sure. Is it better?
Yes.
Even
Okay.
louder.
All right. Let me move my mic here. Better?
Good. Yeah, that's good.
Perfect. Okay, let's do it this way.
Yeah. So, Charlie, you also, from what I understand, I mean, you work with like your partner. His name is Sam.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay. And is Sam going to be joining us on the call today, or is it just yourself?
It's just myself for today. He just wants me to come check it out, see what you guys
Got
do.
it. So what do you know of what we've done so far? What do you know about closes.com? Tell me more about that part first, and then I'll help to fill in some of the answers for you. But just by the way, I just want to let you know that whether or not we work together, at the end, if we do, great. If we don't, I'm not emotionally attached as well, right? I'm gonna try to do my best to give you as much value as possible, and I'll even point you in the right direction if we can help you out that way. Does that sound
Okay.
good?
Yeah, that sounds fair.
Okay. And Charlie, by the way, do you have to hard stop at the top of the hour?
Yes, I do actually have another appointment.
Okay, that's good to know. I also have to drop off exactly at the hour, so we'll keep it short. We'll get to the point, and if there's any other extra questions that we need to tackle, then we might have to book a second call. But hopefully, I can get you the information that you need, and we'll see if we can help out each other and see if we can work together. Okay.
Okay. Well, so about closes.com, yeah, I like your guys' tagline, right? Turn your unconverted leads into revenue. I clicked on the button that says hire closers because we are looking for sales reps who are capable and can get good results.
Okay.
So that's kind of what I know. I think you guys, I don't know whether you guys have sales reps or whether you guys help matches to people, but that's what we're looking for.
Understood. Okay. And how many do you have any internal sales people right now? Who's taking your calls right now?
Right now, it's actually just me and Sam.
Okay, got it. Right. So, and how's that going right now? How many calls are you guys getting? How many bookings are you getting per week?
Oh, I mean, we're not doing too bad. We get about between Sam and myself about 20 to 25 calls a week. We close on a good month. We could close maybe about 40 to 50% of those leads in a good month.
Not too bad, right? And so Sam obviously being the influencer, he's the guy that's in the videos that I saw on your website. Obviously he has a very high conversion ratio, right? So 50%. I'm sure we can try to get it higher, but 50% is pretty high, and it's normally for the influencers pretty normal, right?
Yeah, I mean, when people talk to Sam, they're pretty much they just want in, right? Because they feel that trust, right? And then Sam also, I mean, he's great at sales. And he's actually really good at explaining the value to people. So I think he's great, and I've got training myself as well. So it's fun. I enjoy sales, but we don't have the time to do sales all day, just me and him, because we can't grow the business, right? There's no way we can scale with no time.
So let me get this down because I'm writing this down right now. So you mentioned a couple of things about value, and you also mentioned about even though Sam and yourself are good at closing, it's probably more important for you to get your time back. Is that correct?
Yeah, because what we found was, and Desmond, we've been doing this for about 6 months now, right? Just him and I just him
Yeah.
and I doing sales. We realized that, all our different programs, we can't really expand and improve them. So we can't really improve the client satisfaction for what the
Mm,
students are getting because we're spending too much time doing sales calls.
got it. And while we're speaking about the programs right now, do you mind? Obviously I've gone through your website. The copy on it, by the way, is it's amazing. It's good. It looks like you guys have a very sophisticated funnel built in here. And then is that your responsibility? Is that something that you've done, Charlie? I mean, that's what you're the marketing director. Is
Yeah,
that correct?
I'm the marketing director, but I have a team. So
Yeah.
my team puts that in place according to sort of my vision and Sam's vision, and then I'm, like I said, I'm still on those sales calls, but yeah,
Got
but
it.
we have a good team. We have a solid team.
Okay, that's good to know. And so you mentioned about you've got your different courses and products as well too. What's the most common one that's selling right now?
We've got something called the Platinum Program.
Yes,
Basically, just how are you going to get top scores on the SATs?
that's right. Yeah, the UCATs, right?
Yep.
Got it. I see. And even with those scores, how many of those calls that you're taking, how many of those are you actually converting? You said about 40, 50%?
For the Platinum Program, it's a bit lower. I think it's about 20% because we've got like 5 other programs too.
Right.
But
Okay.
the
And
most common one would be the crash course because it's very entry. It's sort of entry level to our, to our company, I suppose, to our
mm,
programs. Yeah.
and then do you have anyone that's following up with the people that buy the crash course or do you have an email sequence? Are you upselling them or reaching out to them?
That's a good question. So we kind of do like marketing campaigns maybe every quarter to try to upsell those students. So we have a team that writes the emails and then pushes it out to students.
I see. Okay. Interesting. So let's just say hypothetically, I'll go through in a few minutes here. I'll even show you some visual slides. I'm a visual person as well too. I think it'll help you to follow along with us. But, you know, even if I can't show you that, let me just paint a picture for you. Let's just say we're able to help you out with some closes. How many closes were you thinking of having? What
I
would it
think
what would it take to help get you and Sam off the phones?
Well, again, I mean, depends on how much they cost. I don't really know how the hiring process works, but I think two, just to replace myself and Sam, two would be good.
Got it. And your Sam and yourself right now, how are you paying yourselves? Are you, I'm
Well, I mean,
assuming as stakeholders of the company, you're not really paying yourself
no,
for
I mean, I guess you could say we're just taking from the profits, right? I mean, we get a
got it.
salary too, but we don't really take commission to that.
Okay.
Is that what you mean? Yeah.
Okay. And have you ever used any other external sales or have you ever hired anyone internally to work for your sales?
You know what about like I said, we started this company about 2 years ago, but during our first year, we did have one guy. He was
Mm,
actually one of our friends from university, right?
mm,
He was sort of the sales guy, and it
yeah.
was great. But then he actually went on to do other things in his
Mm,
life,
yeah.
so we kind of lost a good salesperson. And then after that, it's been sort of just like we've hired some people, some sales reps in between, but they didn't really turn out too well. So
Yeah.
the most reliable is just me and Sam, right? Sam and myself.
Yeah. Yeah. Every time I guess with the other guy left, I mean, what happened? I mean, you guys had to stop doing all your work and then you guys had to take the calls or
Yeah,
you
so
had to
we tried a
train someone.
combination. We tried
Yeah.
so first when he left, we actually prepped for it. So we actually put a couple of job posts on like Indeed, right, or like
Mm,
Monster.com, and then we
mhm,
we 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 found we found another lady actually, and she was good for a while, but then we
mm,
realized she was actually like she was inconsistent. Some days,
mm,
she showed up. Some days she felt like I don't know, like she had an off day or a bad day. Um,
right.
so it basically just ended up being myself taking those calls,
Right.
right? When
Right.
when she was unavailable. So I had to do most of her work anyways.
Wow. And so every time that happens, it also distracts you from doing your work and focusing on actual strategy or the marketing side.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. And because I am the marketing director, I also am responsible for bringing revenue, right?
yes.
So I
So
take
let
I,
me
I feel that need to take those sales calls to convert.
Yeah, but it would be better if you could scale a team, I'm assuming, right? So that you can actually focus more on the strategy and the thinking rather than having to be in the trenches taking the calls, right? It's nice to get the feedback yourself, but I'm sure if you could have a team that would make your life a lot easier, right?
Right. I mean, like what I want to do really, that's when with my own my actual role, right? Is actually I
Mm,
want to plan out. I want to work more with like so we work with ClickFunnels. You know ClickFunnels, right?
that's correct. Yep.
So we've got a ClickFunnels account. Our funnels on ClickFunnels, but I want to actually spend more time learning more, different kinds of funnels, different kind of offers, right? I want to
Mm,
actually have that time to think, to map that out, and to actually execute and implement that,
yep.
because our, like I said, our funnel is okay, our site's okay, but I don't think it's that great. I want to actually improve that. I just don't have time to do so.
Right, right. And if you got your time back, how much time would you need, to do that? What would that mean for the business? What would that
I'm
mean
thinking
for
of
you?
going to, so like Russell Brunson, right?
Yes.
I'm thinking of going to Russell, one of Russell's courses,
Hmm.
to do his mastermind, and I think that's going to take me about 3 months to pick up some new ideas and implement.
Mm. And it's gonna be
But
difficult if you have to be the guy taking the calls as well,
well,
right?
right now I can, right? I've always wanted to join Russell's mastermind. I just don't have to. Like, it just wasn't worth the investment, because I wasn't able to. I didn't have time for that.
Okay, I see. I see. Well, so hypothetically, I mean, if we were able to, I guess, set up a team, one or two closers, what would your expectations be?
To be very frank, I mean, I know, I've heard of, I did some research myself, and I looked at closes.com, and I've heard of Dan Locke and yourself,
Yeah.
right? And I know Dan, I think the media calls him the king of high ticket sales.
Mm.
So I do have an expectation that, if he's the king of high ticket sales, then the sales reps, they should be fairly, I would say, I don't think I think the word good is very subjective, but they should be fairly effective. Let's put it that way, at their work, right? So, if
It's a fair assumption. So maybe for a second here, if you don't mind, with your permission, let me give you a little bit of a breakdown of how the closes.com program came about.
Yep.
And then, it should help you as well understand. And along the way, I'll be asking you some questions as well, right? So,
Okay.
take a look at, and now for those on the role play here, guys, I would be showing a bit of my slide deck. We don't depend on the slide deck, but I use it as a tool or as a prop, right? So
Des, do you have the slide deck?
I do. Do you want me to use it?
You
Yep.
guys
I
wouldn't
can
want to
take.
see the slide deck, would you? You
No,
wouldn't want to see any of that.
they don't want to see proprietary information. They don't
No,
want
no, no. No one would be interested in that at all, right?
All right, so let's do
But
it. And
but don't show the whole thing, because that would take a long time.
yes, I
But
won't show the whole thing.
show bit. So I would pause my share
Yes, I'm
so
gonna take over
that
the screen share.
you could share. Okay.
Yes,
Actually, we have never ever done this before
we have never done it
in
before.
any of the season. Isn't it true? Come on, my
they're
graduates,
they're
previous
lucky.
season.
They're lucky. Wow, this is exciting. It's really exciting.
Yeah.
Okay, you
Unless
guys can see my
you're
screen.
on my team, you've never seen. No, not even on my team. Only if you're in BizDev, then you've
Yes.
seen.
That's correct.
This is pretty proprietary stuff. So here we go.
Okay. So Joel, I'm gonna thumb through some of the. Sorry, Charlie, I'm gonna thumb through some of these the slides here. It'll
Yep,
just
I
help
see your screen.
explain things, right?
Mhm.
And obviously keep it confidential what I'm showing you, right? This is mainly for business owners like yourself, help you to understand the model. You're not dealing with just an outsourced company. You could hire freelance closers out there. I'm sure we've trained over 7,000 plus closers around the world. So very quickly, in case you did not know, our founder, our mentor, the person who taught pretty much all the closers is Dan Locke. And have you seen his social media? Have you seen
Yeah,
some
yeah.
of his ads?
Sam and I actually have followed, because we, like I said, we know, we speak to Russell quite a bit. So Russell speaks highly of Dan.
Yeah, yeah. Dan and
So
Dan and
yeah.
Russell are good friends. That's correct.
Yep.
So just a bit about the back history, right? About 4 or 5 years ago, when Dan engaged in the in mentoring, he started to really expand on his mentoring. One of the things he did was he doubled down on his social media. And I'm speaking to you. I mean, you're a marketing person, so you understand it can be very difficult to grow things organically as well as also with paid traffic, right?
Yep.
So we don't do this to boast, but what I'm trying to say is that he's had a lot of reach, right? So you can see here it went from 10,000 subscribers to 2 million subscribers. And even if you look at the date that we took this is in December, it's a lot more now. Same with the Instagram, same with the Facebook. So there's a lot of reach. He has a lot of influence. And our team, it's all about the team and the ecosystems that Dan builds, right? He doesn't just do this just for his own ego. He's actually building a team. So currently right now, our team, we have about 60 full-time and part-time team members and entrepreneurs. You'll notice that
Okay.
we don't call ourselves employees because all of us were pretty much either business owners or entrepreneurs, and we all channeled our energies, came together under one roof to work with Dan Locke, right? And so that's
Okay.
why we built the team. And at any given time, usually we have around about 120 of our top closers working with our internal team or working on business accounts, and these are the top closers that we've filtered through the process. So when you were asking me just now about the quality of the closers and Dan being a high ticket closer, I want to make sure I manage your expectations correctly. Is that fair with you?
Right. Okay. I did have a question though.
Sure. Go ahead.
You were saying that so you guys have closers? Like is this closers like what do you mean? Like is it within your company or is it so like would we be getting sales reps from your within? Is that
So
what you mean?
that's a good question. I'll get to that slide in just a second. Let me explain. I'll take you through a little bit more of the journey here.
Okay.
So I want you to understand that Dan has multiple companies, right? We've had, from a marketer standpoint, we've had info products that we've trained thousands of closers in high income skills. That's over here, the B2C world, right? We elevate financial confidence globally by equipping individuals with high income skills. So high income skills can include closing, copywriting, speaking on stage, investing, consulting. There's many types of high income skills. The one that you're probably associating right now with are the high income skills of closing. Okay. On the B2B side, we actually help companies to scale their business strategically and sustainably. So everything that we're doing here, hypothetically, if we're going to work together, Charlie, we're going to be working together like partners. We're here to help you scale. We're not here just to do a transaction. I'm not here just to introduce you to a couple of closers. We're going to be diving deep into your business to see how we can actually increase your revenues, strengthen the relationship between the sales team and the marketing team. When you create that synergy, that's marketing together, that's when we create this production line and you're getting the revenues coming in over and over and over again. Does that make sense?
Okay. Okay. Yep.
Okay. So quickly, I'm just going to move through here, a couple more slides here. Ecosystem here, again, this is key for you to understand, right? That's the high ticket closer program that we've got here. We've had the high income copywriter programs. And of course, we've got all the other companies that sit under the Danlock organization, the holdings company. These things feed into the closers.com and the copywriters.com. Now it's written pretty small here. You'll see these 6 capitals, and I'll just quickly slide over to the next slide here. That's these 6 capitals. So you gotta understand, Dan is a disruptor. He's a visionary, and as he builds the company, he always looks at everything through these 6 lenses, right? So the 6 lenses: the social capital, human capital. I'm not gonna go into all the details here, but just think of it as the human capital, right? So we trained
Okay.
over 7,000 closers, and we use that, even though that's a front end program. Closers get, people that come through that, the students come through that, they get benefits. Many of them go out there into the real world, business owners, employees, and they get great results. On the other hand, though, we use that as a filter system to find the very best closers. Those that want to work with us in the closers.com, we help to bring them into the fold. We train them. We put them through a lot of different tests. That's how we filter down to the very best closers. And those are the ones, if we should work together, we will be the ones that will pick from that pool to then select them for your team. Does that make sense?
Okay. So just to understand, you guys have like a sales training program, correct?
That's the
And
high ticket closer program. That's correct.
okay, the high ticket closer program, and you're saying from that pool you pick the best to work with different businesses, correct?
Let me just fast forward here. It seems like you're chomping at a bit just to get to this. Does this visual help you out?
It's what, 7,000?
Let me explain. So
Okay.
we've trained about 7,000 students over the last 2 years.
Mhm.
Now there's going to be attrition. There's going to be all kinds of things, bad apples, people that go off to think that they can compete with us. Some people that just business owners, some people that didn't pay attention, some people that never showed up, maybe shiny ball syndrome. What we've noticed historically is that from the 7,000, 2,000 will actually continue with us in the ongoing program. These are the serious students. These are the ones that actually want to really double down on their skills.
Okay.
In the upper level, right? This is what we call the inner circle. They continue their training. They get training twice a month. They engage and they learn more advanced skills. They have a lot more Discord. There's a lot more test points and touch points for us to be able to see who are the top closers. From that,
Okay.
there's an 80-20 rule. Okay. In general, even from that, we'll filter down that 80-20 rule. So about 500 of them are what we consider closer ready. The rest of them, maybe they're new, maybe they need more practice, maybe they're there for extra additional mentorship, but about 500 of them are really closer ready. These are the ones that are hand raisers. We've tested them out. We can actually vet them and we know that they have the abilities to close. Now, some of them might close in different niches. So, not all of them are going to be able to close for your product. We even narrow down even more. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So
Okay, that
should
makes
we
sense.
work together, should we go together, I will be selecting from this pool of closers here. These are going to be our first go-to. Sometimes we find some individuals down here from time to time, but in general, the ones that have really been with us long enough that we can see and we have the facts and the results, they come from here. Okay?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. So
So
you guys. Mhm.
I'm just going to quickly thumb back here. Again, we talked about the social capitals, these things. These things may not seem important to you. You understand that we've got this pool of closers that we pick from. I want you to take a look at this, right? Do you see the number on the bottom of the screen here? This $34 billion. Seems like a pretty big number, right?
I mean, it is a big number. Yeah,
Yep.
it's
And
very big.
historically, our company has, we trained a lot of closers, and we tried our very best to track every time they registered a sale. In our company, we call it a boom. In our community, when someone gets a sale, they'll chime in and they'll put in the Facebook group, or they'll make a post and they'll say boom, and they'll normally take a screenshot of what they've accomplished. So we'll usually ask them to verify that, to get some proof that they've actually done it, and we've tallied up what they've actually done. And believe it or not, our closers over the last 2 years, 2.5 years, have actually done about $34 billion in revenue.
Okay. So that's what they close for like different businesses, right?
For different businesses. And, I must admit, I mean, some of these are big deals that are done through banks or even national deals. But here's the important part. You're a business owner as well too, right?
Yeah, I
It
see.
was,
Like I
it was
see.
a
Yeah.
double-edged sword. It was a double-edged sword. We didn't actually monetize from that. The closers were doing that, and some of the closers, most of them were doing good things. But we had no control of that. So in 2019, Dan drew a line in the sand. He said, hey, look, you guys are welcome. You go through the course, you're trained, you're welcome to do closing on your own. If you like, you want to apply it to your business, or maybe you like to offer your services on your own. On the other hand, though, there's a core group of us in closes.com where we brought all our services together. We pool our best practices, our intrinsic knowledge, structural capital, technological capital, intellectual capital, and we structured a deal together. So closes.com structures the deal, and we're not a franchise, but the members that are part of this work within that closes.com structure. We help companies with our know-how to scale a lot faster. So the closes there have a higher opportunity and a better chance of actually hitting success. Those are the 500 closes I was showing you there earlier about the closes ready. They are the ones that work there, and we work like a PayPal model. So for every transaction, we take a small percentage off the top. The closers get a good percentage. They're happy. They're scaling. You are making the bigger piece of the pie because you're the business owner. You're having the money that you can then reinvest back into your marketing dollars. So if you can get a good ROAS, if you're getting a good return on investment, return on your ad spend, you can put it back in to channel and get more leads, which then goes to the closers. Does that make sense?
Yep. Okay, that makes
Okay.
sense.
So I'm just going to skip through a couple of these. You saw some of the testimonials. I'm sure you've seen that. This is something that's important here, okay? You let me know, you read along with me here, right? The advantage number one, right? So one of the key things that when we work with you, we're in the business of scaling, okay? I'm not in the business of outsourcing. So if you're not interested in scaling, then maybe this is not a good fit. But if you actually want to scale, you want to have the closes there so you can put more marketing dollars, you can drive more leads. If we can generate more revenue, you're willing to put it back into the business and reinvest, then we've got something that we can work on together. Okay. So we help you get all the best selected for you so you don't have to spend time. Have you spent time already looking for closers?
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, we've done the past year and the first part of the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So we've tried that right on Indeed and Monster. It wasn't that
Yeah.
great.
And it cost you time, and you probably had to train them, and even if they didn't work out or they left you, you had to do it all yourself. Is that correct?
Yep. Well, yeah,
Yep.
exactly. That's right.
So if you're working with us, this is one of the advantages. We do all of that for you. Second, you never have to train or manage the closing team. We do that for you. So we have a team leader, a pod leader with two, at least a minimum of two below the pod leader, up to a maximum of 8 on the team, right? And because, we know that a leader can manage about 7 to 8 people, managing with bandwidth, being able to check their calls, listen to their calls, coach them. So in general, a pod can be one leader with 2 closers, and then you get to invest your time back on things that you find are important for yourself. Okay, so this is the area where you get your time back. And the way we work is on an onboarding fee. There's a one-time onboarding fee, and our closers earn commissions only. So you're not paying for any rental space for the office. You're not paying for equipment. You're not paying for any medical benefits or anything like that. The closers work on commissions only. Is that making sense?
Okay, but there's an onboarding fee and then there's the commission, but there's no like other recurring
That's correct.
costs besides
There is
commission.
no other recurring cost. I mean, if your business scales so much that you have to add an extra pod at that time, then there is another smaller onboarding fee. But that onboarding fee goes to the CSMs, it goes to the managers, the people that don't make commissions. These are the managers that are there to help set up the production line. They're there to help get things in place. And it's normally within a 30, 60, 90 days. Until that production line is up and running and that money is flowing, don't forget, we eat last, right? Our company eats last. You have to get sales first. The closers need to get commissions. And only after that's in place, then we make money. So it's in our best interest to help you get up and running, as soon as possible. But I want to manage your expectations. it may take more than 90 days. Are you going to be okay with that?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, right? Given training and obviously getting to gel and getting to know the company. Do you mind sharing what the onboarding fee would look like?
The onboarding fee is $10,000.
Okay, 10K, and then I pay commissions, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so how do we negotiate commissions? Is it already fixed, or how does that work?
So your price points are under $10,000, right?
Yeah, we've got a 2K. Well, like you're talking about like our programs, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
I think our highest is 7.5,
Yeah.
$7,500. Yeah.
So we have a sliding scale, and usually anything that any program that is under $10,000 is 25%. Now I'll explain that in a second, okay?
25% of
Are
is
you
that
a
on
numbers
gross?
guy?
Okay,
Yeah, you're
yeah.
a numbers guy, right? Okay, so let me show you this formula here. You're gonna work with me on this one, okay? So do you understand this number here, 8,333? Do you know why that's important?
Uh, no, I mean, I think I know. Is it for how much the sales rep wants to make?
It's a six-figure income, right?
Yeah, yeah, okay,
If
yeah,
you can
yeah.
if you
I've
can
heard that
help the
before.
rep, one of our core values obviously is client success. So we want to help you get success, but we want to help the closers also have success. When you have a good closer, a really good closer, they are like gold. You want to keep them on your team. We've invested time to train them, get them to understand your system. They understand the common objections. They know how to deal with your clients. They know how to have your clients stick. You don't want them jumping off and going off to another contract. So what we found, okay, and this is just what we've noticed in the top 500 closers there's a common pattern about these closers. All of them would like to make a minimum of a six-figure income. And these days six-figure income is really not a lot, is it?
I mean, I think it's reasonable, right? Yeah,
Right?
I think it's
And
fine.
do you know why?
Why do they want to make a six-figure income?
Well, many of these top closers, many of them, not all of them, but they all came from a professional background, or they had some experience in that background. So we do have closers that are unicorns that are not exactly like that, but most of them are usually have had a taste of a six-figure income. When they came through our HTC program, many of them that rose to the top very quickly, right? It's usually because they had some experience or they learned very quickly and they were able to make a six-figure income. So they want to be able to sustain that without having to put in an 80-hour work week, at a corporate job or as a brick and mortar business owner. They would rather be working from the comfort of their home remotely, taking calls, taking about 5, 6, 7 calls per day, 5 days a week. And if they can even see the light that they can make a six-figure income, you will keep some of the best closers on your team. Now, let me ask you a question. Would it be beneficial for your company to have a stable group of closers closing for you day in, day in, day out, converting at a high level?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't want any attrition and having to keep switching people in and out,
Right.
right?
So it's a simple mathematical formula. I'm here to work out your margins and I'm not here to gouge your business. So let's do it together. If you take your average, what's your average price point of your product?
Let's say 7,500. Oh, the average would be
That's
5K.
your
Let's
up
do
one.
five.
That's
Let's do
right. So
5K.
take 5K. And how many appointments are you getting per week right now?
On average or just on the 5K?
Just number of appointments on average.
Let's say 20.
20. Okay. So you plug that number in. You do the math here. Okay. So you plug your 20 in. And what's your average show up rate right now?
Okay, in a percentage, it'd be about like when you say show up, it'd be whoever shows up on the call, right?
That's
I
right. So you
actually
have
not miss the
bookings, and
call.
then you have people that opt in, then you have bookings, and then you have actual show up rate. What's your show up rate?
Okay, so people that show up on the call, maybe 60%.
60% is not too bad. Okay, so then now the conversion, yourself and Sam, you said Sam was converting at about
We
50%.
could say 40%. I think that's fair.
So
Combined.
you guys understand your business. Now, would it be reasonable to say, well, 40% is a little bit high? Would it be, I want to be pragmatic here. What if the closers were able to even just do 20%? Initially,
Mm,
I mean,
I mean,
they're
yeah,
brand new, right?
initially, yeah, but we would want them to increase that
Of
conversion rate,
course,
right?
of course. But let me ask you, would it be fair if you were to work at a new company within the first 3 months and the boss said to you that you needed to get 40% right out the bat? Would that be something reasonable? Or is it normal in any company with any employee to at least have a 90-day probationary period?
Yeah, I mean, I think within the first 90, it's reasonable. I mean, I would say, if we get top performers, they would obviously want to make more money so they could close at higher conversion rates too.
Of course, but let's just be pragmatic here. I'd rather underpromise and overdeliver than to overpromise and underdeliver. So I want to
Okay.
manage your expectations, right? I'm purposely, if you notice here, what I'm doing here, Charlie, is I'm actually making sure that I manage your expectations. Now, let's just say our closers come in and they start doing 40%. Fantastic, great, right? You'd be happy. So I
Mhm.
don't want you to, if I said 40 and they were only doing 30 or 20, and then you'd say, well, Desmond, you didn't keep your word. So I want to make sure that I'm actually pulling back here. When they get started in the first 90 days, it's going to take some time. They need to learn your system. They need to ramp up. They need to start tweaking. That's what the manager is there for, to make sure we observe how they're closing and optimize their process. Can
Okay.
we agree
Okay.
with that? Yep. Okay. So now, again, the whole purpose of this is to calculate the numbers. So let's not get too caught up in the minutia. Let's focus on the calculation here. So when you've done all this stuff, you put it all together. Now we talk about the percentage. If that percentage is too low and it doesn't spit out a number that's even relatively close to this, I'm not trying to gouge your margins. I'm just being very pragmatic here with you. I'm just saying, look, we need to adjust something. One of these factors needs to give. Maybe your price point needs to increase. Maybe we need to adjust the percentage, after we've taken our top off, percentage off the top. Whatever percentage is left for the closers, is that even over a 6-month, even 12-month period? Is there any light at the end of the tunnel that they may potentially earn this 8,333? If the answer is no, then probably we may not be able to work on this together. We have to try to get that number at a sweet spot. I'm here to work with you. You're the marketing director. What's your marketing budget? How much margins do you have? So this is something, whenever you come to me and you ask me, Desmond, what's that percentage? We've actually measured out with hundreds of companies what we've worked with. On average, if it's something that's under $10,000, if you're averaging about 45, 50 bookings per week, then sweet spot is around about 25%.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me think, because I remember the last person that we hired. I think, well, we gave them a little base, and then we gave them like a variable comp. So I think, but I think the lady we paid her about, I think we paid her 10%, but we also gave her like a base. So you're saying this is just pure commission, right?
It's pure commission. Yeah.
I have to
I'm
run
telling you,
those.
you can hire freelance closers. You can get 10%, 15%. Heck, you can do whatever you want, right? Again, you're going back to dealing with a freelancer and an individual. You're not dealing with a team. You're not dealing with intrinsic knowledge. You're not dealing with a team that is going to be working with you as an extension of your business. If you want to put in your time, if you want to save that 10% and put in more time of your own, that's up to you.
Okay.
Right? Okay, so it really comes down to this. I mean, pretty much I'm just going to wrap it up here, right? I'm just looking at the time here. I want to make sure that we're respectful of our time. Right now, we're at the stage here. We're just giving you what we call the maximum velocity interview. And if, let's just say hypothetically, okay, Charlie, money's not an option. The onboarding fee, you guys are able to take care of that. You agree on the percentage. This still doesn't mean we're going to be working together. Even if you took care of the onboarding fee, we still have another stage called the scalable audit. So we do have another team that's going to actually, and I think you're pretty sophisticated from what I can see here, but we didn't have enough time to drill in and see really the number of leads that you're getting, the conversion rates, take a look at some of that stuff. So there is a preliminary step that we do have there. Now, if that does not go through, I just want to manage expectations. I'll probably even refund you your 10,000 and just say, hey, look, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to set up a team for you, Charlie. Are you going to be okay with that?
Yeah. I think no, I think the 10K is fine. It's just I want to run some numbers math on the commission, right? I probably after this call I would kind of have a chat with Sam, and the 10K is fine. That's no problem. And I think the step next is also very very fair. The scalability, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, we just want to dig in a little bit deeper. It's going to help the CSM and the leader to know more about the kind of leads that are coming in preparation for them to get the training set up. Okay, so let me just quickly speed through here a bit. Let's just say all of that's taken care of, right? And this could take anywhere from 1 to 2 weeks, depends on, we'll be sending you a boilerplate contract, which is, the agreement for the closer agreement. You might need to review that. There's a little bit of back and forth. Then we start to do what's called the data matching process. Now, we won't start any of this until these steps are verified, and we do a thorough job. So let me ask you, how urgent is it for you to get these closes set up?
I would say the sooner the better, because like I said, we could do a lot with getting our time back. I've got
Can
a
you
lot
be
of things on my
specific? What
plate.
do you mean by sooner?
Like if we find the right fit and a good rep, we would definitely want to have them onboarded and started as soon as possible.
And if we're able to do that, what would that mean for you and Sam?
You mean if we get someone great?
If
Then
and
yeah,
when we won, right? We're talking a pod, a leader, and 2 closes here, right?
Yeah, well, I mean that'd be fantastic, right? If they're right fit, and they gel with the team and they could ramp up, like you said, in 90 days. I think that would be fantastic.
Okay. Okay. And that will help you buy back your time. Is that correct?
Yep, 100%.
Okay. I want to make sure that we go, I'm just addressing all these things here, okay? Keep in mind, even when they do start, the team is selected, the team leader is gonna want to work with you, Charlie. I'm thinking you're being the managing director for the marketing side of things. They're gonna set up a regular cadence, like a weekly marketing meeting, where as adults, we're gonna come together, we're gonna talk about the number of leads coming in, the lead scores, we're gonna measure those things. This is how professionally we run things, okay? And if we can do that, then the closers are going to also, the closer leader is going to commit to saying, hey, if you can generate those number of bookings and appointments for us, we're going to work to make sure to maintain that the show up rate is at that 60%, or even work on increasing the show up rate. And we're going to work to hit that first milestone, that initial milestone, let's just say 30% conversion for now. And then once they hit that, naturally over the 30, 60, 90 days, they're going to work towards getting it up to that 40% or even higher. Is that fair for you?
Yeah, I think that's fair. We know whatever gets results for
Okay.
sure. Yep.
Then we go through a 360 pre-deployment training. And this training here, this is the one part I'm going to ask you for, and you and Sam, to probably just invest a bit of your time.
Mhm.
And the reason for this, let me explain why. Because I'm sure you could delegate it all to us and we can take care of it. But what we've noticed is that when a business owner like yourself or Sam, who's actually been on the phones, you have the most experience. If you invest just a little bit of time, we're going to document that process of you training the closers so they can
Mhm.
hear from the horse's mouth how you guys handle it, how you guys get your 40%, 50% conversions. And they're going to mimic some of that process and even modify or even make it a little bit better, improve it with your permission. But in the initial stages, we'll document it. And then that way, even if we rotate closers out, we have a documented process. Whether or not you work with us a year from now, you will still get to keep all that training and documented process. Do you think that could be valuable to you?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But that would be very valuable. We love that.
Great. And then after we've done all of this, then we go to what we call launch. So launch is literally when your team, the marketing team, is driving actual bookings to the closers. They're taking actual calls, and the work just gets started from that point. Now, from this part, you start to get your time back, and the closers and the closing leaders start to work together. They listen to the calls, they're listening for quality assurance, as well as also they're checking to see how we can improve the process. They're taking weekly notes, they're communicating it to you, they're giving you a feedback loop. Would that be valuable to you for the closers to give you feedback on the lead quality and what's happening in the field?
Yep, 100%. Yeah, we also, from our end, from our company standpoint, we definitely want to hold them accountable too. So I think this is great.
Okay, so that's it. I'm pretty much done here, Charlie. At this point here, quite frankly, you've got the information. I think if you need to crunch your numbers, how much time would that take? What do you need?
Just
What
give
do you need
me.
from my
I just
side?
need to. I'm meeting Sam tomorrow, actually, in person. So you guys said 25%, right? So
25% for any product that's under 10,000. That's correct.
yeah. So I have to. Like I said, I want to project that with those numbers with Sam.
Mhm.
If he thinks it's great, I think it's good because you understand, right? We also have other costs of doing business, right? We've got our marketing budget, we've got our staff
Mhm.
salaries and all that. So, but once we run that, I think we should be set. Are
So,
you guys negotiable on that commission, or is it like a fixed 25%?
well, what do you mean by negotiable? What were
Like
you thinking?
if for some reason, right, we could do like a lower percentage, would that be okay, or would it not be okay?
What are you thinking about? Again, like I said, I'm here
I
to
don't know.
help
I
you
need
out,
to
Charlie.
run
I
the
wanna,
numbers here, but I'm just curious
yeah.
whether it was like fixed. If it's fixed, then I know
Throw
what
me a
to tell
number.
Sam.
We are flexible. Like I said, we are a partnership here, right? There's no point in us gouging and making it where it's not feasible for you. But
Right, and we
once we
also want
crunch
the
the
closers
numbers,
to make. We want the sales reps to make a good income too, right? But it's
that's
just
right. You want
from
to
a
feed
business
them because these
standpoint.
guys are going to bring in your sales, right?
Yeah, but from
You're
a
putting a
business
lot of
standpoint,
marketing dollars into your marketing efforts. That's your traffic with the conversions. So let's get that production line up and running where both sides are making enough profit, there's enough margins so that no one's hurting. And if that's a fair thing, then you tell me, do you want to move forward or not?
yeah. So like I was saying, from a business point, we also have to consider our cost. Our cost for actually doing our business. So I think once we run those numbers with Sam, I could give you a better answer. The good thing though is that we don't have to worry about like a salary, right? So
That's
we don't have to worry
correct.
about salary. So I think that's great.
Yep.
So like I said, let me talk to Sam, and then um, you
What
do.
else? What else don't you have to worry about? You don't have to worry about salary. What else don't you have to worry about? What are the things that you think that we're going to take
Well,
off your
like
plate?
if you guys are taking care of the training and the checks and stuff like that, that'd be good. That'd
Training,
be
checks.
fantastic.
Yep.
Yep.
What
That'll
else?
be good.
What if we have a bad closer? What if a closer gets sick or something happens?
Oh yeah, that was actually my question actually. So if you guys say we do this right, and it's so with the conversion rates, how does it work with like if a closer isn't performing? What do you guys do in that situation?
So it's case by case situations, but in general, obviously there's regular touch points. That's why there's a leader there that's monitoring the closer's performance. That's why we have that regular, very transparent marketing meeting between your team and the closing teams, and we're reporting on the performance. And we're not going to wait 30 days before we remove a closer. If someone's not performing, and this is why, this is key here, okay? Pay attention, Charlie, because even if we don't work together, you'll still go away with some value here. You'll learn how to structure a team. You never ever want to just have one closer. Do you know why?
Because they maybe maybe they get lazy or they just do things their own way and have no competition.
Something like that. Yeah, exactly. No competition. So if you have 2 or 3 closers, even if they're not fully booked up, it creates a little bit of friendly competition. And you can always top grade from that. So you have closer A, B, and C.
Okay.
Let's just say very quickly, we're monitoring them on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. The results will start to show very, very quickly who is lagging behind. Let's just say
Right.
it's
Okay.
closer C. Closer C is not doing very well. So the leader top grades and says, okay, we're going to replace closer C and do some coaching with closer C. We're going to take you off the rotators. We're going to put a closer D in there. Now closer D comes in, and guess what? Closer D is actually a superstar, and closer D very quickly picks things up, puts actually pressure on closer A and B. What do you think happens to closer A and B now?
Yeah, they definitely want to perform even better.
Would that benefit your business?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
So
So
yeah,
now
that's
you've got
great.
3 great closers. And maybe, now these 3 great closers are bringing lots of sales. And because of that extra revenue that's coming in, you have extra marketing budgets. You can scale up on your daily ad spend, which then generates more leads. Oh, wait a minute. Now we need to add a 4th closer. So now we add closer E. And closer E comes in, and closer E is kind of average. Okay, so then maybe we rotate closer E out, maybe put closer F in now. Do you see how we have that capacity to do that, and it doesn't cost you any time at all?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's great. So just to confirm, right? You guys pick the closers based on is it based on I guess the industry, based on their performance, all that, right? You guys
We
include all
we have
that.
we have a 21 data point, so there's a lot of different things that we select the closers on, and you'll get
Okay.
to meet them as well too if you like.
Right,
During
because I just want to
training.
make sure we get someone who's like in the education industry at the very least, right? Right, not someone who's
Why
like.
did you think we'd be picking a closer that's completely different to your industry?
Don't know. I mean, I don't know how you guys gauge the performance and things like that. So
Do
that'd
you
be
think we'd be successful if we put closers that are not a good match for your industry?
I mean, if you train them well enough, they might be,
Come
but
on, I mean,
probably not,
Charlie,
right?
just go back and listen to the question you just asked me there. Do you think we would be successful at closing if we mismatch closers with a client?
So that was my question. I don't know how you guys actually match closers with clients. Like, I
Let's
don't
say
know.
let's just say hypothetically we mismatch the client with the closer with you. What would that mean to you?
Yeah, but like mismatch what way? Like,
Oh,
because mismatch to me means like
we put
someone
a
that
close
can't close.
we put a closer that can't close. Yes, we do the
Oh,
worst case
that would be
scenario.
horrible. Then I mean, that if
That
that
would be
person's
horrible. Yeah,
not trained at clothing, yeah. But I'm asking more of like for
you
the
wouldn't want to
education,
work with us if we're horrible, right?
right? But I'm saying for
Yeah.
the educational space though, then you guys are saying you guys have closers in that field. Is that correct?
We do have from the pool, and as we go ahead with this, I will start to search the database. I'm pretty sure we do have closers because I do know that we have other clients that do similar items like what you do. And if we don't have it, we won't be moving forward. You'll be getting your refund on your 10,000, and we won't be moving forward. Would
Okay.
that make you feel better?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Okay.
Great. Okay, I think I got what I need.
So,
Thanks for your time, Des.
Charlie, let's say
Mm-hmm.
we move forward with this. Let's say you find out from Sam. Sam says, hey, the percentages. Okay, to make your life easier, say Sam says, no, we can't do 25%. You come back to me and you say, Desmond, we need to do what? I don't know, 20%. And I say, okay, well, let's do 20% if it helps you out. And we go ahead at that point. Is there going to be anything else? Are you going to ask me any other questions? Is there any other thing that you need to get cleared up, or are
No,
we ready
I
to
think
get
that thing
started?
is just a commission for me. From my point, at least, it's just a commission.
Okay.
I don't know what questions Sam might have, but I think
Yeah.
for me, at least, that's it.
Okay. And you're not going to give me any sort of, like 1 or 2 days later, you're going to not reply and send me an email because I'm not emotionally attached, right? So if you don't do business, that's fine with us. Just let me know. Just say, hey, look, the numbers don't match up. We don't have the budget for it. Just be very direct and open with me. Can you
Yeah,
do
for
that?
sure, of course.
Yep. And of course, if you have another question, we need to get back on a call with Sam, then we'll just do that. But what we
Yep.
don't want to do is keep asking 101 questions and not moving forward, because you're losing money every day that you're not doing this, right? You're spending
Mm-hmm.
more time on the phones. I mean, hey, I'm okay on our side, but if you're happy and you're okay getting on the calls and taking those calls and doing it yourself, that's your business, right? But if you want to engage with us, we can move relatively quickly, but we need to have decisive decisions made. And if that's the case, then I'll start to process the paperwork for you, okay?
Yep. Yep. So let me speak to Sam and I'll get back to you within the next 48 hours.
48 hours, okay?
Yep.
So today's Thursday, so
Mm-hmm.
48 hours will be on Saturday.
Yeah, probably by the end of tomorrow, because like I said, I have a meeting with him tomorrow. So
Okay.
I'll bring up exactly what you guys talked about. He's probably more concerned about the math, to be honest. So it's not going to take us a long time. Once we
Got it.
run out, we have to obviously look at expenditures and things like that. Then that
Got
should be
it.
a pretty straightforward decision.
Do you think it would be helpful if I jumped on call and help, to do the math with Sam and you, if you're speaking with him, if he's still not sure about it?
Let me talk to him first. I don't really like. He doesn't really like jumping on different like calls. That's kind of why he sends me to kind of do these calls. That makes sense. He actually likes to just listen to me. It's kind of funny, but that's kind of how he works.
Okay. Well then, Charlie,
But if he has questions, I'll
the ball's
definitely
in your
relay
court.
it.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you're not able to explain to him the math, then good luck with the phone calls, and hopefully you're able to come up with a solution. Okay. I'm not
Yep.
going to be I'm not going to be chasing you. I'm not going to do any of the salesman stuff of following up. I'm going to leave it in your court. Right. I'm a man of my word. Hopefully you're a man of your word. So if you say 48 hours, I'll wait for your email and your message back. And then if we have to get on a call to work out the details, we'll do that and we'll work out the logistics. Okay.
Yep. Sounds good.
All right, Charlie.
All
I'll
right.
speak to you
Thanks.
then.
Thanks, Desmond.
Bye.
Yep. Bye.
All right, very good. Round of applause for both of them. For both of them. Boom. First of all, how many of you could see the business acumen that Sifu was referring to being demonstrated during this call, this role play? Okay, that's actually that's a pretty accurate representation of how a B2B, a business to business closing call kind of sound like. Now, because of the time limitation, Desmond actually speed up a little bit. Otherwise, this would take an hour, 15 minutes, because he would go through a few more things. He would slow down, but the speed is just for the class so that we can move forward. Otherwise, this would be a fucking 8-hour class, right? Could you also see some of the vocabularies being used? Scalability, velocity, right? Data-driven, KPI, smart marketing, right? Smart marketing. Those are business language, business vocabularies. When you're talking to a business owner, do you know what you're talking about? Do they know what you are talking about? Very, very key. Now, as I said, what he was just showing you, what Desmond's showing you, that's what we do. I'm not telling you that that's what you should do. I'm just simply teaching you this is what we do. Can you see this is like high level? This is high level closing, right? It's not just what we did last week. When I said we are teaching you a fraction of a fraction, like we're teaching less than 1%, that's what it is. This is negotiation, little bit of consulting / B2B kind of closing. And this is not even super high level, by the way. We are keeping it simple at this level. Those are still pretty basic. And that's what it is. So can you see, and Joe is not being easy. Joe is back and forth, right? Talking about the deal, talking about what the business, and Desmond handled the objection very well, goes back, dig through the pain, all of the above, right? So a lot of good notes taking. And you could also see where the demonstration of our, a little bit about our organization, right? A little bit about telling people what we do and how we do it. It's because when for a business owner, and even for you, my students, I mean, most people actually don't have any idea what we do. They see that we have a training program and that's it. They don't understand we are a global organization. We do, and by the way, what you saw is actually a little bit outdated. We actually have more things on the chart now, right? We just finished an acquisition. Yeah, we're just adding another company. So it's part of what we do. But for most people, it's good enough. I don't need to share everything that I do with everybody. Does that make sense? So with that said, let's do a quick 3-minute break. In the meantime, let me share my slide so we can get back on track. So 3-minute, we'll be right back.
All righty. So who learned something from that long role play? It was long, but there was so much knowledge. You definitely want to go check out the replay there. Just wanted to check in one word. Once again, one word, one takeaway. Overwhelmed. Knowledge, amazing, stunning, real, phenomenal. Acumen, amazing, language. As you can see, they were using so many different aspects. I was even learning so much about this and how they were closing. I myself, I'm going to go back and check out the replay as well. Now, Desmond, you were handling objections like, no, tomorrow your tonality was changing and matching him perfectly. Now, when dealing with B2B prospects or dealing with businesses like that, I noticed you bring up more of a Ruby Emerald side. Is it that when you face more B2B personnel or people, they tend to be more Emerald Ruby?
It really depends on the situation. Many of you are typing in the chat, right? So go ahead and type in the chat again. What sort of gemstones do you think Joel or Charlie was playing?
I saw a lot of emeralds.
It's a combination, and I don't know. I don't have the exact stats on this emeralds, but from what we do notice, it seems like a lot of business owners tend to have a lot more Ruby Emerald. We have business owners that are more on the Pearl side and the Sapphires. I just tend to find a lot more of the decision makers. We get, I don't know, 50, 60, 55%, 60, 75% have a lot more of the Ruby Emerald. So maybe it's a trait, or maybe it could be a Pearl person but as a business owner, they've trained themselves to be more Ruby. They trained themselves to be more Emerald. And usually the ones that we get on calls, our filter process through our marketing, by the time they actually get on a call, they're usually business owners that are relatively well put together, or on their way up. So that's what I find. A trait that's quite common, it's either inherent and natural that they have a Ruby Emerald, or that's a learned Ruby Emerald. So be prepared for that. And so for this type of close, for this particular business service, then for close.com, then I adjust usually to that style.
So always on your toes, always adjusting. Now, Joel, when you were back in season 5, I know that you were role playing like crazy. You were learning nonstop, and some students struggle with certain gems. Did you struggle with a certain gem? And if so, how did you overcome it to master it?
I think yeah, that's a great question, because the gem that I've always I think a lot of the closers here actually know, because they've actually helped me with that and coached me on that, right? Is really the pearls, because I don't think naturally I don't think I'm a natural pearl, but I think actually after meeting Sifu, meeting Desmond, right, meeting my wife Jaden, it's really naturally taught me how to be a genuine pearl, not like a fake pearl, but really genuine. And I think understanding, going through life, experiencing more hardships within the past year and a half, it does help. And also great coaching from fellow HTC season members that I had, I think it definitely helped. And the one thing though that I would say that would help really being a pro, and this is something that even I think George, I forgot who it was. Was it George? Maybe George can put in the chat. We had a great great game that we played one time during our our closers coaching session. We did something where if you had to tell your friend, your best friend that his or her mom just passed away, and you were the first person to bring that news, how would you do it with real, genuine emotion? I think that exercise was really helpful. I think a lot of us gained a lot of knowledge and very much expressed our genuine pearl. And I think that was really effective, that exercise.
And what would you say would happen if someone said, you know what, nah, I don't need to learn how to close pearls? What do you think that does to their closing ability, and does it close off a large chunk of the market for them?
I would say, it's interesting. I feel like even the most Ruby prospects have pearl in them if you get deep to that pain and you actually draw that out. And I think the key here is being genuine, being really empathetic, and showing that you care. I think when someone truly feels that pearl does come out. And I would agree with you, Vikas. If we don't have that pearl, then it's hard, right? It's like you just want to go straight for the kill, but it doesn't work that way all the time.
100%. And if you were to give students a piece of advice that would say, okay, here's how to overcome a example, let's say they're struggling with rubies. What would you say is a key piece of advice to help them start to master that and get over that?
With I think every gem is different. Like I think with rubies, it's about having that confidence in knowing. Like I think what Desmond did on that call previously was amazing, right? It was like didn't matter whether he misstepped, or I don't even know what he misstepped, but didn't matter what he said or what he wanted to say, his intention were. He was very confident with his words. He never had to like go back and defend himself or justify things, right? Even though it was right or wrong, he just said it and he just moved on. And I think part of that comes down to the confidence, not being attached to the sale. I think Desmond did it really, really amazingly.
Mhm. And let's say they're struggling with any gem type in general. What's some general piece of advice we could give them to say, hey, here's how you can overcome any gem type that you're struggling with?
Definitely a lot of practice and a lot of like I would say make a lot of friends with that gem type. Like if you're a Ruby, make a lot of Emerald, Pearl, Sapphire friends, and if you're Sapphire Vice, you do the same. And then you really go all out. I mean, I think one of the best ways to learn is tell your partner not to go easy on you. Like tell them to be the hardest Pearl they can be, the hardest Emerald, the hardest Sapphire, the hardest Ruby, and you're gonna get a lot out of that discussion, that role play.
And really duke it out in the dojo. So again, you've heard it from them themselves. I'm sure we're getting some dojo time and we're practicing. Will we see you in the dojo? Yes or no? Let's see who's awake with that. Perfect. And in just a few moments, Sifu will be coming back. So let's make sure we bring up that energy and we are ready to empty our cup and learn.
So we are almost 2 hours and 36 minutes into tonight's class. How many of you are already feeling overwhelmed? We're at secret number 2, by the way. Yeah. We have 9 secrets tonight. We're at secret number 2. We got a little bit of problem here. Talk about over-delivering. Over-delivering.
Sifu, while we're on that over delivery, I always find that we have to remind people, like it blows our mind. People, there are entrepreneurs around the world lining up to pay you $10,000 just to even get 1 hour with you. Barely even be able to get that. People paying $30,000 to even get, half a day with you, or even $70,000, $80,000 to get a full day with you. And I'm just thinking, it blows my mind because when we do a 6-hour class, that's more than, I think that's more than a half a day, right? Because even if they were to meet you at the office or they come in for consulting, anything like that, they just to learn from you, that's, that time. And all of you get this. So I want, maybe it's always I'm just a little bit biased here, but that's my mentor. And I want you to understand this is your mentor. There are people around the world that are dying to learn even just a fraction of what you guys get access to. So please treat class with the utmost, integrity and utmost, respect. Please be here, stay focused. You have a once in a lifetime opportunity. But again, we're not going to try to convince you. This is your life. Sifu is here 100%. We're here 100%. We're here for you. At the end of the day, how's your life working out? If it's great and everything is hunky-dory, then hey, maybe you don't need this. But if you would just like to just get a little bit better, pay attention. Empty your cup. We've got a lot to cover. Sifu, take it away.
Thank you. And we're going to cover about a little bit of difference between B2B and B2C. I saw the question there. We're going to cover that in just a little bit later in the class. So let's keep going. Secret number 3. You'll only be effective by being selective. When you are talking to an entrepreneur, when talking to an influencer, you want to be able to ask very intelligent questions, and you want to do your homework ahead of the time. So you know that Desmond has already done some of his homework in this role play ahead of time. Get to take a look at the funnel, take a look at the products, take a look at the business. Okay, because when you're talking about business, last thing you want is get on the phone and then you don't know what you're talking about. And as a closer, you don't need a lot of account. Most cases, you have one to hit that 6-figure income. I'll say that one more time. How many business account do you need to hit 6-figure income? One. One. So you notice what Desmond did beautifully, brilliantly, the $8,333 to be able to hit the six-figure income. Can you see also how Desmond is representing us? He is negotiating on our behalf, right? He is talking to the business owner, hey, you know what? You want our closer to hit six-figure because you want stability. Because you want them to be successful. The more successful they are, the more successful you are as a business owner. So you could scale. Versus a lot of time, if they, and he uses this word multiple times, write this down, right? The freelance closer, the part-time closer. Well, that's fine, but that's not what we do. That's not what we do. Nothing wrong with that. If they just want a part-time closer, that's fine. But we are selective because we want to partner up. That's a keyword. Partner up with a business, with an entrepreneur that we could work with long term. I want to take them. If they're doing 1.2, I want to take them to 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, $10 million. I don't want someone to kind of outsource a little bit of the closing task to our company. I'm not interested in that. So you will only be effective by being selective. So how do you be effective? We interview them as much as they interview us. So these are very key questions. You should take a snapshot of this. You should memorize this, because when we choose business owners, we rate them on a scale 1 to 10. Remember the grading scale, 1 being not interested, 10 being very, very interested. When we're closing, no different when we are closing, when we're choosing who we want to close for, who we want to offer our skills to help. Question number 1, do they have a good reputation in the marketplace? Why is that important? Because it makes our job easier. Do they actually deliver incredible value to their clients? So if they offer you a lot of commissions, but what they're actually selling is crap, would you feel good closing for them? No. Do you think they'll keep offering this product or service for a long time, or this is only a short-term launch? Let me give you an example. Let's say an influencer, an entrepreneur, they are doing an event, and it's a one-time event. Although the event could be $4,000 or $5,000, but the problem is you only sell the event. There's a expiry date. By the time the event is finished, then you're back to zero. Or why not close for something that is ongoing, that you know that you could keep closing for many, 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 many months, if not years? Because it takes you the same amount of time, same amount of learning curve to learn the product inside and out, learn the market inside and out anyway. Now, that doesn't mean there's not a time and place. Sifu is not saying, "Oh, never close for a short-term product." I think it's okay. Let's say you're closing for a business account that's got a $3,000, $5,000, $10,000 offer, okay? And this business, this entrepreneur, this company now suddenly, while you're closing for evergreen, write it down. Those are what I call evergreen products or services, right? Evergreen. So that's good. But then the same audience where this company say, I want to do a special one-time offer that is a timely, that's one time only. It's going to be $8,000. Now, so you're closing for the evergreen products and services, but then there's this $8,000 one-time thing, limited, maybe it's like 50 people or so, that you could close for. So should you close for them or should you not close for them? Of course you should close for them. So this becomes an add-on. This becomes a project. This becomes a short-term, like, windfall money. Take it. Take it. And chances are, do you think the people, the prospects who bought at $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, $10,000, do you think there are some potential buyers there that you've talked in the past that might be interested in the one-time $8,000 offer? It's very, very simple close. So it's short-term. You know what you're doing. It is okay. Number 4, are they financially strong? This is so critical. because this affects if you get paid or not. And we've seen it. We have experienced it because we get paid based on commission. If the company is not financially strong, then because we get paid less, we close for them and we brought in some additional revenue and suddenly disappeared or they don't pay us. I've seen it again and again and again. And the way to prevent this, there's a way to prevent this, is you choose company that if they have a minimum of $1 million plus per a year per revenue, right? Ideally 4 or 5 million, you're better off. You're better off. Okay. And even if it happens, let's say you're closing for some people and you've closed a few sales, you're just getting started, and you actually didn't get paid by the business account. You spend your time, your first client, first disaster, you didn't get paid. My question to you is, then now what? Are you going to give up? Are you going to say, oh, this doesn't work? It doesn't work. Or have you gained valuable experience and knowledge knowing that you could close? Instead of trying to feel bad about it, move on. We've seen it. So what? And the reality is have you actually lost any money? Let me ask you this question. Is it actually money out of your pocket? There's money you're supposed to receive, but you actually haven't lost anything. Like compared to you putting into some kind of investments or some kind of cryptocurrency or Bitcoin or whatever it is, right? There's actually money lost. No, you still gain something. Remember, there are 3 things we could get out of a conversation: a yes, a no, or a lesson. Remember that? So even the ones you closed, you didn't collect, you learn some valuable lessons, which you can then apply for future opportunities, for the right partners, for the right business accounts to earn more money. This is the beauty of high income skill. No one could take it away from you. No one could take it away from you. What you learn here in the real world, that's yours to keep. And you will only become more skillful and more valuable as you grow. So don't come from a place of scarcity. Don't come from a place of anger and say, oh, that happens. Move on. You will make way more money long term anyway. Who cares? Who cares? Same thing back then when Sifu was doing copywriting, I have a few clients who didn't pay me. So what? Where are they now? Nowhere to be found. Where am I now? It's okay. So come from a high self, come from a place of abundance. Does that make sense? You got it? Next question. Are they still growing? Are they still growing? If you were to take a guess, are they likely to be bigger 1 year, 2 years, 5 years from now? Why do you want to work with a company that's growing? Tell me. Because you make more money. Longevity. Think about if a company that's growing, right now they might have 2 offers. If they keep growing the customer base, do you think in the future they might have the 3rd or 4th or 5th offer? Do you think they'll have even higher ticket offer as the business grows? Or is it possible that you're the one that suggests to them they could have a high ticket offer? And if you are the one who suggests to them to have higher ticket offer, learning from me, guess who would be first? Who would be the first one, right, to take a crack at closing those deals? Who would be the front of the line? Who would be making those money first? That would be you. So you want a business that's growing. Last, do you feel good closing for them? Why is this important? If they've got a good reputation, they deliver value to the marketplace, they're financially strong, they've got evergreen products, they're still growing, but at the end of the day, you are investing your skill, your time, your effort, producing results for somebody. I think this is the most important question of all. Do you feel good closing for them? Because if you don't feel good closing for them, It's only a matter of time you would crash and burn. You might self-sabotage. Is that possible? Have you seen it before? Have you experienced it before? So why not pick someone, select someone who could feel good closing for, that you know they're growing, and then you don't have to worry about it, that you make them successful, they help you to become more successful, we all succeed together, and then you won't crash and burn. You'll feel good about it. And when you feel good about it, guess what? You will get better because you feel good about it. Your skill will improve faster. You have more fun. Who wants to have some fun? Right? You have more fun. So those are these critical questions. Are these useful for you? So do we just take on anybody? Do we just take on anybody who's got an offer? Do we just take on anybody who needs salespeople? Hell fucking no. We are selective. I would rather not close for a bad account, right? I don't want then versus like I would not close. I don't want to invest my time closing a bad account, a bad entrepreneur. I would rather wait, be more selective, pick the right person. How are they generating their leads currently? Paid? Are they running ads? What about organic? Is it coming from social media? Is it coming from referrals? Is it coming from where? Right? If they're generating their leads all from organic, it means that they cannot scale. Write this down. I'm teaching you something valuable here. Okay, if they're relying on just organic traffic, they're not spending money on paid, it's not scalable. Number two, what is the marketing budget? That gives you a glimpse of how stable, how are they financially strong. If they tell you, oh, I'm looking for closers, and we've heard of this, we ask, Desmond would be asking, so what is your marketing budget? What is your marketing budget right now? Oh, well, we don't have a marketing budget. Or it's like $2,000. Oh, forget about it.
And do you guys want to know what is a decent marketing budget?
Yes, please.
Would you like me to share?
Yep, tell them.
So just do some simple math here, right? If they're even spending $300 a day, which is actually pretty decent. If they're spending $300 a day over 30 days, how much is that? Do the math. Okay. Now, it also just doesn't depend on how much they're spending. It's how many leads are being generated. So you can see the numbers there, like 50, 75, 100. So here's a very simple ballpark figure, okay? Don't take this and get fixated on it, but you can use it as a very basic
guideline.
Yeah. So I want you to think of it this way. If you're a closer, okay, the number of bookings coming in is a key number you want to find out. How many bookings are you getting? Then there's always a show-up rate. You can ask Joel this. I mean, even industry standards, 50% is pretty normal. That's why when Charlie mentioned that they were getting 60%, okay, not too bad. That's a green check mark for me. They're getting 60, and maybe we can work on that. We can make it 65. But if they're getting, let's say, 100 bookings in a week, and 50% are showing up, that means there's only 50 bookings. Well, 50 bookings divided by 5 is 10 calls per day, right? 5 days a week, 10 calls per day. So then in your head, can one closer handle that? Can you handle that? Right? Can you sustain 10 calls a day? So ballpark figure in general, what I like to hear from a business owner is that they have consistent, I'm looking for consistency, at least 25 to 50 bookings per week per closer. So if we're going to set up a team with one leader and two closers, I want to hear at least 50, maybe 75 bookings coming in. Does that make sense?
Full pipeline.
Yeah.
Now, Desmond sharing something very valuable. This is all coming from experience. By the time you're talking to a business owner, you are writing all this down. You should be able to do a quick math in your mind. Okay, exactly what do we need here? Can I handle it? Like this is how many can see this is some pretty valuable information here, right? Very valuable insights. This is real world. This is as real as it gets, right? How business works.
And we know that it's never going to be perfect. But what you're doing and you're demonstrating to the business owner is that you know your numbers.
Yep.
Is that you know the business.
Yep.
And that you know how you want to help them scale the business. If you can demonstrate that, then they feel that trust that you're a person that they can trust to run their marketing, run their sales, right? Or at
That's right.
least introduce the sales team. If you're doing these introductions and you're sort of what we call, maybe initially doing SDR or breacher type work where you're basically getting to know the business owner, and maybe you plan to introduce them to closer.com and get the referral. Now you're gathering the very important intelligence. Then what it does is it pre-frames it for us. When we go in there and we close the deal, then you've already gathered all that information. So then I'm able to speak to the business owner based on the information you've gathered. So we'll cover more of that a little bit later, but just know that these are some of the guidelines, okay?
Yes. And who is currently handling their sales? Remember the role play that Desmond and Joe just did. Did you hear the question Desmond asked? So who is handling your sales right now? So they might have a sales guy. They might have a sales person. They might have a sales manager. Is it useful to know? Because if they have a sales manager, chances are you guys might have a conflict of interest, right? You may be competing with that guy, right? Or we have seen where an entrepreneur actually wants to hire us, and he's got multiple divisions. He wants to fire all the existing ones and just have the whole division move to us, because all those guys are not performing the way that they want, right? And they are getting a too big of a base. So for them, it's like I would definitely pay us the commission that we want if they can save all of that overhead. That's where the blue ocean is. This is where Seafood's vision is. All these companies out there, the old model where this is like taxi and Uber, right? You see how inefficiency taxi is. You got to get a license. You got to pay for this and this and this and this. All these overheads, all this inefficiency. Uber comes in and says, you don't need any of that stuff. Anybody can be an Uber driver, right? It is very efficient. We have a huge network. The same idea. This is what we're doing, right? So that's Seafood's business model. I train so that I could have the talent to be able to work and partner with companies. Does that make sense? And that's how it is. Is it inbound? Is it outbound? Is it cold calling? Right? If they say to you, "Oh yeah, we do all the cold calling now. We don't have any inbound." Chances are they don't have their marketing together, right? And we don't mind doing some outbound. We'll get into it in just a little bit, but I need to know that they have a little bit of both.
And even on that one too, Sifu, whenever I pre-frame with a client, because we are training, we do have closers that can do the outbound, but I always lead by saying, the inbound first, like you said, because it shows more about their sophistication, their marketing first. If they're 100% depending on us to do all the outbound, that's a bit of a red flag.
That to me is a big red flag because it means that they are expecting us to be miracle workers.
Yes.
Write this down. We don't want to be. We are closers. We're not miracle workers. And remember, you notice how Desmond under-promise, right? He's like, you know what? What if we're going to get 20%? It's going to take 90 days to ramp up. We are not promising. You hire us 30 days, we're going to outperform what you do. No. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Even if we could, don't say that. Isn't it better to under-promise and then we go in and we just like knock the socks off? Now they're happy. Set yourself up not for failure, but for success. Don't overpromise. How many leads are they getting, right? What about in terms of the price, right? Is it $2,500? Is it $5,000? Is it $10,000, $20,000? All that makes a difference. Okay, just when you're talking to business owner, by the way, how will you notice? Desmond, probably in terms of 3 levels of paying, which level are we at during that role play? Yes, that's correct. Level 2. Level 2 personal. What's the personal pain? Tell me, what's the personal pain? That's right, time. Time is the issue, right, for Charlie. So time is the issue. So do we always have to dig deep as level 3 to close a sale? No. So don't feel like, oh, we role play, we have to get to level 3. It's not about getting to level 3. It's about closing the damn deal. If you need to get to level 3 to close the damn deal, Okay. If you can get to level 1, you can close a deal. You could do level 0 and close a deal. Sifu is us happy. Give you a round of applause. Okay, it's not a competition. There's no, we don't have level 3 paying award at Closers in Black. We have 100K award, we have 6-figure, we have 7-figure. We don't have an award for Sifu. I did so many calls. I got to level 3 paying. How many have you closed? Results. Okay, no level 3 paying. Okay, we don't care. It is simply a mean to an end. It's a tool, right? It's simply a tool, a technique that we know that sometimes we need to go that deep, to close the sale. Sometimes we don't. Sometimes level 1, perfectly fine. We talk business to business. We close the deal. That's okay. Now, not every call needs to have the prospect like depressed and crying and all of that. It's not necessary. Okay. Sometimes it is. Most of the time, you don't need to. You got it? So let's take boxing, for example. This is Mike Tyson signing a glove for Sifu. You can see the name and FU money. So if you were doing boxing, you do not want to fight Mike Tyson at his prime. Okay? That is called suicide. That's called getting your teeth knocked out. That is a dumb idea. Okay? So when we are choosing that influencer, that business account, because I could see the whole damn savior syndrome. Write this down. Some of you guys have savior syndrome. Oh, I know his product is not that good. I know his price point is not that high. I know he doesn't have enough leads coming in, but I am here to save the day with my high ticket closing skill. I could make it work. I could turn it around, right? I can close those sales nobody could close. That is like fighting Mike Tyson. That's called being an idiot. We don't want that. If we're gonna do boxing, we don't want to fight Mike Tyson. Here's what you want to do. You want to get in the ring. You want an 11-year-old kid who's never boxed before that you can have kind of like. Now, by the way, don't go out there and punching kids. It's not exactly. It's a metaphor. Okay, protect the kids. But if you're gonna do boxing, you want to kind of do a little push, and the kid will fall down and just cry. You win. This is what you want. We are not looking for a challenge. I'm going to say that one more time because you will forget about it. I know you'll forget it. Then you go out there and be a savior, okay? We are not looking for a challenge. I'll say that one more time. We are not looking for a challenge. We want a solid business account that meets all those criteria. This is a lot like dating. Ladies, we are not looking to date that, like it's like the criteria. First question, do you have a job? Do you have a high income skill? No, move on. Next. We are not looking for that guy that we could save. Yeah, I know he's a fucking loser. I know he hasn't worked for 3 years, but he would change for me. I'm going to turn him around. I'm going to make him a good man. No. No, no, no. I want him to be a good man to start off with. We are not in the business of turning losers into winners. We are in the business of helping winners win more. If you're single, you are not in the business of turning losers into winners. You are in the business of finding that winner and help them win more. You will waste so much time trying to save and turn around because you are optimistic. Most of my students are optimistic. And you want to turn it around. You want to help. I'm not saying we don't help. We just want to help winners. It would drive you crazy and you would waste so much time. I've seen it again and again. This is Sifu speaking from experience. Don't do it. Don't fight Mike Tyson. Just don't. You will hurt yourself emotionally, financially. Just don't. And I know I say it here. I know I say it like a broken record. Some of you would still go fucking do it. Oh, but Sifu, but there's always a but this person is my friend. This person has got a very unique product, but this person is. You're gonna give me all the reasons why this is like. Yeah, he's kind of a loser. I know he drinks a lot and he parties, but he's not that bad. He's a nice guy. Fuck him. He's not. Move on. He's a fucking alcoholic who's a fucking bum. That's who he is. Don't date him. Pick someone better. You deserve better. Just move on. So choose. You will only be effective by the way, it goes not just lady, gentlemen. Some of you guys would date someone that you want to turn around, save. You have that syndrome too. Not just, both goes man and woman, by the way. She's not that bad. No. And don't think that your romantic life, relationship doesn't affect your closing career. You bet it does. Goes hand in hand. Goes hand in hand. You got to be selective. Nothing worse than having a partner that doesn't support you. Nothing worse than having a partner who doesn't understand you. Nothing worse than having a toxic, negative BMW partner who drags you down like a crab in a bucket. That would destroy you, that would slow you down faster than anything else. Everything you do, 1 step forward, 3 steps backward. Having the right partner, on the other hand, you would accelerate. You would accelerate. That partner would propel you, support you, accelerate 1,000%. So write this down. Here's the formula. Your high ticket closing skill plus a solid business owner. This is the formula. This is the 6-figure formula. Write this down. I'm giving it to you. Plus superior marketing plus irresistible high ticket offer equals a solid 6-figure income. So I see we're giving you the criteria for finding that, selecting that, interviewing that solid business owner. Yes or no? All those questions I've given you just a few minutes ago. That's how you know. Superior marketing. Look at the marketing. Look at the funnels. Irresistible high ticket offer, meaning that they are charging whatever they're charging compared to the value they deliver. It is a no-brainer. They're selling the program for 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, maybe a service, but they're delivering 2, 3, 4, 5 times the value. It's a no-brainer. It's irresistible. It is an offer they can't refuse. You want to make them an offer they can't refuse? Do you understand? Do you understand? Right? So you look at this equation here. Think about 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. That makes up to the 100% of the formula. What percentage is your closing skill? That's right, 25%. Even though you're absolutely perfect as a closer, which none of us are, it's only 25% of the equation. So do you see how it's idiotic? It is arrogant to think that we want to affect 100% of the equation, the outcome, we only have 25% of the control. Think about it. Your closing skill, 25%, 25 out of 25. Do the math here. But you're working with a lousy business owner with horrible marketing, with a non-compelling offer. How well are you going to close? How many sales are you going to make? Not so good now, is it? What if just you work with you have, again, 25 out of 25, your closing skill, you're working with a business owner. That's pretty good. But like good person, but the marketing sucks. And they've got a lousy offer. How much money are you going to make? Even if you make money, is that going to be a struggle? Are we making it tougher than it should be? Now, let's look at the other way. Let's say your closing skill is not 25 out of 25. Let's say it's not even half good. It's 10 out of 25. Emerald would like this. Emerald, can you do the math for Sifu? 10 out of 25. But business owner, 25 out of 25. Marketing, 25 out of 25. Offer, 25 out of 25. Yours is only 10 out of 25. What is the percentage overall out of 100? 85%. Is that a pretty good ratio? Is that a pretty good probability of success? Do you see what he was talking about? Do you see how important this is? So how many solid business accounts do we need to hit six figure? How many? One. Do we need to be selective? You bet. Every battle is won before it is fought. Sun Tzu. We know, using that criteria that I've given you, if they are good, you've already won. Even though you're not that good as a closer, you will still make a ton of money. Who likes that kind of art? Like, you're not that good, but doesn't mean you won't get good. I'm saying you don't need to be that good to start off with. You will get better as you go. If there's a good business owner, they've got solid lead flow after dozens, hundreds of calls, are you going to get better? Are you going to improve? Are you going to close better? Are you going to have better closing ratio? Of course you will. But in the meantime, you don't need to wait to be good to make money. This is earning while you learn. This is not the school 4-year bullshit that you don't earn shit and get into hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and hopefully, with luck, you can earn a measly buck. This is, you are earning while you're learning right now. You are getting paid by the business owner, training you, getting good, and making money day one. Day one. Every battle is won before it's ever fought, because the brilliance. Can you see the brilliance of the model? Because the model is so superior. The market that Sifu had chosen to offer our service. I've done all the heavy lifting for you. Can you see how Sifu's done all the heavy lifting? I've done all the heavy lifting, all the hard thinking for you already. You just need to follow the system. I need you to trust the system and follow the steps and apply yourself. And you will see results. And you see results every day in the Facebook group anyway, yes? It works. If you work the system, it works. You can't be wishy-washy about it. I guess maybe. If that's the attitude, forget about it. So he's done all the work. I've paved the way. And it is something that won't go away. Most industries, most companies will be disrupted by technology, artificial intelligence, all these advancements. Most those jobs will be gone. And I mean gone. Not we'll see what happens. No, they're gone. They won't exist anymore. Millions and millions and millions of people will lose their jobs and there will no skill sets to back them up. You don't need a crystal ball to know that it's coming. You pay a little bit of attention, you know that is what's happening. But no one could ever take away the human connection. No one could take away the art and science of communication. In fact, more technology, more AI, they're better for us. Do you know why it's better for us? Do you know why it's even more advantageous to us? Oh, you may not know the answer. That's interesting. Would you like to know why? Think about the kids that are growing up now, millennial, the new generation. Do you think they are better communicator or worse communicators compared to the past? Because they're on all devices. Do you think they're very comfortable talking one-on-one to people, presenting? Way, way worse. It means that this whole new generation of people, they can't fucking communicate. They can't talk. Which is great. Supply and demand. They can type, they can talk. This is awesome. I got copywriting, I got closing. Life is good. I got no competition. You got no competition. It is fantastic. For those who have kids, if they're old enough, you put them through HTC at a young age. Oh my fucking God. It's like a knife through like hot butter. Like they have no competition. Like they would kick everyone's ass in their career. It doesn't matter what career. It doesn't matter they have to be a closer. It doesn't matter. Because they would be able to articulate the ideas. They would speak with confidence and conviction. Everybody else is fucking on the little phone and like finger fucking the fucking thing. They can't talk. They can't think because the devices are making them dumber. This is great. This is great. So celebrate that. You have an edge. Forget talking. We are way beyond than just talking. We are talking about asking questions with finesse, reverse psychology, grading system, understand the jam personality type, be able to dig deep, level 3 ping. Are you kidding me? Do you think they even know like a tiny percentage of what you know? Nothing. They don't even have the basic understanding of like human interaction because they don't interact anymore. When was the last time they called someone? Text. They can't fuck. You see kids at the fucking table. They're texting each other. Right at the table. They don't talk. They just text. Oh, yeah, I'll text you. I'm here. Ask me the fucking question. No, they text. It is great. It is the best of time. Some of you guys will be wealthy beyond imagination if you apply what I teach. This is the best of time. So I'm not afraid of AI. I love AI. Please. And the more and more so people when they wake up and realize they're in a matrix, more people will be looking to develop skills, which then will actually expand our family massively, expand our community massively, which is great. There's so many opportunities. Even AI software needs someone. We'll go into that. B2B needs someone to close those software sale. Yeah? How come the AI can't fucking sell it? How come we need a closing team to sell the software? Hello? Right? They need us. They need a lot of us. Machine can't do that. Machine can do a lot of things, but not that. Do you see why you should be excited? Why you should be grateful that you're here? At least you're getting a chance. People are not here, not in HTC, not my student. Most people don't stand a chance. Mark my word. Look at your family members, your friends, your relatives. Let's see where they are 5 years from now. Mark it today. Let's see where they are 5 years from now. Let's say if they still have that cushion job, that saves the comfy career. Let's see if 5 years from now, let's see where they're at. Let's see where you are at. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. Maybe less than 5 years. So, very important insights. You want to choose independent business owners or influencers. Now, we're talking the beginner level. This is beginner level. These are not who Sifu wants, but it could be get your foot in the door approach. Why independent? Because they can make the decisions on their own. Maybe you have one business partner, that's it. They can make the decision quickly. Choose someone who has a high ticket program, $2,500 minimum, up to $50,000, maybe $60,000 or more. Choose someone who has a marketing budget. We talked about that. Choose a business owner that has a decent marketing funnel in place. When we say decent, it means it is converting, not trying to figure it out. If they still need to try to figure it out, ask them to figure it out before they call you back. It's not your job. It's not your job to try to figure it out with them. It is not your job to try to figure this shit out with them. You are wasting time. I have seen some of my best closers waited months, 3, 4, 5 months, 6 months, waiting for the business owner to get their funnel together. My God, it is bad idea. You should be closing while you're waiting. You're closing for somebody else, and you tell this particular business owner, you know what, that's cool. You work with a marketing agency. You work with someone who knows marketing, a funnel builder. Build all that, get it going. When it's running and getting leads, call me back. In the meantime, you're not wasting. The only reason you're waiting because you are desperate. You're like, oh my God, I can't lose this business owner. There's so many business owners out there. Move on. Move on. Choose a business partner that has a good reputation. Usually, if they have some team members, it could be anywhere from 5 to 50. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Boom. Who's going to read this one?
All right. Adam Nasur. Yes, I closed a $45K deal She will send a commitment today and go to the bank to get the rest of the money. Boom.
Boom. 45K. $45,000. One phone call. One phone call. Secret number 4. Freedom follows structure. Say it with me. Freedom follows structure. Sometimes people think, oh, if we have structure, that means, oh, we are restricted. That means we can't do whatever we want. That means, no, it's the other way around. Structure removes the need to think about things. It removes the need to take up a lot of your mental bandwidth so that you could express your freedom without thinking about it. Exactly like martial art. You look at any martial art, do you just go into the dojo and say, okay, he's heavy bag, kick whatever you want, punch whatever you want, do whatever the hell you want? Well, how are you going to be a good martial artist? No. What did they teach you? Every single style in the world, right? In the very beginning, they would say, okay, you got to learn the stance. You need to learn the basic position. You need to learn the footwork. You need to learn how to punch structurally, right? Here's how you hold your fist, right? Here's how you hold your arm. You learn basic boxing. You got to learn how to jab, cross, hook, uppercut. How to have hands up to protect your face. Are those things structure? Yes or no? Once you learn the structure, then once you get good, it becomes unconscious competence, now you can express yourself. Now you can express yourself freely. So freedom follows structure. Structure gives you more freedom, not the other way around. So with Desmond, Sifu has demonstrated when it comes to B2B closing what that sounds like. Now and I promised you a couple of weeks ago, I'm going to share with you our internal sales team structure. This is confidential. This is not shared to the public. In fact, the pitch deck that you saw is also not shared to the public. So promise me, this is what we do. Don't be going around and telling people this is what we do. This is our edge. Okay? Because you don't know who you're talking to, and this might leak out to our competition. You don't want that, right? We don't want that. So what happens in XTC stays in XTC. Like, see if we trust you enough, you're my student, and say, I'm sharing with you our structure. And it took us many, many revisions to get to this point. So when you join XTC, what you're coming in through XTC, you are learning, write this down, B2C, business to consumer, inbound closing. That's what XTC is about at the beginner level. That's what you're learning, right? How do you deal with inbound call? How do you sell business to consumer, right? That's what you've been learning for the last 5-6 weeks, yes? That's what you've been role-playing, okay? But as a scale team, what we do is completely at a different level. So Joe, why don't you explain a little bit about what this is?
Happy to share, Sifu. Thank you. So we will talk about what a SWAT team and what a sniper team is on the next couple of slides. But first, I want to kind of align you to some words on the screen, right? So we have, you can see on the top left, we have the breachers. Under it, if you see outbound lead gen. On the bottom left, you see marksman. You can see it says qualify inbound leads, right? In the center, you see something called sharpshooters. You can say it says close deals all day, every day. And the far right, you see strikers, nurture qualified leads. And by the way, Sifu is absolutely right. We've gone through so many revisions to even get to this piece. And just to give you a heads up, this is just a ground level, like in the trenches view of the current team. What you don't see now is you don't see the team leaders, you don't see the team coaches, and you don't see the sales managers. So this is just the lowest level in the trenches right now, which is great because this is where the closers are closing. But there is a whole nother levels above, which helps and aids the success of the team.
Let me just explain a little bit about this, because looking at this, Sifu is a simple graph. What's so profound about this? What's profound about this? This is the exact structure that a lot of the bigger companies, like say Salesforce, they use to scale to 100 million and up with a sales team. This is a fucking $100 million sales team structure. That's why it's profound. So let me explain. So what you're learning, if you're doing inbound B2C closing, you are a sharpshooter. What Steve is teaching you is to be a sharpshooter for now. For now. Why is this so critical? Most companies, when they say they want to hire a couple of sales people, what they're looking for is, it could be they're looking for someone just doing the outbound, which is stupid, because when you do the outbound, and I'll go into a little bit in role play and all that, you'll see it in maybe more later into next class. But they want someone to be able to do that, or they want someone to be able to, because they hire salespeople. They think all salespeople are the same. Well, you can take the inbound call, you can do outbound, you can then also be able to follow up with leads. That is very, very ineffective. It is like someone who is like trying to do all these things it's like playing basketball, right? Basketball, a typical basketball team has how many people? 5, right? This is like, okay, one person, you can do all 5 things. You're going to dunk, you're going to pass, you're going to dribble, you're going to shoot, you're going to do all that stuff. One person doing all of that. No. This structure allows the breachers, all they do is outbound lead generation. Marksmen, all they do is qualify the inbound leads before set up the call for the sharpshooters. This is why the sharpshooters, right? Marksman is the support, right? Helps the sharpshooters. The sharpshooters, think about a sniper, right? You're aiming, one call, one close, one shot, one kill. And then for those who you can't close, you don't need to worry about it, because those leads are getting passed to the strikers. Strikers, all they do is nurture the qualified leads who they can close. And what happens is, every single personality type depends on your background. Some of you will be phenomenal as sharpshooters. Some of you won't be so good as sharpshooters, but you will make an excellent breacher. You're just like, if you set fire all day, you're doing that, and you're setting up the call. And you can actually make more money than a sharpshooter, just all day. And strikers, following up, adding more value. That's all you do, right? Picking up the money that other people can't pick up. And I'll show you the numbers. So let's go through each one of these first, okay? Is this profound so far? And you think closing is a one-person thing? It's not a one-person thing. It's always a team. It's always a team. So, Joe, who are breachers?
So the breachers, we call them in the SWAT team. And you think of SWAT, it's like the police elite force, right? SWAT's like the highest level, the most, they do close combat, they do close quarters combat, they use special weapons. So that's really the elite of the police force. And that's kind of how we got that name SWAT. So when we say breachers or SDRs, sales development reps, by the way, we also have a B2B structure, which is similar, but not exactly the same. But for tonight, we're talking about the B2C, so we call them breachers. They perform outbound activities to set qualified appointments. And Sifu already mentioned the strikers, right? Or we can also call them account managers, the AMs, right? In a B2B sense. They work with unqualified leads, and then they also, not only that, they connect with existing clients to nurture future opportunities. I just want to spend a bit of time on this slide because it's really important. What Sifu just pointed out, one of the issues that we found in the past when we did not have the SWAT team was the fact that leads that came in, I always give this example, right? So, in Discord, you can comment below. When we talk about sharpshooters closing, let's say you get 5 to 8 book calls a day, right? Let's say you take 5 to 8 book calls a day. Do you always close every single one of those calls? Do you always close 5 out of 5, 8 out of 8 every single day? No, right? It's just not realistic. The issue we had in the past was when that happened, let's say we closed 3 and there were 5 that were not closed, those 5s just basically, in a way, disappeared. It went into a black hole. No one contacted them. No one talked. No one reached out to them. It was basically almost like a waste of leads, a waste of ad spend. So the SWAT team plays an integral role because they actually come back and say, you know what? Hey, this is you did not upgrade or you did not buy X, Y, and Z. But here's another, could be a downsell, could be another offer of value. Here's a free gift for you. You know what? You can maybe learn from Seafood Dan from this way instead, right? They can offer that. So this is really key. Then we can move to the next slide. Yes, the snipers. So snipers, it's also, you look at the graphic, it's nice because it shows you like the military style, right? You've got think of army snipers, right? Camping on hills or even potentially even in big trees, right? It's cool because it's like a play of words. This is like the elite of the military, right? So we talk about the marksmen, also known as marketing response reps in the B2B world, MRRs. So if you hear the term MRRs, that refers to marksmen. We call them internally in B2C. So the best example to give is, let's say an influencer or a business owner has a funnel, right, that maybe has an opt-in page, a landing page that someone has to put their name and email address and phone number in, right? If they want to access a website or access a webinar or access a free gift, they need to put in their information. These marksmen, these MRRs, will reach out to them because they were generated through these website or these marketing activities. So that's how you qualify those inbound leads. Now, a sharpshooter is exactly what Sifu talked about, account executives, right, in the B2B world. They are the high-ticket closers, the HTC, what we're learning, inbound closing, inbound sales. So then they close sales set by SDRs, account managers, and the MRRs. All right, we got the next.
So let me just explain for a moment, okay? Why this is so profound. So if, let's say, when you are working with a business account and you're the sharpshooter, you could only, your skill at right now, after you graduate, you only have the ability to close inbound lead, which is great. Inbound lead, people book a time with you. Let's say on average, you would get a 30-40% no-show. So you have eight book phone call, half of those won't show. So half of your time is wasted. Versus this setup, someone comes in, you don't, as a sharpshooter, you don't talk to that person first. You have the marksman who call this person usually within how long?
The marksman, Sifu?
Yep.
Well, we strive to call them within 5 minutes of their application.
So instead of them booking a call 3, 4, 5 days later, no, marksman call them, we get notification, call them within 5 minutes to qualify them within 5, very short. The call will be very short to set up that call to make sure that they are serious. So by the time the sharpshooters get on the phone, they know this person has been qualified. You get the leads while they're hot. For the ones who don't close, then pass on the strikers, they can nurture and follow up. And then at the same time, the breachers are going out there, breaching down the door, any of these leads that have not responded, but they're out there bringing in the leads. They're going out there. So think about when we bring in our team, not as an individual hobby closer, we are saying, I don't care what they're doing. I don't care how much, I don't care if they're doing $20, $30 million. I know we come in, they are at least leaving 80, 90% of money on the table, because I could ask them a few questions. So what are you doing with the leads that you're not closing? 9 out of 10 is saying nothing. So no one's following up with them. No one. Okay. What about those inbound leads that are coming in? What do you do? Well, they book a time with our people. Okay. So that period of time, how much people are you losing who book, who don't show? Oh, that's all 50%, 40%. Okay. All right. And are you doing any outbound? Well, we do some, but not super good. We try to call people and try to close on the spot, which is a big mistake. I'll get into why. It should be strictly for lead generation. So look at those. I'm like, okay, you're doing 30, 40 million, whatever it is. Bring in our closing team. I can double, triple your fucking revenue without costing $1. Because I know you have a lot of waste within your system. I know because that's what we had. You're getting a fraction of the results that you should be getting. We could bring in our team with our training, with our systems, to plug that in. This is why Desmond said, we are not in the outsourcing business. We're in the scale business. We're here to scale your revenue. That's the difference. There's a big difference. We're not some fucking small salespeople that you outsource. Go find somebody else. We're here to scale business. That's our real business. That's what we do. So think about this. Marksmen, sharpshooters, and for Sapphire, you might be phenomenal as breachers. And by the way, so let's go back very quickly. Out of all these 4, which one you think makes the most money? Breachers, strikers, marksmen, sharpshooters. Joe, out of those 4, which one makes the most money in terms of commission?
In terms of commission, definitely SWAT team, higher. We're talking
Way
about
higher. Why? Because they did a fucking dangerous work. They're out there breaching the door. They're the one that's like converting leads who cannot be converted. They're more proactive. They make way more money, but also it requires more skills. Does that make sense? It requires more skills. They're disarming the bombs. They're overcoming objections. They're getting through the gatekeepers. They should make more money out of everybody else, right? Because of more skill set. And then we use HubSpot for a lot of these things that we do. Maybe share just maybe 1 minute about like HubSpot, why we use HubSpot for ourselves internally. Again, I'm not telling you this is what you should do. I'm just teaching you this is what we do. Okay? Why HubSpot is so powerful for us. Give us a 1 minute version.
Yep. So HubSpot, the big thing about HubSpot, which we lacked before, is the clarity on how contacts or prospects or leads enter our ecosystem and what stages they progress through, right? With HubSpot, we can clearly see this lead landed on, for example, a Facebook ad. This lead filled in an application form. This lead clicked on this YouTube video. This lead is now in this stage. It's now, being contacted by a breacher, for example. It shows that extremely clearly.
I don't think my mentees are getting it. Okay, let me explain. Before, let's say you as an inbound, you get a call, you talk to them, you ask questions, you find the information, right? With HubSpot, what we use, and we spend how much money? 6-figure.
Yeah,
on HubSpot, okay?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Imagine you talk to someone who books a call with you. You already know, okay, this particular person has opened up 3 emails that we have. They have downloaded this PDF. They have watched 3 minutes of this video. So when you talk to them, you already know how much information they have consumed. You know how long they have been in the list. You know all the activities that they have done. Would that give you an edge, you think, when you're closing? You would know, so how do you like the PDF? What have you learned?
It even shows the Sifu how far along the email they read or how much of the PDF they actually opened.
Yeah, we know. Not just they opened it. No, we know how far they have read 10 pages. They have read 5 pages. We know all of that.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Yep. Yes. In case you're wondering, privacy is dead. This is how closing is done. Not at amateur level, at a professional level, because I want to equip you with all the data that you need for you to maximize your income. Why would I give you a lousy fucking knife? I want to give you a machine gun. I want to give you a tank. I want to give you a helicopter, right? I want to give you like a battleship, RPG. Who wants to go fight with a little army knife? Right?
Sifu, I think we've got like a drone now, like a special specialized
100%.
Drone. Because
this is
something I want to quickly share that's I think really, really cool. So we have in the sales team, there's a new term, recently new, we call it an HHO, right? It stands for a hot handover. This is what we never had in the past where, okay, because, comment below, right? You know what I'm talking about. If there are prospects, there are people who want to buy on the spot. They just want to get in. We call them hand raisers. HubSpot calls them hand raisers, correct? Mm-hmm. And what we did not have in the past was everyone had to wait a certain amount of days to book a call and wait for someone to reach out. Now, and this is what's better for everyone.
Getting cold.
Yeah.
Right?
and this is why the breachers and the marksmen, they love the HHO model, especially the sharpshooters, because now when they reach out and this person is ready to go in the same day, in the same hour, the breacher just goes, hey, team, I've got an HHO. Who can take the call right now? Boom, it gets transferred over. Boom, it gets closed. Everyone makes money. The prospect is happy, and everyone wins.
And can you see how this is much more sophisticated approach? So when we talk to a business owner, I don't care, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20, 30, 50 million revenue, doesn't matter. I show them what we do. They're like, holy fuck. I don't care. Because I know I will find new money for them. And we're bringing on our team, my best students go in there, and we help them double, triple their revenue. We get a percentage of that. And we share the pot. It's a very simple business model. It doesn't get any simpler than that. Help them make more money, and we help some, and we get some of that. That's the entire business model. And then we celebrate. It closes in black. Incredibly simple model. Really. Right? We don't have time to go into all the HubSpot. I mean, there's a whole different thing on its own. Okay. I just want to show you that this is some of these things that we do, not all, because I don't want to overwhelm you. I know you're already overwhelmed. It's not how much you learn, it's how fast you can implement it. It's not how much you learn, it's how fast you can implement it. So I want to share a few pretty amazing stories with you, right? And I'll let Joe lead the way.
All right. I'm super, super proud and honored to bring on the first of two tonight, Christy Hinkson. Now, before Christy comes on, I can see she's unmuted here. I just want to kind of share, my impressions of Christy when I first met her versus where she is now. Now, let me start with where she is now, actually. Today, as we speak, Christy is the sales manager of not just one product within Sifu's team, our organization. She's the sales manager of 2 products, right? And she's leading a team of 30, Christy, about 35 to 40 closers, right? So, but from where she came from, you can actually see on the screen, I'm going to actually let Christy speak. She actually came from a place of a lot of lower sales. And I think it's a lot of like where we all came from, right? We all started there, but I'm going to let Christy share her story. You just seen the transformation from, this is January 2019, exactly a year ago where she was, to today being in Team Danlog. If this is not inspiring, I don't know what else is. So Christy, mic's yours.
Thank you, Joel, and thank you, Sifu, for letting me also be here and share my story. It's great to be here. And I started out like a lot of you that, I'm from season 8, and I came in looking for a way to just make a lot of money. I was working at a law firm as a paralegal. I did that full time. And, I thought, at first, oh, okay, so this is what I'm supposed to do. Okay, this is great. But then I noticed, before I signed up, the days that went by, I'm like, this really can't be what it is, right?
And Christy, do you mind sharing with us, if you don't mind, right? How much do you used to make at your law firm, working 40 hours a week or more?
I used to make about, what was it, like 15 to 1700 a month.
That's working
average.
40 hours a week, right? 4 weeks a month. It's
Yep.
only 15 to 1700. Okay.
Couple
Right.
K a month.
Yep. And I was barely scraping by, and I had 2 jobs as well. So it was actually funny when I did HTC, I had 2 jobs too. Yeah, so when I first started with HTC, a lot of it came down to I just wasn't also fulfilled in life. Like, I had my dream job. I had what I went to school for, and it was just not enough. I mean, I still even had to get a second job to pay the bills. It was not exactly what I thought it was going to be. And so when I came across Sifu first, through YouTube, I have to say I was that person that I didn't even understand the concept of even the wealth triangle, let alone the high income skill. When I went through the webinar, I had to go through it like twice to understand what just happened, and I still didn't understand, so I had to Google it. So once I did, and for a while, I had probably the same excuse most of you did at first of, oh, I don't have the money. I actually remember saying that if I had $3,000, I wouldn't need your help. And then thinking back, I'm like, no, I still would have needed your help. So when I went ahead and, I was thinking about it, and I was like, no. I mean, and then it kicked in. I don't know what it was, because I never got onto the phone with the closer, but I don't know what it was, but the moment just snapped, where I was like, wait, I have $50,000 in student loan debt for a degree that brought me to this point, that I still have to pay the $50,000 back.
Mm.
But yet I won't spend $3,000 for something that has the potential to make me six figures. That's stupid. Like, that was literally what I was thinking. And the only thing is, I was like, okay, well, how am I going to get there? I only have like $300 to $500 saved. And that was over like 3 years' time because of how much bills I had. And I went ahead and actually became resourceful and contacted my bank, knowing that I was like, okay, this might be a long shot, but I had them for a while, maybe they'll increase it. And within 30 minutes, I got that email saying, yep, you're approved, and signed up instantly. I was like, I'm not I'm not waiting, I'm just going on in. So I go on in, and after I go in, the first thing I thought of was like, oh crap, now I got to tell my mom, because I lived with my mom. And I remember when I told her originally about Sifu and everything, she was the traditional, oh, well, it's probably a scam.
You're being kind. Your mom
Yeah.
was you're being kind, right?
Yeah.
She did not like me. She was very
No.
cynical, very
Yeah.
skeptical, right?
Yes, very
Um,
skeptical
very
indeed.
negative, right?
Yes. She was the biggest crab in my life, and I knew that. I mean, I didn't even tell her when I joined. Like, week 3 is when I told her, and the only reason I told her is because I knew that if this was going to be my lifestyle, and this is exactly what I was going to do, I couldn't hide it, because it's eventually going to take over everything, and then it looks weird.
Mm.
So I was like, I gotta tell her. So I mean, but to back up a little bit, I saw in week 1 and week 2, with my mom and my younger sister fighting, and going through like all these lower self moments, and the fact that when I first came in to HCC, I had pretty bad depression and anxiety as well.
This is
Like,
the
that
next
was,
slide, right, Christy? I believe. Yeah, this
yeah,
slide, right? Mm-hmm.
that I had pretty bad depression. By the point of the post, I felt actually, much better, but I was still struggling with it because nobody really told me how that was. But during first 2 weeks, like, I was blown away. Like, I literally, everybody I said, I was like, Sifu is literally, like, I've been in and out of counseling since 2007, and just these 2 weeks answered the question no other psychiatrist could even answer, which baffled me. And now I want to ask them for a refund, but I can't do that. So when I came in and I realized what that was, I actually had an action plan besides just learning this high income skill. So along the way, I'm learning this high income skill. I'm actually practicing against my mom. And if we can go back to the prior slide, on the right is actually the story that I originally talked to my mom, that when I found out that, like, I remember I went to theunlock.com and I found you could actually apply there. Like, I remember seeing the website, and I'm like, yeah, but they'll probably want me to move to Vancouver. My mom's going to murder me. And so I went ahead, and I had to figure out a way that I had to, like, ease my mom into it. And basically, I went to her and I was like, this is what I want to do. This is how it has to get done. let the objections flow. Like that's pretty much. I was like, that's it. That's all I can do at this point. Because my mom's very emerald. Emerald is my weak point. When I talk to them, so I knew dealing with her was going to be a very hard time. But there was a lot of different things that were going on in the conversation, and when I kept saying that, hey mom, you always told me to run where the money is. I am. Do you not want me to listen to what you told me? And she was like, well, like I has in the post, it's like, well, if you can make 100K and you can stay here, why would you leave? And I was like, okay, well, suppose I was to make 200 to 300K per year working with Dan Locke. Would you really want me to stay here and hold me back from that? She had nothing else to say but, no, I guess that would be crazy to tell you not to go. And the minute that happened, I automatically heard Sifo going, I'm proud of you.
I am proud of you.
And
you did it.
And Christy, can I quickly chime in here? I think this is important for everyone to sort of know. I want to emphasize the point here is that even at this time, guys, Christy was not I'm super proud of her for setting her intentions. Like she declared it publicly. The whole world knew her plans. But at that time, she wasn't ready for this at all. She was never going to be ready.
No. And by the way, all this you could search back in this Facebook group. If you want to see Chris's journey in the beginning, she would be the last person you would think, but I saw something in her very early on though. I could tell you this, because she had that fire and that burn the ship kind of mentality. And although, Christy shared with us during the 7 weeks, was it easy selling for you, or was it a lot of ups and downs?
There was a lot of ups and downs. There was actually a point, Joel and Sifu, you actually don't know this. There was a point I almost quit Rising Stars on my own accord. And the main reason was, like, I remember when, I was in class and you're like, you have to let the old you burn before the new one can actually be reborn and to have a brand new. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm putting this away. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not doing this. What else is it? Now, I know, I made also a post about this that, I do like My Little Pony. And I know that was one thing that I was like, that's the only thing left I have yet to destroy. But to me, it was more of an ethical thing of what they taught me, which made me even get to the point that I was, that then got me very conflicted, because that's not exactly something you go and just share to everybody. That, hey, I like this anime cartoon, and, and know it's okay. And which actually, goes a little bit with what we were talking about, what we're going to be talking about today is about, with social media and stuff like that. And I'm like, should I hide it? Should I not? Should I burn this? But it was such of a struggle that I literally cried over it because of how bad of a struggle that was. And I realized that after talking to a few brothers and sisters, they're like, well, do you think that, Sifu minds dressing up like Batman and showing off Iron Man? I was like, but this is kid stuff. That was my thing. And I realized that it is a part of me. There's appropriate places and not appropriate places to use it, obviously. But at the same time, that it's not a part of me that has to necessarily die. It's just a part that has to be used appropriately. And I always did use it appropriately, but it was like that struggle, like, what's that extra step I got to do to be the better version of myself? And I was thinking, do I really have to part with this? So I know that's something that a lot of people will be facing is, this one passionate thing I'm for, do I really have to get rid of it? And, in most cases, there's a good possibility it's a no, depending on what it is. And that's what I found out.
And in terms of results, Christy, right? We can share with everyone. Like when you first joined Rising Stars, at first, this is a great boom, by the way. This is huge. But when you first joined Rising Stars, you were not getting results.
I sucked.
Right? You were not getting anything.
So think about it, Christy. So first, during the course, ups and downs, lower self, a lot of negative pull her back to her old self. How many of you experienced that even during your journey, right? Afterwards, closing, but not getting booms, struggling to close, right? Not getting results, still struggling. And then what happened?
And
Well,
really key, Chrissy, can you share about the transition, your mindset, how you
yes.
went from sniper to SWAT? I think that's so key that we all need to learn that.
Yeah, that for the longest time, I think on the highest I maybe made like 700, almost $800, but mostly it was either
I'm curious,
zero.
Christy, when you told your mom you make $700, what, like the first couple of sales, what did she say?
Oh, okay. That's all
Just the
oh,
first
okay.
couple of sales, what did she say?
That's it. Oh, okay. Congratulations. I mean, it's only part-time, right? Like it was really just that. Like it's like, oh, okay.
Try to downplay it, right?
Yeah, she's just like, okay, but you're still working, right? Like I'm just like, oh, mom, this is not what I expected, but okay.
By the way, it was
Um,
same thing what happened to you, right? You're listening to Chris's story. Same thing from
yep.
your family. You get the same treatment, all like shit. That's what
Oh
happens,
yeah.
right?
Oh yeah.
And then what happens?
Well, I actually we ended up making a game out of it since I came back from CIB and I have the boom button. Every time I get a boom, I go upstairs, hit it, and run, just because. And then we just both laugh, and then I tell her what happened, just to try to get her more involved.
Yes.
So that's also helped. But yeah, after time of trying again and again and again, asking several people, talking to the top closers, listening to the role plays, doing the classes over again, like going through all of this, it just wasn't sticking, and I was in fear. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna lose the spot I worked so hard to get to.
Yeah,
I'm gonna lose it.
we were about to remove you for like a
I
result.
felt it, yeah. Yeah, I felt it. I'm like, I gotta do something. I gotta do something. And so when the new structure was coming about and Joel was, talking about the breachers and the strikers and the sharpshooters and what they all do and the marksmen, and I just knew, I said this immediately. As soon as he got done, going over all of them to make sure I didn't miss anything, I was like, Joel Ember Breacher. Like that was like, I didn't even have to think about it. I didn't have to think about it overnight. I just knew. And I also knew sharpshooter wasn't working. I knew that too. So then when we actually went ahead and shifted over, I will have to say, when I was getting on those calls, I was scared. Like I always didn't care for outbound. I was always like customer service, so everything was inbound. If we called outbound, they were expecting us. So I was actually really scared. I didn't know what I was going to do. This is actually also the same time that Joel challenged me to also be just a leader as well and to do breaching at the same time. So I went ahead and I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this. So I'm closing part-time, being a leader part-time, and still working full-time. And I remember that there was a strict deadline that it's like, okay, you had to get like 3 BAMs, 3 appointments in this short time. I had about like a week left, right? So the first 2 days, business is normal. But then I'm getting to the last 3 days of all of it. And I was like, okay, I have to do this. I have to do this. So I went ahead and I stayed and worked up many hours. And then when it was 48 hours left, I actually called off work and plugged away at the phones all day. That's all I did. I didn't care. That was all I did. I had one objective. And then I got my second one. And I'm like, okay, great. I need one more in 24 hours. So I'm freaking out because I'm like, there's no way I could work full time, do this part time, and guarantee that I have an appointment. There's just no way. So I called off again. And again, I plugged away at the phone. And the whole time, I'm actually in a co working space because my mom didn't know I called off work 2 days to do this. And as I was doing it, something really just clicked that that moment that every closer tells you about, the moment that they all find their identity, their closer identity, this is mine. That I was able to go call the phones, and I made a different version of outbound calling for myself. And I tell this to even my closers, that I made it that either I'm laughing at the end of this call or they're laughing at the end of this call, but I'm not getting off that phone until somebody giggles. And that made me feel less scared. Like, as silly as it is, it made me feel less scared, which then made me more relaxed and actually made it where one of my BAMs was there 2:00 in the morning. And it actually converted at the same time. So that was really my moment that I was like, holy crap, this is what I was supposed to do. That's why that wasn't working. That's not what I was supposed to do. This is what I was supposed to do.
And then share with us about the $9,912 in commissions.
Yes. So after this was all said and done, about a week later, Joel comes up to me and says, Christy, I have this wonderful opportunity for you. There's just one problem. And I was like,
I gave you a really big problem, a really big challenge.
Yeah, you gave me a really big that you said, I have this amazing opportunity for you. I think you'll do really well at it, but you can't work at your job and do it at the same time, because you can't, be a leader, do this opportunity, and at the same time work a full-time job. It just won't work. It's impossible. So you need to make the decision to either quit your job and to do this. Now, he obviously did it in a more closer fashion, but
it was pretty direct. It was pretty direct.
It was pretty direct. It was
quit
pretty
your job
direct.
and don't get this opportunity.
That was pretty much it. And I was just like, can I think about it? Like, because it was a really big thing to drop one. I knew it was going to happen eventually, but the one thing I kept thinking of is my past results do not support quitting a job yet. It doesn't support, it supports them growing, but it doesn't support, I just stopped. So I was thinking about it. I was having a lot of anxiety. Oddly enough, no depression, just anxiety. And I was, talking to people, and I was not sure. And I was just like not fully there. And then I remember that I was doing other things. So then I forgot about it for a minute. And then our next meeting came up. Joel's like, okay, so what's your decision? I'm like, oh shit, that's right. I had a decision to make. And I just said, yes, I'm going to go ahead and quit my job. And he was like, okay, when are you going to get this done? I was like, well, give me 3 weeks. He's like, why 3 weeks? And I was like, 1, to give my job 2-week notice, and another week in case I hesitate. But I'm going to get it done in 3 weeks. So I actually did it the next day, and because I did not want to leave as much days as possible. But I did it the next day, handed in my resignation, and here is the amazingly weird part. I got instantly sick. And I mean, like, as soon as I hit send on that email, like, I was doubled over in pain. I felt like I was going to throw up. I was sick to my stomach. Right? It was hard to move. I was like in a fetal position, actually. And I just was like, oh my God, I did that. I just did that. And I didn't know really what else to do. And my nearest friend at the law firm, I went and I told her exactly what I did. And she gave me a hug and she said, it's about time you get the hell out of here. And I'm like, I thought we were friends. What the hell are you talking about? And she said to me, she's like, no, you've been saying that you were wanting to do this. You keep telling us you're going to leave. You keep telling us you're going to leave and get to this point. But we see you have more potential. You need to leave. And instantly, all of my pain, all of my stomach pains, gone. Right after that point. And after that, I went all in, and I actually rented out the co-working space every single month to get this done. And long and behold, what was it, less than a month later, I even doubled my income, and then by the time of this post, I basically like what quadrupled.
Five x your
Yeah,
income
5 times my income
in about 2 weeks,
of
right, Christy? 2 3 weeks.
yeah, it was only about 3 weeks, and it was phenomenal. It was phenomenal. And I told my mom this. She goes, "Now can you sustain it?" And I was like, "Oh God." Thanks, Mom.
At first, a few
Thanks.
$100. Oh, it's nothing.
Nothing.
Now it's 5 times more. Right? You talk about the
Yep.
buckets of crap. Oh, but yeah, I know it's a lot, but can you sustain it though?
Yeah, and then I remember, I think it was the next month I got similar in commission, and I told her the same thing. I did it again, and she goes, "You're not quitting though, right?" Like I didn't tell her I quit my job yet. And I told her, I was just like, "Well, why do you say that? I already showed I can, do it." And she goes, "Well, for the benefits." I'm like, "Really?" That's what you're grabbing onto? I can get my own benefits. So I mean, that's been a crazy ride. And also, um, ironically, since I actually work more, and I will say, as a sales manager, it's a little bit more stressful. Actually have
Just
not
a little
needed.
bit, Christy. A little bit.
Well, Joel, you know, working with you is not easy, but it's definitely rewarding. I will say that it's definitely rewarding. And I will say that, since I quit my job and actually went full time and work with Joel and the amazing team, I actually do not need my antidepressants since I quit. So I actually have not taken them since then. I've let my doctor know. I was like, you don't need to give me these. I'm good. I actually kept forgetting to take it because I was fine. That's how that happened, and so they're happy as well.
So, listening to Chrissy's story, how many of you could tell, like just the way that Chrissy shares her story, articulates her story, you would not think, even for a second, that she had depressions, that she had to go through a lot lower self. You might think, oh, well, Chrissy's just cool and she's confident. No way you could tell, right?
Watch the old video.
Yeah,
So
watch the
different.
old
Yeah.
video. You search, you watch the old video yourself, right? I think that's it's you will
Yeah.
find it more inspiring. And think about from $1,500, $1,700 to be able to generate this kind of income in less than a year. You want to talk about life changing. Now, I'm not saying that you will generate that kind of income. There's no promises. It's up to you. It's the same skill set. What I'm sharing with you is the journey, what Chrissy's gone through. What have you learned from her story? Put in the chat. Is it always going to be a smooth sailing? Is your family always going to be supportive?
Sifu, I remember I even asked you in a live dinner with Sifu, like,
Mhm.
What should I do when my mom is no longer supportive? And I
Mhm.
remember you just posted that one video, and I was like, I thought that's what you would say. I was hoping
Mhm.
it would be something else.
That's right. And now Christy is the sales manager who manages both the HTC and also HIC, the high income cooperator program that we have.
Correct. Not only that, Sifu, maybe Christy, you should share with us, or you could be a surprise, but you're finally leaving where you are right now. You're finally leaving your
Yes.
environment, right?
Yes, I'm actually when it's gonna be a little while because my mom does need surgery, minor surgery, so I want to make sure I'm here for that. But once that's all done, I will actually be moving out to Washington, and that's expected to be done within 3 months.
Mm,
An hour and a half from Sifu and the team.
that's right.
Yep.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Look forward to seeing you in the office. It's beautiful.
Yep.
Awesome.
Looking forward to seeing it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. A round of applause
Thank you
for
very much.
Christy. What a story. What a story. Now, here's another story that's a little bit different, but I think it's a different perspective, also extremely inspiring as well. So, Felix, are you here?
Yes, Sifu, I'm here.
Okay, so Felix, share with us what's life like before HTC.
All right. So my life before HTC, I was a I was an introvert, so I studied computer science, just going the normal traditional route, studying computer science, graduated a bachelor, and I went straight into a startup company, just doing programming, thinking that was the path I'm gonna go on. I think for the longest time, I was really looking for that sweet spot that I was like, programming is not really for me. Like, I'm not really as good as other programmers, but where can I stand? Like, where can I stand in the company? And I always find that spot that I want to be at. But, because of the environment, because of a company that's so restricted for me, I'm always striving hard to do the best of I can, but I just couldn't get to somewhere I go. So I was just working hard, like 4 years, same company. I got a few promotions, but my salary just doesn't go up that much, like 3% every year, a little bit, just a little bit, tiny little bit. Don't even dare to ask for more because I just felt like the company owed me something. The company really owed me something. I try a lot, but then something really hit me hard is when my mom was diagnosed cancer and she passed away on 2017, and that was when I knew that okay, I can't stay in that state of me wanting to do something else but rely on somebody to determine the destiny for me. Right? I was waiting for something to happen, but if I don't really do anything, it just won't happen. So like half a year later, after my mom passed away, I got fired from the company too. That's another motivation where I'm like, all right, I guess that's could be a bad thing or it could be a good thing, because that is when I was like, I have nothing. Like I just lost someone who is significant to me, and I also lost my pure income stream for myself. I'm like start from ground zero. So I know I knew I need to do something else. I told myself I could not go back to a job and be in the same story again. So I come across Seafood Dan, I would say a couple months before I got laid off. And at that time, I still kind of like, it doesn't click. It's just like, oh, it's just another program. It's just another course. And I watched the webinar that Seafood Dan has after I got laid off. Actually, I have a month of depression. I think I'm depressed because I'm literally staying home. Like, as you can see in the slides, like that is like on the right side. That was my quote unquote office. That was where I was at. And that was my computer. I would just stay in the office for like 3 straight weeks and lock myself there for like 3 straight weeks. I was just playing games. I just tried to basically ignore the fact that I lost my job, ignore the fact that I lost my mom. And I was just like, okay, I don't know where I was, to be honest. I was so lost. And then I just rewatched the webinar and I was like, okay, this is the time. This is the time that I need to just do something. And at that time, my identity, like when it comes to identity, really, I was like, was spending like 2,000, like three, like because I live in Canada as well. It's almost like over $3,000 on a program, online program that is like it's mind blowing. It's just something that is unheard of for me. It's totally something that is. But somehow I know Seafood like just speak into my heart every time when you speak. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take a leap of faith in that and just go all in, right? So that is really when my journey started from there. And I didn't know. I have no destination of what that's gonna look like for me. I just know that I need something new, like entirely different in a job, which the high income skills, all the concepts, philosophy, all that makes so much sense to me. And going to this slides, really before that, Joel probably didn't know about it. Nobody know about that in HTC, that I'm actually involved in the MLM group. And that was right after I my mom passed away. One of my quote unquote close friend reached out to me and go for me for a chat. And For anyone got into like a MLM chat, it's like a similar tactics, right? They would go in, like have a long chat with you, and all of a sudden they would say like, "Oh, I have this mentor, do you know blah 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 blah." But then, okay, I just wanted something else at that time because I was lost anyway. So okay, let's start something else, right? Let's try it. I didn't even know what MLM is at that time. I was just so stupid. I was so naive. But anyways, fast forward, I joined the MLM, not knowing that it's an MLM, just thinking that it's just another like, those kind of like self-improvement environment where I can just get a coach mentor to guide me to somewhere. But knowing that after a year, I joined the group, I know that, okay, this mentor is not someone I'm not really learning from him. And there's so much restrictions and all these limitations that what I can do within that. And because that group was the group that really lift me up because they have the family style where I can it gave me a lot of hope back after all these unfortunate things that happened to me. So after I graduated, this is the day, May 1st. This was, I believe that was the last week of my season of HTC. Something is telling me, it's really, it's kind of in the middle of transformation if I think back. Something is telling me that, okay, whatever that you're doing right now with this MLM group, you have to quit. Like you can't just like stay in there because it's dragging you down. Like it's preventing you to go to that destination you want to go. So I had this weekly meeting with my AG. Back then we have the AG group, right? My AG leader. I probably haven't cried for a long time. I literally burst into tears, and I was like, I like even my AG leaders doesn't know what happened. Like I was just like I told him, I still remember I told my AG, I'm like, hey Isaac, like today is just like I really think that I need to make that decision. Like I really know it, I really have to, but it's a really really hard decision. I just don't want it. I'm a very pearl in my heart. Like breaking relationship is like it's like cutting skin. It's like cutting meat out of my heart. So I know that when I have to quit this MLM group, that means likely that I wouldn't have any like close relationship with them anymore. It just hurts. But I know it's the necessary steps for me to get to where I want to go. But yeah, I made decisions to do this, and I just want to emphasize also that it is really HTC that helped me find who I really want to be, and really forcing me to go to face these kind of weaknesses that I have that I'm trying to always avoid and just stay comfortable. But now because of all these learnings that I have, I just go like, all right, let's do it. Although I don't know how to, and just do it, because every single time when I have to do something new, it's always easier than I thought when I start executing it. It's like, oh, it's actually not too bad. It's not too bad. It's like role playing. I'm sure everybody can relate to this. Is like when you're first role playing because you haven't done it at all. Like for me, I like sales is like it's like an opposite of what I used to
an
do.
introvert, right?
Yeah.
Now, Felix, after you graduated from HTC, you didn't start getting booms just like Christy. It wasn't how long it took you to get your first boom.
Oh, it took me 6 months, half a year.
6 months. You're
Yes.
paying attention to this? 6 months. Didn't get the first boom, struggling, just like Christy, struggling. Wasn't even like during that 7 weeks, wasn't like getting it very quickly, role play. No, it was a struggle. It was difficult. Not so much different from you. And then what happened? What clicked? What was the turning point?
The turning point is really after CIB. I make a switch because for the whole 6 months that I haven't made a boom, the only thing I was going after was my boom. I literally jump on every single opportunity that I can have. Just do whatever. Just try it, but something just doesn't resonate. Like you feel like you're hustling a lot, but you're just not getting results. But that turning point is really, I was like, okay, instead of chasing after the boom, I'll just help Sifu on the HTC community, whatever way that I can, whatever that fit in. And I was like, okay, I know that if I contribute enough, then HTC community would go towards that direction faster because of my contribution, and result would just come onto my way because of my contribution. I just kind of know about it. That was the switch that I made, and I believe within a month I got my first boom.
Within 1 month. Sifu always creates opportunities. That's what I do. I love to create and bring opportunities to my students. That's what I'm good at. But only those who help themselves.
It's
Only
also
those who help themselves.
crazy Sifu, because Felix and Christy are not like a lot of people, like, because they were the ones who actually put in so much sweat equity, volunteered to help out with we had a CIT, the clothing and training group. Felix literally volunteered and helped out with everything when it came to the internal sales team. He didn't ask for anything in return. He just wanted to add value and contribute. And I think that's really special because like we just don't see that often, right? So when Felix did that, when Christy did that, it really caught our attention.
It's not like students come to me, graduates. Oh, Steve, I want to close for you. I'm going to close for you. I don't listen to what you say or watch what you do. Are you embodying the HT's philosophies of being go-giver? We look at all of that. And then what happens? Fast forward today.
Yeah, fast forward today. I have been being a sales manager for a little while now. I'm kind of switching different roles. Now I'm part of the leader of the closing training group, which Joe just mentioned, and really finding that inspiration for helping students to get into internal sales, which I think it would make a huge impact in HTC community as well.
So from Felix, from back then, losing the job, lose the income, but also the identity. Fast forward today, this is in December. How much you made that month? It's a little bit small. Do you remember the number?
If you add that two number up, it's just about 10K.
$10,000. $10,000. 1 month. 1 month. And how did you do that? By applying himself, by going all in. And you see now both from in the beginning, just finding his way, Christy finding her way, going through struggles, ups and downs, wasn't easy, wasn't smooth. Providing value, applying themselves to now being in a really a leadership position within the closing team, managing, training, nurturing the closers. So what have you learned from Felix's story? Put in the chat. And it's exactly stories like that that motivates me to keep teaching. When I hear stories like that, is incredible. And I'm blessed that I'm able to do this. That if I could have that kind of impact in someone's life, within all thousands of my students' life, that I have an obligation. I do believe I have an obligation. It's my duty, also my purpose, to teach. And be able to hear these stories every day. I hear these stories every day. So I'm blessed. I'm grateful that I can do this. That I can make this my career. So Felix, thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Sifu.
So within the team, you hear Christy talks about BAM. BAM means like when we set up an appointment as a, it could be as a breacher, right? We would set an appointment. That's what it means. So when we close this out, we actually call it a boom, right? Joey, you want to go through some of these quickly?
Yeah, really fast. I think the one thing I want to point out, congrats, Eric, by the way. Well done. Eric is one of our newest closers, but he's quickly rising to the top. It just shows.
I
But if
love
you
that.
look at the
I love
process, look at the number of calls and emails. How much effort did Eric put in, right? 4 calls, 12 emails to get that appointment. And this is why the SWAT team make the most income. They get the highest percentages because they put in so much work. It's just fair. And I'm really proud of them for actually doing that and being so consistent, so persistent. So as you can see, when we say a boom, when we post a BAM post, we talk about how did they get qualified, right? Sifu teaches us, qualify for decision maker, time, needs, right, and money. So he shows about the urgency, decision maker. And if you look at the bottom part of the right picture, probability of closing by sharpshooter, 10 out of 10. If you were a sharpshooter, how would you feel about that if you saw that? Right? If you were a sharpshooter and you saw 10 out of 10, right? You would, I would love to be here all day. I could do this all day, every single day with a team like that. That's why the team is so important.
One more story.
There we go. Peter and Sam. And Sam, by the way, Sam's phenomenal. He's one of the most consistent sharpshooters in our team. Sam's been with us. Sam came through Rising Stars. And if you don't know what Rising Stars was, that was
All right, Sam.
Yeah.
I saw Sam commenting earlier.
Yeah, he's
That's
in the chat. He came through Rising Stars, went through Sifu's Closers, and now been with the SWAT and Sniper team as a leader since the beginning. Very consistent sharpshooter. So you can see Peter, this is the HHO I was telling you guys about. Peter Schrank, well done. Hot handoff to Sam, right? And you can see Sam, like you look at the time. That was 1 a.m. Pacific time. Sam is in Eastern time, so that was 4:30 a.m. for Sam. Sam's like he just works like literally 24/7. Doesn't matter what time he's there, right? It's funny if you see our Slack channel, Sam is there whenever. Doesn't matter. So that's 4 a.m. Sam's time. He's awake, ready to receive a hot handover, and boom, right? HIC, SWAT assigned. 1 call closed, paid in full. I'm not gonna read the rest, but you can see that's incredible.
By the way, could you see that unlike a lot of the fucking sales people, so-called trainer, we do what we teach. We walk the talk. Everything that Steve is teaching you is what we do. I show you that's what we do. Like how many of them could show you and take you behind the scenes besides talking about the techniques? How many of them running a team? How many of them show them this is what we do? This is how we do it. This is our process. What's working right now in the real world? That's the difference. And we're improving all the time. And one of the reasons why Steve is so passionate about creating opportunities for you, it's the same thing that I wish someone gave me the opportunity when I was young, when I was getting started. And I had my mentor, but I still had to create a lot of those opportunities myself. Then if now I'm able to, that I have the ability, I have the skills, and I have the brand, that I have the resources to be able to do this, I could use my intelligence, my business acumen, my skill to create a much bigger pie, not just for myself, but for the people I care about, for the family, for you, for all my students. That I could do that. I don't need to worry about my little, so I can a little pie. I can create a much bigger pie and share the abundance and wealth because there's so much out there. There's so much out there. You will not see this in any other organization. I can promise you that. I don't look at the resume. I don't look at any of that. I look at the drive. I look at the tenacity. I look at the skill. I look at how coachable you are. I don't care. I don't care where you came from. I don't care your background. I don't care your age. I don't care any of those things. Secret number 5. Now we are 4 hours, 30, almost 30 minutes in. We're at secret number 5. How are you doing so far, by the way? How many of you are overwhelmed, but in an exciting, happy, joyful kind of way? Is class 6 powerful or what? Are you going to go back and listen to some of the different segments? Does that give you a better idea how we do what we do and why we do what we do? And how it's very unique. What you have is very unique. There's no place like HTC. There's no doubt. There's no place like HTC. It doesn't exist. If there's one, I would have joined. I would have joined myself. Because it doesn't exist, so I created on my own. So how are you doing? Can we aim let's set a goal? You can wrap it up. Let's say we get a class down to 6 hours. I'll do my very best. We wrap it up in 6. Let's not go so crazy. You need rest too, right? But there's still quite a few things I want to share with you. Some pretty amazing things that are coming up, right? Do you need a break? You want to do a 3-minute break? Just a 3-minute break? Go to the bathroom, grab a glass of water? How's that? And then we come back, and then we keep going. Yes? All right, let's do a quick 3-minute break.
Wow, some amazing stories, some fantastic transformations. Christy, Felix, if you guys can hear me, phenomenal work. It's been amazing watching you guys grow into fantastic individuals, and we can't wait to see what you guys do within the Download organization and really to impact the world. You guys are doing phenomenal. And Joel, I'm curious, when you're looking for someone who's going to be in a management position, who's going to be a closer, who's really going to take up an important spot within Team Denlock, what are some key points you look for in a closer, and what can someone do to essentially start to build up their way if they see themselves in that role in the future?
Hey Vikas, yeah, I love that question actually. I think it's exactly what Sifu said, because I mean, to be frank, like if it was just all based on paper and merits and you know what you have on paper, like your degree, everything, I don't think any of us would be here today. I myself, I wouldn't be here.
I wouldn't
right?
either.
I like Felix, Christie probably won't. They're probably not gonna be here either. But the thing that stood out the most when we saw Felix, Christie, even Sam, right, even Sean, even James, Jason, the thing that they had was just that Sifu mentioned it already. That fire, that passion for just doing more. It's interesting because both Felix and Christie, I'm gonna just share this. My personal opinion was back in the time, like I would never imagine them being where they are today. And it's not to offend them or anything like that. It's just they did not have, at that time, I did not think they had what it took. But the one thing that they had, which I respect and which got them so far, was just that I don't even know what the word is. It's just more than grit. It's like that unrelentless, never giving up, like stubborn. It's like stubbornness. It's like being so stubborn that I'm just gonna do it. I don't care what the hell you say. Like even if you tell me I'm shit, I'm bad, I suck, I'm still just gonna do it anyways, right? And I really respected that. So that was always something where I kept an eye out for. And when I saw like Christy progress, I was like, you know what? Let's give her another challenge. And she killed every single challenge. She just killed it. So they came to the point where here's your final challenge. Quit your job, come in full time, do this all in. She took that. And that's where and so that's exactly, it's like she didn't have the skills, but she learned it along the way. She didn't have the merits, but she got it along the way. And she got so much respect from not just myself, but I think the entire team and the students and the people around her. So it's just like stories like that, right? Where yeah, it's really inspiring. It inspires me when I think about them. It's like it blows my mind. It's from where they came from, where they are today. Just could never imagine that.
True determination and true grit. Now, Desmond, as the OG, one of the originals within Team Dan Locke, actually helping form and build the company, what are some things that you look out for? I'm really curious to know since you are the original.
The OG.
That's
All right.
that's a
So
nice way of me calling you old.
yeah, I
Ooh.
know. Sure, young pup, right? Like you can teach this old dog some new tricks, right? Um, well, I think Joel summarized it really well. I definitely do remember Christy. I even remember um, Sifu Danlock, pointing out her video once to me, and I mean, I remember Joel. We were about to cut her from the,
Yeah.
I was telling you, right?
Multiple
Like
times, right? Death
right?
multiple times.
We
Yeah.
were like, but yeah, the thing about Christy and Christy, she was very persistent, the tenacity. As Sifu always says, sometimes it's not even the skills; it's that do they have the culture. So we're always looking for the people that have the culture, the hand raisers. Um, you know, be careful though. Sometimes we do see good intentions but wrong actions. So I think a lot of times was someone who's coachable, someone who is definitely a hand raiser. You can see Felix, right? So I interviewed Felix when he was applying for the HTM as well too. I remember he was pretty depressed. I think Felix can probably attest to this. I was giving him some pretty hard love. I said, You're a bit flaky, dude. You're not
Des,
gonna
you were
survive."
telling me he wasn't even that solid, right? He wasn't
I
even like
told, yeah, I was like,
yeah.
I don't know, Joel, be tough on him, man. He's flaky a bit. And then, but he proved us wrong. So I'm willing to eat my own words. He proved us wrong. Super fast at learning, super fast at being a goal giver. Very, and if his speed, like the amount of overtime hours he put in, very noticeable. So okay, to summarize, what have we noticed, right? The pattern is not everyone. You don't have to come in with skills. It's many times Sifu will say we hire for the passion, the culture. We train for the skills, right? Sifu will give opportunities, and those who want to rise to the top, you basically you learn those skills. And I can see that both Felix, Kirsten, Sam as well too, and many of the other members, Sean, they all chime in. They even on the business development team, you got people like Carla, you got Rich G, you've got Adam Naser. You'll see a lot of these faces and names. Ken Lewis, even Chris De La Pena, who's in Team Denlock. Very quiet, very introverted guy, to begin with. But he was one of the first few people that was able to bring in, business accounts, and he learned how to stay up late, and gets things done whenever we needed to get done. So dependable is also another key thing. Someone who's dependable. So those are some of the things that I think I've noticed over time. And of course, just relentless, never stopping until they get results, right? So all of us go through lower self. You can tell in all their stories, they all go through lower self, and they're quite open about it. They not in a victim way. Not everyone, please feel sorry for me. It's more of a declaration, and then now that they publicly announce it, well, they have to prove it, right? So a lot of respect to them for that.
100%. All right. So now you've heard it from two of our absolute titans within Team Dan Locke. So is everyone awake? Is everyone ready to go? Because Sifu will be joining us in just a few seconds here. But I want to check, making sure everyone's with us because Sifu could just end it now.
Right. That's right.
Sifu, it looks like they're awake and they're ready to go.
All right. Now, by the way, Sifu's not saying that you have to join, Sifu's team. In fact, most won't make it to Sifu's team anyway, just because our process is very, very strict. Only the best of best, talk about Navy SEAL, will make it to Sifu's team. But everything I teach you, you could go out there and make it happen and do it. I'm just sharing with you everything that I do, some of the best, some practices here, right? But so don't feel like, oh, I have to make to Sifu's team. No, not necessary. Not necessary. You might not like the pressure. There's a lot of pressure to be on my team, right? Growth, sure, but a lot of pressure, right? That's how diamond is formed, under pressure. You can talk to anyone on Sifu's team, anyone, any role, they will tell you it's intense. You have no idea how intense it is. You cannot fathom. It makes HTC look like a fucking kick, like what was it? Catwalk. A walk in the park. It's nothing compared to what's on my team. This is like easy, casual. So secret number 5, become a well-rounded closer. well-rounded closer. What I mean, think about martial art. If you are only a boxer, think about the Mayweather fight with Conor. How many have seen that? Imagine if Mayweather goes into with Conor, and not boxing, but actual in the UFC. How long do you think Mayweather will last? That Conor is allowed to kick, punch, wrestle, everything. Arguably one of the greatest boxers of all time, right? One of the best. He wouldn't last one round. Why? Because a boxer only has got the two hands, right? But when in the UFC, you can punch, you can kick, you can wrestle, you can ground fighting, you can do locks, you can do all kinds of stuff. That's what I mean by being a well-rounded closer. That in the beginning, and as a beginner, you're learning how to do inbound B2C, business to consumer closing. But you notice what business is doing at B2B, business to business, inbound, outbound. Also B2B, where if you are a marksman, you are a breacher, you're doing B2C, business to consumer, outbound closing. As a closer, the more skills, the more tools you have, the more well-rounded you are as a closer. So let me demonstrate. Let's talk about first contact call. This is HTC. How did you do outbound the HTC way? Almost all the salespeople out there doing outbound, they're doing it wrong. Okay, they are doing it wrong. So what's first contact call? So think about when you get a call from people or someone try to quote unquote cold call you, right? Have you ever received a cold call before? What was that like? What was that like? How do they sound? Annoying, nasty, bad, right? Salesy, needy, yes, big, giant, green monster, right? So the first thing that most people get wrong is when they do cold call, they try to close that sale with a phone call. That's like the biggest mistake of all. Okay, so the first thing Steve is going to teach you is I'm going to teach you a little bit about outbound. Now, this wasn't part of what the 7-week TC curriculum. So this is really a bonus. I want to give you a taste of what outbound is like. You could use it. You don't have to use it. But I want to give you a taste because that's what we train at a high level. But just to give you a taste of what it's like. Because I don't want you to think about, HTC only do in. So from now on, if anyone says, HTC, we only do inbound, please do me a favor, slap them on the face. Give a big slap on the face, just like a lower self. It's not HTC only does inbound B2C. It's only what you have learned. It is like you learn karate, you go to the first few classes, and the sensei, the sifu teaches you how to punch, and you walk out, karate only does punches. You're white belt, you're not there yet. There's spinning kick, there's fly kick, right? There's joint locks. There's a lot of things. Just because you haven't learned it doesn't mean it's not there. Can we agree on that? Just because you haven't learned it doesn't mean it's not there, we don't teach it. It's just you haven't learned it. So first thing you need to learn is replace the term cold calling with FCC first contact call. This is very profound because FCC itself, it is simply the first contact call. We are not trying to close the sale. So in HTC, we don't call that cold calling. It's first contact call. Do you see how that already changes the meaning of it? It's a big difference. So we don't do cold calling. Cold calling isn't closing. It is much more aligned with lead generation. We are doing the first contact call to generate a lead. We are not using FCC to make sales. How many times think about when you got those call? Think about when you got those cold call calling you to sell something. How many of them try to make the sell on the spot? Right? They try to whatever it is they're pitching. They call you out of the blue. They're not asking questions. They just dump the garbage on you. Like, blah, here's the feature and benefit, right? They throw up the feature and benefit on you. They try to get every word in before you hang up. No, that is not the purpose of that call. So when you're doing outbound, understand that it takes more than one phone call to close them. So what we do is we use the phone, right? We use the first contact call as one of the methods to generate leads. Does that make sense? So just like the breacher or the marksman, when they're talking to the prospects, they are qualifying, and all they're trying to do is to set up the call for the sharpshooter. That is it. Period. So you see how this one little nugget right here, right now. So when in a business account, an influencer, oh, I'm looking for people to do cold call. I said, okay. So who's going to close the sale? Oh, no, the cold caller, that person will close the sale. I'm like, okay, immediately I know you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Amateur. Right? Thinking that one or two closers could do the breaching work, the marksman work, the striker work, and the sniper work. You don't get it. So I know that business account needs some education. I need to show them that dog doesn't hunt. It doesn't work. Right? Now, it should be the first contact call. It should be a part of the overall strategy. If a business account comes to us and say, okay, we only do 100% of lead generation with like just cold calling, thanks, but no thanks. It means they don't understand at all. Now, if they're doing a lot of marketing, if they have other things going on, they want to add this, or they're already doing some of this as part of the strategy, is that okay? Absolutely. That's normal. For B2B, I mean, we have the whole business development team going out there doing outbound, going on LinkedIn all fucking day. That's okay. We drum up business, big business. We don't wait. We do our marketing on top of that. It's like, I want to have multiple, remember what he was talking about? You want to have multiple flow, right? You want multiple flows. So that's just another flow. And when you try to close that sale on one phone call with the first contact call, that's a lot of pressure on you. That's a lot of pressure on the prospect. Wouldn't you agree? So what we want to do is, you want to do your homework ahead of the time. Okay. We generally speaking, use first contact call for bigger opportunities, right? We're talking about what? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50K and up, right? For bigger opportunities. And we know exactly who we're calling, or at the very least, the person's title or position. If you need to ask, may I speak to the owner of the business? You're doing it wrong. It means you don't know who the hell you're talking to. So it's a very sophisticated way of doing first contact call, not like pick up the yellow page and white page and like back in the days and you just pick up the phone and smile and dial, right? That's fucking from the movie. Forget that shit. Because most people nowadays, they have the do not call list, all of that. This is not from the movie. This is the real world. It's about doing your research. One of the best places in the world, if you are selling B2B, business to business, is what? LinkedIn. Talk to us about Sales Navigator, Joe.
All right, Sales Navigator, I think is a great feature for and not just people in sales, but I think everyone to use and utilize and learn. I think Desmond on your B2B team, you guys use it quite frequently, right?
Everyone on the
Mhm.
biz dev team uses Sales Navigator, so it helps us to, it's an investment. All of us, all the team members invest on our own, approximately $800 per year. So that's a very different level of performance, but it definitely connects us. So it allows us. I'll just put it this way: we get spammed all the time ourselves, right? But when you're communicating with a C-level executive, when you're trying to get to a decision maker in the B2B or SMB space, then when you want to, the reason I was able to connect with many of the famous authors like Aaron Ross or Jeb Blount, Mark Roberge, is because I have Sales Navigator. And when you send an email through the InMail, they can actually see that you're a premium user. So they know that you're not just a spammer. They know that you're at least at a premium level. So they pay attention more to you. That's one of the benefits. The other thing is it actually links and integrates well with HubSpot. If you add an add-on, it also filters for you. So it helps sales professionals to filter who are the most likely candidates. There's so many different, it's almost like Facebook Ads Manager where you can target people using it. So it helps you to filter who are the people you want to do outreach and outbound to. And it also shows you all their contacts. So that's how I was able to connect with VPs of sales for Slack and many of the major companies. And we're just scratching the surface. There's several different trainings that we're actually going through ourselves to really maximize the LinkedIn Sales Navigator. But if you're serious about doing B2B work, you definitely need to engage in Sales LinkedIn Navigator.
And if you're thinking, oh, Sifu, I don't know about $800 a year to LinkedIn, if that it's outside the budget, it tells me that you're not quite ready to do this type of closing yet. Start with B2C. Nothing wrong with that. Most people start there, right? B2C, get some income coming in. Learn the skill set, sharpening the axe first before even think about going to B2B. Because you can see it requires every level is another devil, right? It requires more business acumen. There's more money, but requires more skills. So LinkedIn and we could do a whole LinkedIn, like just LinkedIn alone. We could probably do a 4-week class just on LinkedIn. So we're not going to do that here. However, Seafood does have a gift for you. Who wants a gift? That we have put together. We've taken some of the best practices from your brothers and sisters who have successfully used LinkedIn to land some of these high ticket partners and influencers using LinkedIn, not spamming. And we put that together in a simple LinkedIn guide specifically designed for you for HTC. And yes, you are going to get that as a gift. You didn't expect that now, did you? So it would be my gift to you on how to use LinkedIn if you want to do that. More than that, here's another gift. We've done a training with the author of LinkedIn Unlocked. Melanie's a good friend of mine. And a while ago, we did training. Specifically, again, she came on and she did a special class just for us, for my CC students, called Unlocking the Mystery of LinkedIn for More Sales. You would, that $1,000 value, you also get that as a bonus for being here, so that we don't have to spend time during the class. You could go and study those yourself.
Yes. And Sifu, by the way, please, everyone, do not spam Melanie. So Melanie is also one of our accounts. We also have several members. Shout out to Adam, who've actually invested themselves in upgrading and taking more of her courses. So she has she's actually trained some of our HTC students who are more serious in B2B space. That's at your own whatever you want to do, right? But don't spam her, because obviously she knows Sifu very well. She knows us very well. Our teams have worked with her. Our marketing teams have worked with her as well. So there's a lot of collaboration going on. Please, it would be bad taste if you send her a message, hi, do you need any closers? Or, hi, I'm Dan Locke's closers. And she gets a lot of those messages already, right? But she's very polite to us. She always lets us know. So please don't do that. And if that's happening to her, we wonder who else is getting it as well too. If you are going to contact someone, always out of courtesy and tact, the best thing to do is to always engage. If you are engaging them, just say, have you spoken to someone else in the HTC community? Have you spoken to someone in the closes.com community? Have you spoken to someone from Dan Locke's team? If they say yes, you want to tread lightly there. You want to be careful because you don't want to go in there and embarrass yourself. Can we all agree to do that?
And they always let us know. So this is the rule. Don't be spamming people. Okay, don't be anybody. Hunter.
Hunter's a very, very good tool. So there are many apps out there. We just want to show you one. Okay, so don't think that Hunter's the only one, but it is another tool in the B2B space if you're looking at getting the email. So if you're doing outbound, one of the first things that you want to do is be able to try to get the person's email. And there are many tools out there that help you do it. Hunter is one of them that helps you to scrape the internet. And you're likely to find probably not, you don't want to go directly sometimes to the decision maker, but maybe to someone within a similar department or a different department. And then through that email, you're able to then, get the information of the decision maker, the person you're trying to contact. I'll give an example. If I'm trying to contact the VP of sales, maybe through Hunter, I found the email of another person from a different department, and I email them, and we use a Columbo technique as well to even in the emails. Oh, I'm trying to get in touch with this person. Did I type the email incorrectly? And then they reply to me, and they actually sent me the email of the person I'm trying to reach. So then I use that. That person opened the door for me, helped me get in, and I'm able to get the actual person I'm trying to contact. So Hunter is one of the tools that can help you to get emails. Do your homework. Many of these tools, there's a freemium to it. You can use a little bit of it for free, but once again, don't be cheap. If you're trying to do business and you're trying to do a B2B deal, what's the cost of doing business? Maybe you might need to pay for some premium, of these services to get access to the higher level services.
Great. Joe, why don't you go through some of these strategies, and then we'll do a quick demonstration as well.
Yep. So when we talk about FCCs, especially on our team, the internal sales team, right? The biggest thing is exactly what Sifu said there. We don't want to sound like a typical salesperson, right? We learned that in HTC. So when we say, like what the Sifu teaches in class, right? Whatever people that do unsuccessfully, people that don't do it right, we do the exact opposite. We just go against the flow, against the grain, and just go completely 180. And the key here is actually when, be authentic, be bold, that's about the confidence, right, that you have. So this slide here, what not to say or do, these are just things that, a typical salesperson would do. And we've heard this a lot. Like, how many of you have gotten calls and actually had some of these comments, right? Had some of these opening lines where they say, hey, you know what? I'm just calling some people in your area, right? I'm just going through my records. Now, that's just so gross because it just shows you how much they don't really care about you, care about us, right? As a consumer, as a person, that you're just going through sort of an automated list of things, right? It's like, oh, you're just a name in my sheet. Like, how does it make you feel? You know what I mean? You're just a list, right? Exactly. I'm updating my database. I just want to reach out to you. And by the way, you and I have not spoken before. We're going to cover that later under the pattern interrupt slide. But that has more context, and it's also a very interesting way to open. This right here is like, again, it's about the tonality, about the authenticity, right? The boldness. If you sound, you and I have not spoken before, and if you sound just unconfident, it's just end of the call. Right? It just kills the entire thing. Okay, and then the next slide, what not to say or do. This is a big one, show and tell. And this is actually, interestingly enough, I think it comes from when we see, if you go to even cities like New York, right? You go to big cities, you see a lot of performers on the street when they, have you seen the show and tells? Maybe watch the YouTube videos, like these really impressive salespeople who sell things like knives or like blenders, right? In the street, right? They have a really impressive show and tell. Now, but when you translate that to a phone, it becomes off because there's no visuals to pull you in. There's not much even auditory audio to pull you in, and it's just awkward because it's just a pitch fest. They're just pitching to you on the phone. It's like, here's the features and benefits. Here's the features and benefits, right? So definitely don't want to do that. I'm not trying to sell you anything, right? We've got that before. How many of us got that, right? That's an automatic sign of, yes, you want to pitch me something. You are here to tell me something that you want me to do, that you want to get me to do that, right? I'm not trying to say anything, but you know what, you want to.
Joel, and the way it would sound, right? It's like, I'm I'm John. I'm with ABC Company. Are you familiar with this? Or it's like, hi, hey, look, I'm not trying to sell you anything. Or the next one is, hi there, excuse me, do you have a few minutes to talk? You're talking to a salesperson as soon as they start saying that to you. So what happens to us? We shut off, right? Most of us, automatic mechanism, we shut off.
We hang up, or you say, nope, no, thank you, no, not today.
So that's not the HTC way, right? It's the cold calling way. And you can see immediately if someone calls you like that, I mean, that's you automatically you want to hang up. You don't want to listen. You don't want to waste any time, right? Stop telling people who you are in the beginning. No one gives a shit. No one cares. That's a big no-no. That's a very, very big no-no. So don't tell people who you are and what company and products. Nobody gives a shit. They don't care. Oh, I'm with so-and-so company. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. So we don't have, again, this is way beyond than what we cover in the base HTC course. What Steve is going to teach you is just to give you one technique, one simple technique that you can use if you are doing first contact call that's extremely effective. I've used it over the years, and you won't believe how effective it is because it's so counterintuitive. Are you ready? Are you ready?
And Sifu, before you even go into that one technique, just so you guys know, like, you heard me earlier on when I did the role play, and we talk about a lot of the closer who are the closer ready. Many of them have gone on for more advanced training, and it takes time. It takes a lot of role plays, and we do cover more advanced techniques. But once again, that takes several different lessons. So we will give that to you in due time. But for now, Sifu's going to give you one technique that's going to show you it's going to blow your mind. Okay, so go ahead, Sifu.
It's called the Colombo technique. And here's what it sounds like. Actually, that's why don't you do it? You do a good job.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, this is Dan.
Oh, hey Dan. I'm I'm so sorry. My boss, I think, left your name and phone number on my desk.
Okay.
And I just came back from lunch, and he just told me to give you a call. So
All
I
right.
feel kind of embarrassed. I'm not really sure what this is for. Do you happen to know anything about this?
I don't know who's your boss.
He's Dan Locke from closes.com.
Okay. Oh, we and I have the same name. Okay, from closes.com. What's this about?
Well, I mean, closes.com, you didn't fill up any form or anything like that, right? Your company is maybe not needing some sort of remote sales team or anything like that?
Remote. Okay. Yeah. I mean, okay. Pause. Off the role play. So, what the Colombo technique is designed to do, instead of interrupting, it is designed to you're basically acting ignorant. Remember, we want to be a psychiatrist to read people's mind. We also be able to. We're getting back to people. I'm getting back to you versus, hey, this is ABC Company. You don't know us, but here's what we're gonna do. No, I'm not trying to sell you anything. No. It is so effective. You have no idea how effective this is. And they would be confused. They would be totally confused. And from there, you already have to, again, we're not trying to close on that first call. We're not trying to do that, right? It could be as simple as, so I'll play, Desmond, I'll call you.
Okay. Yep.
I sell web design service. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi. Is this Desmond?
Yeah. Desmond speaking. Who's speaking?
Oh, hey, Desmond. Hey, my name is Dan Locke. I'm so embarrassed. I don't even know why I'm giving you a call. I just got a note here, a postal note from my assistant to have your phone number and your first name.
Oh.
I know this sounds so weird, but I don't even know why I'm calling you. Could you help me out here?
Which company are you calling from?
I'm calling from ABC Web Design.
Oh,
does this have
design.
anything to do with like web design or getting more traffic or anything like that? I mean, you wouldn't be interested in anything like that, would you?
I think I might have filled in some forms maybe a couple weeks ago, online. But
Oh, okay. Why did you do
what?
that?
Well, just curious. We want to upgrade our websites and stuff like that. So, I mean, we haven't done it in a while. I've been putting it off. And yeah, is that what you guys do? You guys do web designs?
Yeah, some of it, but I'm not expecting like this kind of call. I actually need to jump on a call in about 5-10 minutes. Why don't we set up a time so we can do a little bit more in depth? Take a look at the website and see if we could help you or not. Maybe, maybe not, but
Oh,
maybe
yeah, I
we
guess.
can we can go from there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, because you kind of caught me off guard, but it's yeah, okay, yeah, that's a better idea. Why don't we do that?
Okay.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, and also, yeah, if you can help me out, then yeah, I'd love to find out more about what you guys do.
Yeah. So why don't we set with tomorrow? Let me take a look at schedule here. Would tomorrow 1 p.m. work for you?
I got something at 1 p.m. Can you do 2 p.m.?
I might have to move the thing. Yeah, I can make it work.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry,
two,
what was
two.
your name again?
Yeah, my name is Dan.
Dan. Okay, Dan. Okay,
Yeah, so
and
2 p.m. I don't think we need more than 45 minutes. I'll keep it within 45 minutes.
okay,
And I'll
okay.
take a look at the website. And when we jump on the call, I would actually, Desmond, what's the best email to reach you?
Send it to Desmond at tubeyonhorn.com.
Okay, Desmond at tubyonghorn.com. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna get you send you a report that
Okay.
will give you an overview of your website, no charge. You can take a
Oh,
look. And so when we jump on the call at 2 p.m., then we'll actually go through some of these things. You can see where your traffic is coming from and how we can actually, if you want we do your website, we want to make sure we do it right. Make sense?
oh, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, that'd be perfect. I didn't expect that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll talk to you tomorrow, 2 p.m. then. Same number?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. I'll talk to you then. Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate it.
you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Off the role play. Short 3, 4, 5 minute qualify. That's it. Does that sound like a cold call to you? No. And then if you say I'm not interested, move on. 2, 3 minutes. It's okay. Next, I'm calling the next person. A typical business person talked to so many people, left so many messages, they fill out so many forms, they don't fucking remember. They do not remember. So you're like, yeah, I think I did. I think your company sounds familiar. It does. That's a Colombo technique. Is that powerful? Is that different? And you can use that in an email as well. And Desmond just did. You modify slightly. You contact this person and you say, well, I'm not sure. What did you write in an email, Desmond, if you were to use the Colombo technique in an email?
In the Colombo technique in the email would be, so for example, I got Sue at abc.com, right? I'll type to Sue. Sue, this is Desmond here. Sue, this is Desmond here. I'm not sure if I got one of the emails bounced that I've been trying to reach, that we are supposed to be setting up an appointment. Could you point me in the right direction or forward the email on to the individual that's taking care of this department, right? And so
Could
what will
be
happen
VP of
is
marketing, VP of
VP of
sales, or
marketing, that's right.
whatever it might be.
Or I'm writing and say, hey, Sue, can I confirm that John is still the VP of sales, for this department here? The email that I have is this one here. Is this the correct email that I should be sending
So
to? Or
then when Sue sometimes would give you the email of the right person, or sometimes she would actually email on your behalf and CC you. So
that's
now
correct.
you are kind of going through the third door, right?
Yep.
Where it's now a endorsement, a referral, recommendation from one of the colleagues.
And I've oversimplified that. Obviously, there's something else as well too. We want to compliment. So Sue, sorry to trouble you. I know that this is not your right department, but I got a bounced email. Wondering if you could forward my emails on. It's quite important that I get in touch with the VP of Sales. I'm wondering, is it still John, or has he changed and moved on to another position? Many times, because you start off with the compliment, you apologize. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, I know that this is not your department, but I need to get in touch. So many times there'll be people that will be kind enough to transfer, and there are companies that also have some strict rules. They'll say no. They'll just come back and say, no, sorry, company policy, we can't do that, right? Unless you know the specific name of the person. Okay, fair enough. Thanks so much for your time. Sorry to trouble you. But maybe like 8 out of 10 you might get that. 2 out of 10, you'll get through to the right person. They'll forward it on. And if they do, I always say thank you to them. I always say, hey, is there anything else I can do to help you out, with your work? Don't ever hesitate to let me know as well too. So somebody who helps open that door for you, make sure you also thank them.
That's correct. And the Colombo technique, by the way, is just one of the many of the first contact call technique. I'm simply teaching you one to give you an idea, so you know what that is like. More so that again, when people say HTC is only inbound B2C, please give them that slap. Okay, they don't understand. It's way more than that. Just we didn't cover it in the basic, like very basic HTC program. Secret number 6, you have a gold mine in your own backyard that you may not even realize. One of the best ways to find influencers are there experts, trainers, speakers, business owners you have done business from in the past, right? You've done business with them. You've attended their events. You've bought their courses, services, products. You met with them in person. Your friends might know somebody. Who do you think might have access to them? Do they have a high ticket offers? Do they meet those criteria? Those are great closing opportunities. Why? Because it is easy. You're already familiar with the audience because you've bought something from them, right? When you are their customers already, they're much more likely to listen to you versus trying to spam someone who's like cold, right? Contact them on social media, follow them up, or follow them on social media when the opportunity presents itself. And please underline this: when the opportunity presents itself, strike up a very friendly and relaxed conversation. Do not cold email them and pitch them. They hate that. This is not what we do. That's green monster. Promise, Sifu, you're not going to do that. Right? It's like you meet someone on the first date, your place or mine. It is insulting. It is insulting. Don't do that. Just don't do that. Let them talk. But if you do strike up a conversation and do not interrupt. Very, very simple. So only when you see an opportunity. So you are nurturing the relationship. You don't fucking talk about closing for them. They need to ask you. And when they do ask you, I'm going to teach you in about like 10, 15 minutes, you push it away. You don't jump on, are you looking for closers? I just graduated from a closing course. You should hire me. My commission is low. Fuck. You think Steve was exaggerating? I'm not. Like I gotta be this blunt because I saw students who did this. Unbelievable. You would think after 7 weeks they would have gotten it. No. I know better now. So I'm telling you, don't do it. Don't do it. So when you do see an opportunity presents itself, you're connecting with them. How's it going? How's the business? All of that stuff, right? From there, you want to find a way to stroke their ego, compliment them, like their posts or videos. It's a good way to get their attention. It is a very good way to get it because they will see if it's on social media, they will see you all the time, right? If there's an event, the new program, new ads, then just be don't just build a relationship. Add value. Don't talk about what you do. Don't talk about the service you offer. Then when the opportunity presents itself, take them from online to a phone call. That's what we do, right? Or an introduction email to the business development team. That's okay too. Meaning what? Desmond, what does that mean? An email to the business development team.
So when they send in an email right now, it's basically sending it in to support@danlock.com. And support actually helps us to filter. And then they send it off to myself or an MRR within a team that helps to filter these messages. So normally and we'll show you a template of even how to structure that introduction, that how it comes through into support. then we will send you back some questions. You're gonna have to do some of the work. We do pay, Sifu does pay a commission if you make a successful referral to us. So you're gonna have to do a bit of the work.
No. So what you're saying is this. I'm gonna play the Columbo here. What you're saying is, if our XTC students, they have developed a relationship with a potential business account, they can refer them to you, and you would close on their behalf using your business acumen, exactly what you've done. Set them up as an account, charge the upfront fee, let's say $10,000, and how much will we pay them?
40%.
So they'll get $4,000 out of that $10,000 simply by making introduction, not even having to close. No fucking way.
That's correct. In fact, one of your sisters, Stephanie, did 3 in 1 month.
So
you
she
can do
made
the math.
$12,000
That's correct.
part-time.
Yep.
Making some introductions. But you wouldn't want that kind of money, would you?
George Vatanov has done it. Many of the members have done it. So again, you can try to do it yourself, or and there's no guarantee. I mean, if you make the referral, does not mean you will be on the account. Just understand that part. We will definitely consider you because you have the relationship, but does not guarantee. If you don't, you don't have the right skill set, like Joel was saying, if the closer does not match the niche, then maybe it's kind of like work for the community, right? Like Felix, when you bring in these accounts, right? Maybe another person, another brother, sister brings another account that you're a better fit for. So leave that process up to us. We've got a very well-oiled machine that knows how to select the closers. But the best thing that you can do is nurture that relationship. Don't be spammy, get to know them, and we'll show you examples of how you can basically say to the influencer or the business owner, I'm not sure if this might be something that might be able to help your business, and I can't promise I might be able to get you, the business development team, Desmond in particular, he's Dan's right-hand guy, or he's Dan's, business development director. I might be able to get an appointment with him, and he may be able to help your company out. Would you like me to do something like that for you? Then they say yes. And then that's when you start to do the structure. You start to let us know about it. We give you some questions you can ask them, and you'll do it in a way that you don't sound salesy. You are just the person helping to make the introduction. We will do the closing. You get the referral fee.
40%. But sometimes more than 10K. It could be 15, could be 20, depends on what they need.
That's right. And sometimes they're not even qualified to take closes on, and that's fine. We have something else called the high ticket influencer as well, which we set them up on, and even that too, you get a commission for that.
That's right. Still 40%, which is a 10K program. So $4,000 for making some introductions. And how many would want Desmond to close for you? Like that, just like what you witnessed in the role play.
Nah, you guys can do it yourself, right?
And get 40% of that. Now, is it possible the business account that you refer, that maybe it's someone that you know, maybe someone you have done business with, that you may not be the ideal closer? Is that possible?
Maybe you just purchase that program, yeah.
Maybe your brothers and sisters, they may be. Let's say it's someone in investing. Right, that that's not your thing, and that's okay. You maybe you're more passionate about many other industries.
Here's the beautiful part, Sifu, because also I'm a shameless plug here. I know we're trying to move on, but we also manage the copywriters.com. So sometimes when you are speaking to these business owners or these these influencers, and again, even if they're not a good fit for maybe say closers right now, we maybe help them set up with high ticket influencer. But what we definitely do find out is many of these people, they almost always need copywriting. So it's not exactly 40% on copywriting. It's slightly just a little bit lower, about 35%. But if you made that introduction, 35 for a subscription, 25% for a one-time gig, you would still get that commission.
No.
So, yes, if you what are the odds?
Is that what I agree on?
Yes, you did.
No, I'm teasing. Of course, that's what I agree on.
Connie did, and Connie's gonna be like, "Oh shit, Desmond, I'm gonna get a phone call from Connie."
No, see if it wants to pay you, because to me, what's better than rewarding my students, you, for referring business to all of us to bring more business to the family.
Yeah, and we track it all. That's why HubSpot is really good. We track it, so once you've done that, you made that referral, we can see that you were the person that did it. Then the AEs, the account executives, the closers, right, the sharpshooters, when we close the deals, you're marked as the referrer.
That's right, teamwork. So maybe they think they need closers, but actually they need some copywriters. And then from copywriting, having the funnel done, getting the email copy done, all that, then maybe
leads back to
2 months
closers.
leads back to closing. This
That's
is
right.
why Sifu is only interested in 2 market: communication in print, closing in print, closing on the phone. Those 2 markets alone are massive, massive, massive. So you can create your own dream 100 list. Make sure that when it comes to referring business owners, farm, don't hunt, don't email them, spam them and say, oh, talk to Desmond. And then you try to do that. There's no relationship being built. It should take a few months, right? Sometimes, more than a few months.
Yeah. Adam, who's in the chats right now, is really good at doing that with the German community, and he does it bilingual in English and in German. And he's nurtured a lot of relationships with big business owners. Sometimes 3 months, right? Adam, just type in the chat. Sometimes it takes you 3 months, 4 months, 6 months even.
And what's the best way if one of our students want to refer? What's the best way to reach out?
The best way would be to first submit an email into support@danlock.com, and you want to put in the subject line potential influencer referral, potential business owner referral, right? That way when support sees that, they know that they're going to probably send it off to the business development team. You want to give us as much details as possible.
Not just talk to this person. It's not like that.
That's right. Not a simple short one sentence. This is where you want to give. Don't write a novel, but do give us key important pieces of information. Even that too demonstrates your business acumen, whether you know what information we're looking for, such as what is their business, links to their funnels, their pages, what's their price point, how long have you known this person? If I'm to get on the phone with this business influencer and I mention your name and I say, how long have you known John, for example? How long have you known Susan? And what would they say? Would they say, oh, I don't know John, I just met him last week, then that's the gray area there. You can't, is that a referral or are you just spamming people just trying to get a referral commission?
We will need you to edify us in terms
right.
of when you're making the referral.
That's
right.
correct.
We're gonna do most of the work. Desmond's gonna do most of the closing, but you gotta introduce us properly. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You gotta edify us, so then it makes his job a little easier, so you could get your commission as well. So it's about farming, and when you're farming, they might come in. Some may be ready 2 months, some may be ready 6 months, some may be ready 12 months. To me, the referral, that should be, it's like a side gig that you do. You're closing your own, but from time to time, if you refer a couple a month, that's $4,000, that's $8,000. There's nothing wrong with that. Does that make sense? Your little side, if you refer one, that's probably $4,000 more than what most people earn in a month. Wouldn't you agree? It's good money. It's very good money. And they would be happy because that business account, that entrepreneur, that business owner will be taken care of very well. Look at our process that we have, right? They will thank you for it. When you spam, here's the type of emails that we get. Here we go. Who's going to read this for me?
I'll read this one, Sifu, because I'm very close to him, and he's a good friend of yours too, Sifu. So
God damn it! Yeah, I got this, and you read it first.
Yeah. So if another HTC high ticket closer reaches out to me cold, not knowing anything about my business, telling me they will close more high ticket offers for me, I'll throw up in my mouth. Please stop teaching this as an appropriate marketing strategy. And HTCs, stop doing this. It ruins your cred. Oh, and ask for your money back from the person who taught you this.
Did Seafood teach you this? Is there any 1 minute we think I said go spam? So then I had to reach out to this person. Turns out, actually, I know he doesn't know actually HTC. It's mine. It's my program. So I reached out to him and I said, "Hey, buddy, I apologize. Who is spamming you? So we had to do a lot of damage control.
Yeah.
And
And
finally,
it turns out also he was getting, when he realized that he was getting from some of the what do you call it, the imposters.
yeah, it's actually then turns out they're actually not my students. God
That's right.
damn it.
I know. And then it turns out when we told him about copywriters.com, I said, hey,
Yeah, so now he becomes a client.
yeah, and he loves everything and he refers so many clients to us.
It's
now.
like, what the fuck? But I had to do damage control. So
Yeah.
all these fakers and posers saying that, they're my students, that's the problem.
But we almost lost it, guys. And this is just one. We're very fortunate that he's really good friends with Sifu, and he was able to even he apologized to Sifu as well too, and he said, "Oh, I'm really sorry," and he took down his post. But the moral of the story here is how many of these go unchecked? How many of these are happening, and we don't know about it?
So when you spam influencers because of lower self, because of desperation, number one, you won't close the partner because you come across as desperate. Remember the business acumen, the posture. Secret number two, you make no money. And you kill all future referral opportunities, and you then get no repeat business because there's no trust being built. You with me? There's no trust, right? You will ruin the brand, and that affects all your brothers and sisters, including yourself. Then you have no friends left. How many of you would not tolerate one of your brothers and sisters spamming people, ruining our brand? Yeah, you just won't.
Sifu, I was at an event once, and I was sitting next to a business owner, and one of our closers at that time, who was in the Rising Stars, actually spammed him on LinkedIn. And he literally reached over to me as we're eating lunch, and he showed me his phone. He goes, "Is this one of your closers?" Right? And the guy, you could totally tell he just had copied and pasted in LinkedIn, and that's what we constitute as spamming. Okay, even like that's one example. But I'm sitting there with him, and he literally looked over at me and says, "Is this one of your guys?" That's how often it happens, these kind of things.
It's embarrassing. Embarrassing. So if you're a professional, how many of you are professional? You are a professional closer. Then behave, act like one. If you need help, you're not so sure. Maybe it's like, oh, is this okay? Is this not okay? Ask. Ask. You can easily post within the HTC family community and just ask. There's nothing wrong. It's like, oh, I'm not so sure about this. Should I do this? Would this consider spamming? Ask. By the way, if you're thinking most of the time, well, would that be considered spamming? Chances are, guess what? It is fucking spamming. If you're questioning about it, yeah, it is spamming. It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious. It's like people on diet. Well, eating that ice cream, is that considered cheating, on my diet? Yes, it is. You need to ask. It is. Remember, act as a team player, not as a lone wolf. Can you do that? Team player. And we take that very seriously. We take that very seriously. Secret number 7, bypass all gatekeepers and connect with business owners instantly. Is it possible sometimes when you are reaching out, you actually hit a gatekeeper, right? That you can't get through. You're not talking to the decision maker. Well, how do you connect with business owners instantly? This is one of the tricks, probably one of the most powerful tricks, strategies. I don't want to say trick. It's actually a very powerful strategy that Sifu has learned, that I tell all my students. One thing that you can do, this is how I connect with all these heavy hitters, all these power players from all around the world. This is how I do it. Now, it's going to take a little bit of work. Are you willing to put in a little bit of work? It's going to take a little bit of investment, but it's extremely effective. There's nothing more effective than this, I can tell you that. And that's to make a habit to attend live events. Live. This is Desmond attending the board of advisors at the live event, meeting with the heavy hitters. Oh, but safer. That means I have to travel, maybe. Desmond, from here to board advisors, how long is the flight?
Oh God, it's exhausting. I can go to Asia or Europe faster.
How long is the flight?
It's a full day. I'm up by about 3 a.m. in the morning to be on a flight by 6 and I don't get there till about 9:30, 10 at night. Probably 2 stops, transfers. It's pretty exhausting. And
So
then
how
to
many
come back,
hours?
total time I spend probably about 18 hours, 18, 19 hours just to get there.
Far.
Yeah.
Far. So why the hell you want to go?
It's worth it. Once you get there, the just one connection could be $100,000 deal. Could be it's big.
Yeah, but what's the investment for board advisors?
$25,000 a year.
Yeah, 25K a year. Now, I'm not saying that you need to spend 25K a year. There are many events that cost way less.
Yeah.
But we like those expensive events. I'll explain why in a moment.
Yeah. Plus it's 5,000, usually in airfare and hotel to each time you go there. So if you're going there 3-4 times a year, you can add that extra 20,000 on top of the 25,000.
That's right. Now, you're not at that level yet. It's okay. But there are many events locally. Maybe you could go, or somewhere close by that's within driving distance. Okay. Why events are so powerful? Here's why. Because an event, you are there in what I call a closed environment. What is it? Closed environment. So with the board advisors is a 3-day thing. Whoever you want to meet or that you have a potential to meet, they're not going anywhere. This is not like they're working from the office, that you're interrupting them, trying to get 5 minutes. They're not going anywhere. They're there 1, 2, 3 days. And usually, even board advisors, it's not a huge group. You have multiple opportunities to connect. Going to lunch, going to dinner, connecting during the break. You are talking to them directly. There's no gatekeeper. You are there, right? And if you're using HTC technique, you will know how to talk to them. When people are in the environment, when they're working, they don't want distraction, they are busy. But when they're in a networking mode, they're open to having conversations. Does that make sense? When people go to events, they're like, yeah, I'm here to meet people, right? I'm here to expand my network, right? I'm here to learn. That like it puts them in a very, very, mindset, a frame of mind to be more open. You get them a couple of drinks, even better. Good in blue ocean. So when I go to an event, if they're all CEOs and stuff, I'm talking to CEO right here. And I'm here, I'm connecting from there. There's no gatekeeper, there's no assistant, just me and them. Easy. Does that make sense? This is simple. Nobody does it. I'm telling you. Everybody's too fucking lazy. They think it's like, oh, I'll do an email. Oh, fuck that. When I'm trying to connect with some heavy hitters, I want face to face. That face to face, that accelerates trust. They've met me, they've seen me right there. Right? Accelerate. Where's this all? Who are you? You're like, I don't know. Like, no. Right? It's so simple. See how to move into another CEO without being rude. I'll get into all that. I'll go into all that. So, Sifu, what kind of events should I attend? Go ahead, ask me the question. Sifu, what kind of events should I attend? For what we do as a high ticket closer, any events that target business owners, digital marketers, agency owners, coaches, consultants, speakers, and experts. Those are more likely to have high ticket offers. Local or national? Local or national. Events, especially that teach them how to get more customers and generate more revenue. I'll give you an example. Let's say if there's a digital marketing conference that teach agency owners, digital agency owners on how to get more clients. How many of you think that they might need some closers? And how many closers are going to be there? You're gonna be in a room with 2, 3, 4, 500 digital agency owners. You will be the only fucking closer in the room. It's like, what is it the saying? like it's like you're shooting fish in a barrel. It's like when my students go to these events, it is unbelievable. Unless you don't fucking believe me. Unless you've done it, you don't fucking believe Sifu. I know that. Because every time I teach it, no one believes me. They go to the event. The influencers are following them to the fucking bathroom. They can't stop talking. They buy them lunch. They buy them dinner. Because they're talking on my clothes. They're like, what? Oh, I need that. Right? And then they're using HTC. So they push them away. They're like, no, I need that. I need to talk. Well, I'm going to talk later. Right? They're like, no, I'll buy your lunch. Let's talk. I need some sales, man. Who doesn't want more sales? If you conduct yourself not like a green monster, you will have no problem. They would buy you a drink. They would buy you dinner. You don't need to spend a dime. Because we're in a blue ocean. Events that teach funnel building, traffic generation, copywriting, how to structure the coaching programs, how to do social media, productivity, how to manage the teams, scaling the business. Anyone who attends these, they're usually a high growth companies. Write this down. High growth companies. If the high growth companies, chances are they need a team. They need closers. In fact, probably the biggest pain point they have, they can't find closers. They do everything else. So going to these events, they don't have to be expensive. They could be $20, $30, $50. They could be $100. They could be $200. This is an investment in your business. This is more effective than anything else you'll ever do. What Sifu has learned is this: 5 powerful insights. Number 1, the more expensive the event, the more qualified the business owners. I like expensive events. Why we invest? That's when go to 25K, because I want the people who go there who could afford the fucking 25K. I don't want to talk to anyone who can't even afford 25K. Because we charge a lot. So I like it's expensive. I like it's a bitch try to get to. Because anyone who's there, they're serious. And I like the fact it's multi-day. A 1-day event, it's better than a 3-hour event. A 2-day event is better than a 1-day event. A 3-day event is better than a 1-day event because of the commitment. The commitment. 3 days is not going anywhere. Great. And the more targeted the event, the easier it is for you to connect. So if you go to an event that's like a big crowd, but it's kind of generic. Let's say, I would say like a motivation, let's say Tony Robbins, that's very generic, right? You have all kinds of people. I would much rather go to something like very targeted on just one thing. Example, let's say I go to an event where it's all software founders. Oh my God. If it's all software founders selling B2B, how many of them you think they need closers? Oh my goodness, right? I can't walk through the crowd. Forget it. They tear me apart. My shirt will be off. They're so excited. No joke. Right? And bigger isn't always better. Like sometimes the best events are like small, intimate. Could be 50, 30. Because I think I can connect with people. Like I prefer small event. If you are a woman closer, where's my Wonder Woman closer? If you go to an events that are for female influencers or business owners, you won't be able to stop them from talking to you. My goodness. You want to talk about blue ocean? Within a blue ocean, you go to one of the events who are for women business entrepreneurs, and you're closing in a non-salesy, non-pushy, ethical way, you will get a lineup. You will get a lineup. And one of the best ways you could do this is sharing is caring. When you go there, if you go there, try to close your fist up for yourself, what Steve has learned is it's very easy for you to come across very salesy. Although I told you not to, although you're aware that you shouldn't, but it's very easy to come across because if you think about it psychologically, if you're very good at closing, you should be already very busy. I don't care if you're busy or not, but think about the perception. If you're a very good closer, you will not have time to take on anybody, right? You just won't. So when you go there, it's much better. So I'm not even teaching you to just have the frame of a doctor. I'm teaching you actually going with the mindset of, I'm not here for business. I don't want business. I'm going to give you some of the lines, some of the scripts that you could use, right? This is why the class is long. There's so much I need to teach you. It's like class 6. So if you're busy, you're not desperate, and you're not looking to get business. So you're there to kind of try to get business for like to make a referral for brothers and sisters. Then you have this very casual, non-attached kind of a mentality. You would not. How many of you have been to networking functions and everybody trying to hand out their business cards and try to get business and shit like that, right? Isn't that a turn off? You don't want that. Okay, don't do that. So here's an elevator pitch. Say it with me. When people ask you, when you go to these events, what do you do? It's very simple. Go ahead, try it with me. I'm a high ticket closer, or you say, I'm a closer. And then the next question almost always is, what is that? Well, I work with scale teams from closers.com, and we help companies to scale by providing a remote sales force that work to increase revenue while driving down cost. What? You do what? I need that. That sounds interesting. Tell me more. Well, sometimes I'm a closer. Like I like sometimes very, very casual. Hey, what do you do? I'm a closer. I close premium products and services. You see how it's like very casual? Does that sound like oh yeah, I'm looking for business account. Oh yeah, please hire me. Fuck that. No. Now, when they're all excited, so Desmond, I'm gonna be a prospect, okay?
Yes.
You do your thing. So
Okay.
Hey, I mean, so what do you do?
I'm a high ticket closer.
What is that?
Well, we work with business owners like yourself, and we help them to scale their sales teams with our remote sales teams. We become an extension of your business.
Wow, shit. I mean, I need some salespeople. Like, tell me more.
Well, I'm not really here to do that kind of networking. I'm actually here to learn. I want to get back into the room. I don't know much about your business. Why don't you do this? Here's my phone. Actually, put your number in here right now. Yeah, go ahead, put your number in.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, +1. Okay, good. So it's +1 323 547 8292. Okay. Here, let me just send you a message. What's your first name, last name?
My name is John Smith.
John Smith. What's your company, John?
John Smith Marketing.
John Smith. Okay. John, check your phone right now.
Okay.
I just sent you a message with my name.
Okay.
Why don't we do this? I mean, if you're really serious to talk a little bit more about this, what day do you fly out?
Well, I'm flying out right after the event, so 2 days from now.
Got it. Okay. Maybe we can connect, maybe for lunch or something like that. If not, I will send you a message and let's try to connect. Tell me more about your business, and if there's something I can do to help you, I'll help you out. Okay.
Boom. That's it. You're not trying to close the sale. You're not trying to do shit. You push them away. Very simple. Does that sound like desperate to you? The more excited he is I'm busy. I'm just here to learn. I'm not. He's expecting you to talk. Everybody wants business. At that kind of event, you better not act like you need business. Yeah, I'm not here to talk business. I'm here to learn.
And John, by the way, do me a favor. Like a lot of people spam my phone number, so please don't share my number with anyone. And I'll do the same for yours. I'll keep yours in the phone here. Okay.
That's right. That's called a Desmond. We call that the Desmond technique. It is a Desmond technique. So when you go to the events, one thing that we teach, dress to impress. You better look sharp. I don't care if you're going to a casual event, like sometimes these like digital marketers event, everybody's casual t-shirt. I don't give a shit. You dress like $1,000,000. You will stand out. I cannot tell you how many times you would see in an event, you would see people would know that must be one of Danlock's student. Because my students look different. Everybody looks like a bum. They would know. They're like it's like a wave of people, right? They would know. Oh, yep, that's Danlock student right there. They clearly like they have a different vibe. They walk differently, not like everybody else. Not like a fucking backpack with a fucking like it's just crazy.
We have testimonials, right, Sifu? We have testimonials from people we've interviewed. There was a girl once that even came up to us, and she says, "You guys are all Danlock's guys, aren't you?" I said, "How did
Easy
you
to
know?"
tell.
Yeah, and she
Easy
goes,
to tell.
"You guys are all the best dressed here. You guys are the most best dressed, the most polite, the ones who, you guys walk as a group. Yeah, we stand out."
Yeah. So dress to impress. Use the same HTC technique to connect with people. Do not hand out business cards. Do you know why you don't want to hand out business cards? Because when yes, it ends up in the trash. It puts them in control. You give them a business card. Now what? Do you hope they'll call you back? They'll never call you back. And then you email this and that. No. Get the phone. You want the number directly, not assistant. No, you want, because the minute that Desmond sends me a text, he's got my phone number. He can text me and set up the time from there. You don't bypass all of that stuff. Now, if you give them your business card, you're just waiting. If they give you a business card, right? Now, when you try to call too much, try to contact them too much, you sound desperate. A text is very simple. So even when you follow up, it's a very simple, hey, you still interested in doing this? You want to talk? One line. And then when you get them the phone, you just do simple HTC, everything that you've learned so far. Okay. And there's a Desmond. There's Desmond in action, doing exactly that. Talk to them. Here's a number. Very simple event. And you walk out with 10, 20, 30 contacts. And from there, how many account, how many influencer we need to make 6-figure income? One. So this is the technique. We call it a Desmond. So we say, oh, we pull a Desmond. That's what it means. A Desmond, connect with people, get the phone number. Simple. Simple. Don't make it complicated. This works in dating too, by the way. This works extremely well. XTD, high ticket dating. You have no idea. Not desperate. You're not trying to woo the person. No. Like, I'm busy. Give me a number. If you try this, damn, I'm telling you, if you walked up to someone, so simple. Just hand them the fuck. It's so simple. You should thank Sifu if you're single. Walk up to someone you like, open the phone, just walk up to her, hand her the phone. Lady, if there's someone that's confident, good-looking guy, like sharp, not like good-looking, but like sharp, clean, walks up to you, just say, I think you're so pretty. Can you give me a number? And just hand her the phone. Have her enter the number right there on the spot. Your closing ratio will be so high. She would be shocked. Because most men nowadays are not that confident. Just like that. Works. Paul Desmond, it works. Secret number 8. Keep your friends close. Keep your business owners closer. As Godfather said, keep your friends close. You want to keep your business owners closer. Right? That's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. Example, let's say for Russell from ClickFunnels, if you are following what he does on marketing, things like that, you would see that if he's running ads. If you see someone running ads, you see a lot of comments, you see a lot of shares, you see a lot of views. What does that tell you about the funnel? It's working. It is a sign. So if you look at the ads, look at the views, look at the shares, if the funnel is working, opt into the funnels. But this time with a completely different purpose, not shiny object syndrome, but now we want to fill in your influencer pipeline. You want to see what's going on. Take some time, go through the funnels, not to buy a bunch of shit, but you want to see who's doing what. Set up a different separate email, right? Choose a niche that you have a basic understanding of. Don't pick something which you have no clue about. You just go through the funnels. So event, that's in person. Now I'm teaching how to do it virtually. Set up a separate email account and subscribe to all the influencer list. Click on all kinds of ads so you get retargeted, meaning that you'll see more of the ads. Okay. If an influencer is spending serious money on ads, does that tell you that they have a marketing budget? Does that tell you that they have a proven offer? Does that tell you they have superior marketing, right? And if they're selling a low ticket, chances are you want to find out if they have something that's a high ticket on the back end. If they have a high ticket on the back end, they need closers. Check out the offers. Check out the price. Do they have an application process? Do they have a webinar? Do they have a video? Are they advertising on more than, if you see them, they're advertising on more than one social media channels, what does that tell you? It's growing. The company is growing. They've got budget for marketing. So finding that 10 out of 10 business owners that meets all the criteria has a lot to do with timing. Maybe someone is launching a new product. When you're on the list, you would see it. They will tell you, hey, we're going to launch this product. Oh, okay. Then if the timing is right, you're on the list, send an email. Hey, so-and-so, I just noticed that congratulations on the launch. I follow your work for a long time. Love what you do. By the way, your video on this has profoundly impacted my life. Stroke the ego. I'm just curious, like, when you this launch, I noticed you have got this offer here, 10K, 5K, 20K offer. I'm curious who's closing for you. Are you looking for a scale team? Oh, yeah. Oh, if it is, then get on the phone. Go from there. Or make the introduction to Des. He can close for you. Either way, doesn't matter. Timing. Again, I'm going to use a dating example. Not that he doesn't like you, not that she doesn't like you, just maybe timing. They're not in the mood for relationship. They just got out of a relationship. They just broke up with the boyfriend and girlfriend. Not a good time. Or maybe it's a great time. But timing has a lot to do with it. So it's not, don't take it personally. Right? It closes in black. Sifu has got multiple awards. One of the awards that we have is a 6-figure closer award. And last year we gave a lot of awards away. And this photo doesn't do it justice. It's a beautiful, beautiful award. This is when you have earned over $100,000 in commissions as a closer. You get one of these. And then we also have the 7-figure closer award. That is when you have closed over $1 million, meaning $1 million in your pocket, not total sales, $1 million in your pocket. As a high-ticket closer, you get one of these. $1 million. So struggling closers ask, where can I find influencer and close for myself as a closer? So let me ask you the question. Now, do you have challenges finding influencers? Has Sifu shown you the ways, multiple ways, to find that ideal business account? multiple ways. And what's very interesting is I could tell you, if you actually get it, you will know that they're everywhere. It's only when your lower self, you don't see it, you've got the filter, you're like, oh, where? It's fucking everywhere. If you truly got the chops, you have the skills, you have influencers who be the path to your door. You will not have any problem. It's only when you're no good. They're everywhere. If you're good, you will have no problem. You will have another problem, which is capacity issue. You will not be able to handle all the accounts coming in. Would that be a good problem to have? A 6 or 7 figure closers ask, how can I be part of a closing team and contribute to the greater organization? Can you see the power of being on a team? And if you want to be able to participate and get the awards and you see yourself being on stage, don't forget, make sure you get your closers in black ticket, which is happening, the upcoming one, closersinblack.com. Get your ticket early. It will sell out. It is, look at the photo. It is packed. It is packed. And this year, we like this upcoming one, it's a smaller venue. I couldn't get the big venue that I had last time. So it's actually slight, but more intimate. More intimate. And the last Closers in Black, we actually, through the XCC family, we raised over $20,000 and donated that to Children's Hospital. We raised actually close to $8,000 to $9,000, and see if we just round it up. I just doubled that. So I donated another, whatever, $10,000, $11,000 to Children's Hospital. Thanks to you, our closers. So making money is good, but also to making a difference. Who wants to make money and make a difference at the same time? That's what we do. This what we do. And this year, I'm certain the number will be bigger. Much bigger. That's what's great. When you go beyond scarcity, they could give. And the model that I got from, I want to give credit, it's actually from my good friend Brian Scudamore, who started off 1-800-GOT-JUNK. How many of you have heard of 1-800-GOT-JUNK? Yeah. Now you may not know, but 1-800-GOT-JUNK is actually a $400 million company. It is a franchise company. Just hauling trash, a $400 million company. And when I sat down with Brian and I explained to him about my business model, and he gave me some pretty powerful insights. So when Brian started 1-800-GOT-JUNK, right, at a time, he's got some competitor, but at the time, it took him 8 years to get to $1 million in revenue. 8 years. Now, even $1 million revenue is not bad, but it took him 8 years. It's a long time. And then if we find out that, you know what, he needs a system. He needs to put systems in place. So then I asked him the question, what are some things that he did? So then he decided to franchise the business. And now he had people from all over North America buying the 1-800-GOT-JUNK franchise and be able to hit $1 million in revenue like in a year. So someone purchased a system, purchased the franchise, and what took him 8 years to do, now they could get there in 1 year. So I asked him what's his secret? Well, he said, well, in the beginning, when they were trying to do all kinds of things, no different than someone gets a little truck and just like ping the number, and then they go out there and just haul trash. There's no standard. Can you see? There's no quality control. There's no standard.
That's the freelancer.
Yeah, that's like fucking freelancer versus 1-800 got junk. Do you see a difference between this and this? And he said, that's what I do. So I put a higher standard. Every single one of my franchisee, they're required to dress uniform, represent the brand well. The truck has to be in a certain way. And every single job order goes through 1-800 got junk, meaning this. Let's say you hire 1-800 got junk. You got some old furniture you want to throw away. You call them, 1-800 got junk. And afterwards, they do a great job. 6 months later, you need some garbage thrown out again. You don't call the person. Who do you call? You call 1-800 got junk again. All the opportunities, all the gigs come through a centralized place. And from that centralized place, it got dispatched to everybody else. He said, Dan, if you want to grow a company to that kind of size, that's what you need to do. You need to have a place where all these opportunities, you got to help filter. You got to help to see, to be able to dispatch who is the best for that opportunity. And you centralize all your marketing under one brand. Then your company will grow, your people, your team, they would grow, and they would make more money faster, easier, with less headache. Do you think his franchisee deals with accounting? Do you think his franchisee deals with legal? No. The headquarters handles accounting, legal, finance, you name it, they do it all. They only focus on one thing, providing the service, period. Now, we're not doing a franchise, but could we learn from a successful franchise that is doing $400 million a year? You bet. So that's what Sifu did. I took the idea and I launched closers.com. And as we speak, we are upgrading, working on taking the platform to a whole new level. You'll see in a few months. Nothing like what it looks right now. It would be way, 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 way more powerful. Way more powerful. You cannot imagine it. You just don't bother. You cannot imagine it. So that's what we have. All the opportunities coming in, no different than if you have an opportunity, refer that to Desmond. Yeah. So Sifu will not stop you from going out there and doing your own thing and kind of like in this picture, being individual closer. That's fine. I taught you the skill. Go for it. I'm just saying that this is what we do. This is what we are building. And how you do anything is how you do everything. How you do anything is how you do everything. Now that's interesting. This interesting little message. Joe?
Yeah, and this was actually unfortunately sent to me about a year ago, actually, right? This is actually from a while ago, but it still happens today. So, hi Joel. In these days, I got called by some of your colleagues of HTC who proposed themselves to close for me in my business. If you're interested, I'd like to also know from you how you work and everything. Hope to hear from you. Bye. The reason he's asking me how I work is because I used to be an HTM leader. So he knew that, right? But he was saying that the people that were spamming him. So I said, Daniel, that's interesting. Sorry you had to deal with that, man. Did it come across as spammy? We will address that. And then I said, what are your package price points and offers like? Thanks. And he said, hi, Joel. Yeah, the approach was pretty spammy. Haha. It's not a great thing.
Not great at all. Here's another one.
Yeah, this one's an email that came in. If you guys look at the date, it wasn't actually not too long ago, September 22nd, and writes into me and says, "I'm wondering why your closers don't even try to actually close when I hire them. They don't even bother to overcome objections, and they do not follow up. Instead, they waste the expensive contacts that I know of it. I could have closed them."
So what's the story behind this one?
This one again, I hired some HTC closers, some freelancers that were flaky. First of all, like showed up late on calls, sometimes missed calls, and again, then when the influencer, whose English is not as good, that's why he was depending on the closers, pointed it out to the closer. The closer just said, "Oh, well, screw you. I'm going to go after another account." Didn't take any ownership for it.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to do damage control. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just because Siva's training in 7 weeks, it doesn't guarantee that they'll be good closers. Doesn't mean that they have the habits of high-tech closer. They call themselves high-tech closer. So then we have a very simple rule with HTC. If we get a complaint, and this is to protect our entire family, our brand, then you see why this is very fair. If we get a complaint like this from companies or influencers that you're spamming them, you will be banned from HTC forever. We don't do second chance, and there's no coming back. Because before we were like, maybe I'll give you a little slap on the wrist. That didn't work. So now we're very firm. We have a very clear policy in place. We get those complaints, those emails. We find out who that spammer is. If they are within our community, unfortunately, I do not want to do this, but Siva has to do it for the greater good for the community. Does that make sense? We just can't allow it. Because that 1 or 2 or 3 bad apples, it just hurts the entire family. So we can't do that. Not if we want to build what we want to build. Right? Just like someone who is, 100 got junk, and they go out there and they don't provide a service that the standard, well, it hurts the entire brand. So don't pitch high-tech closing service unless you clearly see there's a strong need or they ask. You do not need a pitch. You don't need to. If you're asking questions, remember you're dealing with the entrepreneur just like you're dealing with a typical, just when you're selling a product, same. You ask questions. It's the same idea. You do not talk about what you do. You can simply refer them to our business service team. Very reverse psychology, very laid back. Very laid back. And when we catch you, when we get the complaint, we don't hear explanation. Don't be explaining to Siva's team, "Oh yeah, I didn't mean that. I didn't know it was spamming." You know it was spamming. And if you see anyone that's doing it, let us know. We don't tolerate that. Because that's not what I taught you, yes? So we have to be that tough. Like we have to police. And if it's not our students, meaning like actually those fakers, that's a different story. We'll deal with it and we'll explain to them. Those are actually not my graduates. And they would understand, okay, all right, then they don't have to waste time to deal with them, and then they could deal with us directly. And then we go from there. Secret number 9, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Take a deep breath. Let it out. You're doing good. 6 hours, 11 minutes. Hang in there. I'm here 1,000%. You're listening. I've been talking, teaching, giving you. 6 hours and 12 minutes. My voice is okay. Thank you. I'm good.
Sifu, you also charge $10K per hour.
10K
So this
per
is
hour.
over $60,000 worth of value. So, Sifu, thank you for this.
Just apply. That's all I'm asking. Apply what I teach. So, right now, chances are your social media presence right now, it is an income prevention department. I call that IPD. How many of you recognize you might have an IPD right now? Income Prevention Department. What's even? No, I don't have an IPD. Really? Well, we have taken the liberty, the opportunity to look at some of your social media profile. And it is shocking. It is actually like watching a horror movie.
Yes, that's right. Viewer discretion, right?
Viewer discretion. 18, like rated. I'll rate it. Okay, it's bad. It is bad. Okay. I need a drink first. I need some green tea.
You might throw up, Sifu, if you drink.
Oh, fuck yes, I will throw up. That's no doubt. All right. Here we go. First one.
Oh,
Wow, this is a high ticket closer here.
my
This-
goodness.
These not the people. These are high ticket closers.
Which one is Chris?
Well, he took it too far, I can tell you that.
Is Chris the guy in the middle? Is he the guy with the glasses?
Now, when you look at your own social media, one of the best question you could ask yourself is, hey, write this down. Looking at your own social media, would you hire you? Don't answer. It's embarrassing. Would you hire you if you are a business owner? Would you trust your gift, like you trust someone looking at a social media with the client's credit card information? Because when you're closing, you're taking credit card information on the phone. How about this one?
Oh, wow. Is that Popeye?
I think he also has the Hulk as well.
I know,
I like
right?
the Avengers.
17 friends, though. Man, this is definitely a spam site or like a fake site.
Out instant block.
Would you hire you? Don't laugh. Yours might be coming up. Don't laugh, other people. How many of you are nervous now? Yours might be coming up next, right there. Your name.
See if we're gonna throw you under the bus, man.
Yeah, not trying to embarrass you. Well, actually, I am trying to embarrass you, so you fucking change.
Tough love.
Tough love, some tough love, okay? Some tough love from Sifu. There's another one.
Oh, wow. I mean, for the girls, like, oh, that's so cute and stuff. You know, I like cats, but
Where does that scream high ticket closer for you?
no way.
How about this one?
Oh.
The profile photo.
And even the headline there, in all the world in all, love. I mean, what is it? Like some sort of poetry? What are you trying to say? Yeah, nothing about being professional or being a high
Oh
ticket
yeah,
closer.
but Sifu, the entrepreneur, the business owner, he's not gonna look. She's not gonna look my social media profile. You would think they won't,
Oh, they definitely do.
and even if they don't, you think their customers won't? Here's another one.
Yeah, underage, party, I don't know.
Yeah, bro, we party YOLO lifestyle. It's literally what it's
YOLO,
saying.
yeah,
Dude.
Gen X, millennial, yeah. If you are under 25, let's just say for example, okay? So, you know, the general consensus that you might come across young, and if you're trying to do B2B closing and you look young like this, and you know,
If you already look young, like for God's sakes, right? Get some photo. You gotta fix this shit. It is preventing you from higher income. Does that make sense? It's preventing you from higher income. So those are some interesting examples. Would you like to see what a high ticket closer profile should look like? Kind of like that's the train rack. What it should look like as a comparison. Here's one.
boom! Wow, look at that. That's Rich G. You wonder why
Clean,
he's on the business development team.
professional closer.
Results. Brand.
Now, I must, Steve, with this one though, I must warn the community. You guys can see that it's got some logos on there. Now, Rich has been deputized. He's been, because he's been officialized on the team, he's allowed to use this banner in particular.
That's
Okay.
right. Don't
Don't
be
you guys go and
copy and
copy?
paste.
Yeah.
Don't
Don't go
be
copy and
copy and
paste.
paste.
Yeah. Sifu's legal team will come after you if you're not officially
Don't do it.
copywriters.
See, with
of
warning,
closes, yeah.
don't do it. Okay. This is a very particular profile for particular business development team. Because he was got something else for you, but don't copy this one. Okay. Yes, he got that. It's coming up. See if it's got you covered. Don't worry. But the photo, you got to take care of that on your own. So this Vikas before.
This is the homeless. You see, now you guys know what I'm talking about. You
Oh
see
no.
this? We just talked about millennials, YOLO. Now you know where I get it from, you see? This old dog, this OG happens
This-
to know what
oh
these millennials
no.
are all about.
That's right.
There's a funny story behind
So
this, man.
so before Vikas, right? Before, after.
I personally kept that photo. That's the original one.
He's been waiting for this for a long time. Long time because so
Oh, I know he has.
before, after. Do you see the difference? Do you see the difference? There's a big difference.
Also with that photo too, Sifu. No one can take that one. That's for internal team only as well. So just
That's
a
right.
reminder
That's
for
for
that
internal team. Yep, that's for internal team. Don't be using it. Don't be copy and paste. See if it's got something for you. So if you're HTC, see if it's got you covered. So another bonus gift I want to give you is a professionally designed HTC header for your Facebook profile. Although HTC is a trademark, but as my student, you have my permission to use it as long as you're my student. Now, unless you're one of the bad apples, I kick you out, that's a different story. But I know you're good. So you have my permission to use the brand. For anyone else who try to, the fakers, the posers, we have a full-time team just to shut all those down because they cannot use the logo, the brand without our consents, without permission. But you're my student, legitimately, you could use it. So that's for your Facebook. But Sifu, what about LinkedIn? I got you covered. We got a LinkedIn cover. So also the LinkedIn profile as well that you could use. And we have different designs. These are just some designs. We have multiple designs that you could use. So you don't have to worry about it. You don't need to hire some expensive designer and try to put it together. We've put it together for you. See if it's done that for you. And it's my gift to you, both for the Facebook and the LinkedIn profile. So now there's no excuse. Please, when I look at your profile, please don't just for my Sifu's health and well-being, just don't give me like a stroke, like a heart attack when I look at that. Make it look professional. That's the header. Now, in terms of the photo, we have some pretty amazing HTC before and after makeover as well. His best from before, that's good photo. It's nice, right? It's not bad, right? On social media, that's nice, right? That's before, but is that the high ticket closer image, right? Is that a closer? Is that a professional businesswoman? This is after. Boom! Give me a boom,
Boom.
right? Before, after, confident, right? Professional. This before. Does it look like a high ticket closer to you?
He's got like the phone. He looks like he's somewhere in Thailand, right? And we got Kai in the chat too. So big transformation for Kai as
Big
well.
transformation. Who wants to see the after? You ready to give me a boom? Boom! Right there.
Boom. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Transformation. We could do it. We can totally do a show on XTC makeover. Before, Grace Lee. And Grace is also one of the leaders, also a very successful entrepreneur herself. That's before. After. Leader, speaker, thought leader. Before. Oh my goodness.
Isaiah, oh man.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Right? Give me a boom. Ready? Give me a boom. Boom. This
Boom!
is this photo was taken from Closes in Black.
Man, he cleans up. Doesn't even look young
From
anymore.
this
Yes.
to this.
Yes.
And
Huge difference.
look at the pin. The
Outstanding.
billions pin. I mean, this looks sharp. Looks sharp. That's the magic of HTC. Julie, decent photo. Now, this is not a clear resolution, right? Julie from before, Julie now.
Powerful.
You can see Sifu in the back. Desmond right there, speaking, presenting. Are those some pretty powerful transformations? You bet. Do you think other sales training program will have that kind of effect on people? Teaching them some script? No. No. As a high ticket closer, you no longer could afford to use social media for pleasure. You now use social media for profits. The only reason you go on social media is to use it for profit. Sifu goes on social media, use it for profit, for income, for impact. I don't use it for pleasure. If it's not for brand, if it's not for impact, if it's not for reach, I will not be on it. So it's not to use it to hang out with your friends, all this stuff. Now, when you change your image, you're gonna get some resistance. You're gonna get your friends saying, "What the fuck is this?" None of your fucking business. That's your reply. Because you're not using it for pleasure. You're not using it so your friends could keep track of what's happening. By the way, I've seen some photos on your social media. Go back to history a little bit. Those photos shouldn't be there. You drinking, fucking getting drunk, you know, guys, shirt like half like naked, like don't fuck, just don't. How many need to do some cleaning? Oh, see, for what if I create new one? You could create new one, but if your old one exists, do you think your entrepreneur, your partner, your influencer won't find it? It is still there. Remember, you can't be, most people don't become who you want to become. You're too attached to who you've been. Your old you must die. And for some, so then your new you can be reborn. For some, it would be an incredible, liberating process. You look at some of the old photos, you say, that's not me anymore. I don't want to be like that anymore. You can't afford to be like that anymore. That's a fucking broke, loser, low income, loser social media profile. Well, Steve, does that mean I need to get a professional photo taken? Yes. Yes. Well, does that mean I kind of need to get a suit? Yes. You're gonna close high ticket. You can't close high ticket dressing like a bum. Would you hire you? If you don't know yourself, just looking at social media, would you hire you? Would you want this person to close 5, 10K deal for you? Would you pay this person 10% of every big deal that they close? Do you even trust them enough? You never get a second chance to make a first impression, especially on social media. Here's a little bonus tip, and then I'll go into assignments. I want you to look at these two. And by the way, for my graduates, don't say anything. So look at these two photos. So when you leave a comment on social media, you notice your photo shows up, right? Just like your profile photo. I'm going to give you a huge tip right now. 1 and 2, like that, which is very normal, right? Very typical profile photo. Now I want you to pay very close attention. Very close attention. This is profound. This photo. Now this is Sifu's profile photo. What's the difference between this and this? What do you notice? It is zoomed in. They could see my eye contact. By simply doing something like this, very, very simple, you're looking at them. You're looking at them. And I purposely choose back then when Sifu didn't have the millions and millions of followers on the pages. I want to show it to you because I was using this strategy back then when we didn't have the following that we have. Because I want to demonstrate to you it works. So what happens when you leave a comment? Think about all the people, right? And if you're only showing your body, you can't see who they are. You see how when you zoom in, your photo stood out. When you're commenting in Facebook group, when you're connecting with influencers, they could see your face. This is why Sifu is teaching you within Discord, use your real name. Use a good photo so people can see who you are, so I can see who you are. Do you think if you want to, how many want to join, how many think you have what it takes to join Sifu's closing team? Do you think you want to be memorable? If you make a video, would you be more memorable? The intro video. And I would see it and I will remember. But if you don't participate, you're sitting on a bench, you're observer, I don't know. How would I know? How you do anything is how you do everything. So what he was teaching you, it's not just making the intro video. It's not just in Discord, why we do it in a certain way, because I want to teach you these habits. This is how business is done in the real world. And after you build some trust through social media, again, don't try to close deal on a post and a private message. Private message them, get them on a first contact call, right? We'll talk about this already. You could use HubSpot, schedule once, or Calendly to have them book a time with you. I like that when they book a time. Any of those software would work because when you call them, you're the salesperson. When they call you, the expert. So they're talking, you're connecting, you're not spamming, you're connecting, and they say, yeah, I'm interested now, or I need some help. Well, you know what? Here's my booking link, and just give them a booking link. And that's it. Right? Now, this is an example of that. Desmond? Joe?
Sifu, yeah, I got it. My mute.
Oh, you got it, Des?
Yes.
Yep.
So this one's actually written by Sugroup, and he says, so he's introducing me to a business owner. He says, Desmond, please meet John. And I connected with recently where he expressed a desire to utilize high ticket closers to help scale his sales. I detected some synergies and think there may be scope for us to help him do this sustainably and seamlessly. John, as promised, please meet Desmond soon, Danlock's executive director and right hand. Desmond has a track history of taking a lot of small businesses and helping them scale exponentially through sustainable strategies. He can make a lot of things happen, and as I mentioned on our phone call, I can see some early signs of potential growth opportunity. The Closes Black annual event is taking place next week, where a lot of Danlock's leadership team will be heavily occupied. I myself am running a mastermind session there. Looking at Desmond's diary, I can see the following time slots available on the 10th September, 10 a.m., 1 p.m., 2 p.m. Pacific time zone. Do any of these times work for you? I've CC'd Joel Go in this email. Joel is an assistant director of DEM's high ticket closing teams and plays a key role in defining the strategic approach that should be taken. Upon confirmation of time, we can look at next steps. Kind regards, Sukrup Nijar, high ticket leader.
See, at the time, Joe was still at the time the assistant director. Now he's the director. And you can see this very well crafted. You see how it's making the introduction. Do you see how it's not salesy at all? You see how it edifies both Desmond and Joe. It's like there's synergies. Notice the language. I detect some synergies. Sustainably, seamlessly, scale exponentially through sustainable strategies. These are very sophisticated language. No, you're looking for a closer? No. And do you see it's like not pushing. It's like more like I think you guys should talk. I think there's some synergy. It's that kind of a vibe, right?
Even the as promised, that it shows that he is someone of integrity, someone that you can depend on. So
Yep,
after
very
Sukrup
precise.
has spoken, if he says something to someone, he follows through. That's
That's
a
right.
clear sign. As promised, as discussed, please meet, and it's very formal. It's very professional.
And Sukrup makes introduction, right? If Desmond closes the deal, 40% commission on the onboarding fee. Why are we charging an onboarding fee now? You may not be able to charge an onboarding fee. We could charge an onboarding fee because the way that we do it, the additional value that we provide, and also that filters out the business owners that are not so serious. Yeah. If you're out there on your own, chances are you probably won't be able to get a onboarding fee, and that's okay. You would still be able to sign the deal and then work with them and close them individually. That's okay. So,
and in fact, we highly recommend. Please don't try to copy that. Don't try to charge an onboarding fee when you
will fail. You won't work.
Yep.
It won't work. Like there's so much more behind the scenes of what we do. I don't have time. Still doesn't have time to go through all of that. But just if you're gonna have an influencer, signing them up, I wouldn't recommend to charge a fee to just in the beginning until you get very, 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 very good. Very, very good. Even then, don't charge 10K. Right? Don't charge 10K. You would create more trouble for you than the benefit. That's what I would recommend. That's my coaching for you, right? So then we go back to closers.com. If you do what everyone else does, you will get what everyone else gets. This is why I suggest doing the event, adding the value, going to meeting with people. Don't give handout business card. Everything we do is the opposite of what everybody else does, isn't it? Right? So when someone, example, let's say an influencer, a business account entrepreneur, when they give us the business, right? When we think it's a good fit, one of the things that we may sometimes would do is, Sifu has got a program called High Ticket Influencer, which is a 10K program that teaches influencers, business owners how to scale the business from 7-figure to 8-figure. Right? It's a very advanced program that I do. So one of the things that we do is when we think they would benefit from it, when they not just pay us the onboarding fee, we would include that. Imagine this. Desmond's closing on the phone. You make the referral. Not only we help them on board, go through the scalability audit, everything that we do, but we also give them this particular program.
Yeah. And then Seafood, actually, the backstory, everyone, is you got to understand, Seafood did not need to give this, right? We actually, the 10,000 onboarding fee actually does get applied to members like who are in the management team who don't make commissions and to cover their costs. So that we actually lose money. Seafood does it because we want the influencers to succeed. Now, even in this season, we have a member who is actually going through high ticket influencer and actually getting results. And Sifu, I know that Dawn Freeland as well too, because I helped her. She came to us. She wanted closers. I actually challenged her to go through the HTC program. She showed up at Inner Circle at the Closers in Black, And then we gave her access to HTI. She implemented it, and then we set her up with closers, female closers. So you can see here, Dawn, she says, "Hi, everyone. Quick update. As I go through the high-ticket influencer content, I've consumed Module 1 now and wrapping up Module 2. Chris opened up all the modules for me and from the high-ticket influencer. Such great content." And Sifu, with your permission, I've got another one which was not able to be posted on the slides here. This is from Ralph. He says, "Hi, Desmond. In the last 30 days in my business, I never had courses with such an impact on my daily business and success. We made 100,000 in January 2020 so far. Never had that before. Averaged about 30,000. More to come. The pipeline is growing. It seems that the HTC, HIC, and HTI were the missing pieces. Please thank Dan." And like Dan says, the glass ceiling that I could not go through yet, I also got a new understanding of scale, and that there is a huge difference to growth. It seems to be so simple, but it's hard to find out without a mentor. There's so much noise in the marketplace. So true. Have a nice weekend, and thanks for accepting me into the program.
That's awesome. I didn't know that story. That's great, and makes me happy to hear the story. So that's the B2B side when Sifu is mentoring other successful entrepreneurs. How do they scale? So not only I am teaching you, giving you the skill sets. Remember what Desmond showed even in the slides, the pitch deck. In the B2C side, we equip individuals with high income skills. On a business, the B2B side, we help companies scale.
Yeah, and Seafood, from time to time, a very small handful of HTC students who are business owners who do want to scale, they definitely apply HTC for their own business.
Yep.
They increase their own closing ratios. They
Yep.
help their own internal sales teams. But many times they are in a lonely place. They don't know how to do that. And I know I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, but there is something even better and more interactive, more hands-on than HTI.
Okay.
However, you have to qualify. So if that's you and you want to know more about that, you can always email to support@danlock.com and you can say potential consulting with Danlock. And when that happens, support will either notify myself or Sean. One of us will, interview you, vet you, and if you're a good fit, then maybe, just maybe, if HTI is not a good fit for you, then maybe you might qualify for a higher level of mentorship.
And that's for serious business owner, very serious business owner. So you can see that how we add value, not just to here's some closers, but really if we're in a scale business, they might need guidance, they might need context, they might need cooperating services, they might need closer services. See what's really aiming to be that one-stop shop. So they don't have to look everywhere. That everything that they need in order to scale the company to that whole new level, that the more success we could create for them, the more opportunities we could create for our community. Does that make sense? Do you see how the ecosystem works? I know for some it may be a little bit advanced, but I wouldn't share with you. I think you could get it. So what Steve is building is an ecosystem. I'm not building a company. I'm building a group of companies within the ecosystem, right? And that's how we get to the next level, right? So it's not a one-man show. It's a group team effort. And now we've grown to just latest statistics. Connie told me that my CFO, we have with closers in training and the sales manager, everybody else, we're up to about 120. So our team is about 200 people now, including closers. We've grown to about 200 people as we speak. It's a decent size. It's a decent size. And we keep growing. We keep expanding. So assignments time. Whew. We're here. You ready for this? You ready for this? Step 1, you know what to do. Continue to watch the videos. Minimum how many videos a day? 10 videos a day. This probably is our longest class that we've ever done.
Yep, this broke our record.
That is crazy. This is crazy. Subscribe to Siva's podcast if you want to develop business acumen. You want to see how entrepreneurs and CEOs talk. You want to develop the business acumen. If you ever aspire to close B2B, I suggest the podcast. Number 2, continue to reprogram your mind for wealth. How many of you are doing the attitude of gratitude in the morning that you do not miss a day? Keep beating up the lower self. HTC Creed out loud at least once a day. Develop that self-image. Notice Christy, notice Felix, what they said. There's a moment when they make that switch. For some, so for them, it's 6 months, 7 months later, months later. So some, they get it very quickly. They make that switch during the 7 weeks. For some, it takes a long time. For some, it takes a few months. And it's not that, oh, I'm a high-tech closer, I make the switch, I wear the cape. It's not like that. It is not like that. It is a moment. And every single one of my students who gets it, it's a moment. You will know. You'll always remember the moment when you actually switch. When you go all in, when this is your new identity, when this is, and notice the results when they happen. When Christy, 5 times the income, couldn't close before. Burner ship, boom. That's the difference. That is the difference. And I cannot make the switch for you. I cannot make that switch for you. I could only point you to the switch. I say, here's what you need to do. You need to have the identity shift. Because if you do high token closing techniques and all that, you're always just doing techniques. It's not who you are. Unless it's who you are, you're not going to tap into your full potential. Make sense? Number 3, listen to the recording of actual sales calls. Now you've done some role plays, and one of the bonuses you get, I promise you, is the actual sales calls and recordings. So we have unlocked, right? Unlocked those recordings so you can listen to them within the your dashboard, your members area, right? And my team has also uploaded a sample sales script for you as well, since you've been doing the homework, right? So for references purpose only, should you use the script word for what you do and close? No, it is for reference purpose only. Chances are you won't need a script. You won't need a script, but I want you to go through the exercise so that you see what it's like to put together the script. You may work with an influencer that might need your help to put together a script. Now you have that skill set. I want to get you ready. And then now the role play, here's the difference. You're going to put everything you learned together. This is the last week. You're going to play different types of jams. You're going to play the opposite jam. So if you're emerald, try to be a sapphire. Ruby, try to be a pearl. I want you to do the opposite. And I want you to exaggerate. Exaggerate. Be tough, be extreme. And the challenge is this week, you're role-playing as a business owner looking for closers. Kind of like what Joe and Desmond did. You're closing for a business account. You're trying to close them on hire you to be the closer for them. Does that make sense? It's going to be more, how many can see this is challenging? It's not so easy. Not so easy, but you could handle it. Okay, so that's the focus for this week in terms of role play. Update your LinkedIn and Facebook profile. You no longer use Facebook and LinkedIn for pleasure, use it for profit. It's there to make you money. Upload a better photo. Update your NXTC header. Update your NXTC LinkedIn description. Get rid of crap that doesn't serve you as a high ticket closer. Get rid of photos that doesn't serve you. You do not use social media for pleasure. You use social media for profit. It is a cleansing process. And you will get your friends will laugh at you, by the way. Just so you know, they're all fucking broke. Who cares? How's it working for them? How much money have they made on social media? How much money have they made on social media? Do you think Sifu could teach you a thing or two about how to profit from social media? Who do you want to listen to? Someone who's never made a dime, or someone who's done multiple millions of dollars from social media? Use it for profit. And make sure you fill your culture index survey. We get business owners contacting us with closing opportunities all the time. And we are also like, we get just referrals, and we also doing outbound. In a couple of days, you will get a link from support asking you to fill a survey. It's going to take you 5 to 10 minutes. This gives Sifu's team important information so we can match you up with the right business accounts and opportunities. Warning, if you don't fill this out, we won't be able to select you for any of these accounts. I will say that one more time. If you don't fill this out, we won't be able to select you for any of these business accounts, because that's where we look. That's where we look. Make sense? Number 7, make a video for Sifu. Sifu would appreciate this. We are now in week 6. Share your personal experience about HTC. Don't exaggerate, just speak from the heart. Practice your skill and get comfortable. Your skill in front of the camera. Be natural, be yourself. Don't overthink it. You will receive an email in a couple of days from So Tell Us, and it'll be asking you, if you want to just share your experience with other people who might be considering taking HTC. What has HTC done for you? What has it done for you? Okay, and don't exaggerate. Just speak from the heart. Can you do that? And so we'll also give you a filming guide. And now this filming guide is also very useful for you for the future when you make any kind of videos. If you want to sometimes connect with an entrepreneur, it teaches you how to make the ideal video. Selfie, just simple from your cell phone, and how you could connect with them. You will stand out when you send them a video instead of just a text, right? Instead of just a text. So this is a simple guide that you could use, that you could follow along for this particular video or for any video that you want to make in the future. When you do so, when you submit the video to the team, Sifu has a gift for you, and that is I will send you an exclusive High Ticket Closer t-shirt, not for sale anywhere else. When I ship you the certificate, you would get that. Okay. So you can see the HTC shirt, and we'll ship it alongside with your certificate. Who wants a t-shirt, by the way? Who wants HTC t-shirt? All right. You can see. And don't forget to submit all completed assignments to assignments at High Ticket Sales. If you have support questions, we are here for you, and we will announce the attendance rate after each class within 24 hours. Any questions you have, and share if after you have cleaned up your social media profile, share how that feels for you, right? What that is like. And yes, we are just under 7 hours. You've done phenomenally well.
Sifu, why not just do like a role play or something? Let's go to 8 hours.
8 hours, man. Like, holy shit. But good job. And thank you, Desmond. Great job on the role play.
Thank you,
Christy.
Sifu. Thank you, Joel. Thank you,
Yeah,
Vikas.
Felix, Joe, Vikas. Great.
Thanks,
We've seen the
thanks,
Vikas
everyone.
before, after. Now you know what it was like.
the true homeless experience.
The true homeless experience.
Don't believe that Vikas is mother to Desmond, okay? Vikas is actually the homeless boy that we took in, the poor homeless child that we took in.
Yes. And make sure you don't miss the last class. That's your graduation class, week 7. Role play like crazy. This is the time. This is your time to shine. Okay? And I will talk to you next week. And remember, you are closer than you think.